get away, better know that I don't and I won't ever stop, cause you know I gotta win every day. See, if you really wanna pop me, just know that you will never flop me. And I know that I can be a little cocky. You ain't never gonna stop me. Every time I come, a nigga gotta set it, then I gotta go, and then I gotta get it, then I gotta blow, and then I gotta shut it. Any little thing a nigga think that he be doing, cause it doesn't matter, cause I'm gonna dead it, then I'm gonna murder everything and anything about a boom, about a thing. I gotta do a lot of things to make it clear to a couple niggas that I always win, and then I gotta get it again and again and again. And I be doing it to death, and now I move a little foul, nigga better call up rapping. Everybody know my style, niggas know that I'm the best when it come to doing this, and I be banging on my chest, and I bang in the east, and I bang it in the west, and I kinda give you more, and I will never give you less. You will hear it in the street, that you can read it in the press. Do you really wanna know what's next? Let's go. See the way we on it, and we all up in a race, and you know we gotta go and try to keep up with the pace, and we struggling and hustling to set it and to get it, and we always gotta do it, take it to another place, gotta taste it, and I gotta grab it, and I gotta cut all through this traffic just to be at the top of the dome, but I know I gotta have it.
Look at me now, look at me now, oh, I'm getting paper. Look at me now, oh, look at me now, yeah. I'm fresher than a moth.
Hell breezy. Let me show you how to keep the dice rolling when you're doing that thing over there, homie. Hey, let's go! Cause I'm feeling like I'm running and I'm feeling like I gotta get away, but I know that I don't and I won't ever stop, cause you know I gotta win every day. See, if you really wanna pop me, just know that you will never flop me. And I know that I can be a little cocky. You ain't never gonna stop me. Every time I come, a nigga gotta set it, then I gotta go, and then I gotta get it, then I gotta blow, and then I gotta shut it. Any little thing a nigga think that he be doing, cause it doesn't matter, cause I'm gonna dead it, then I'm gonna murder everything and anything about a boom, about a thing. I gotta do a lot of things to make it clear to a couple niggas that I always win, and then I gotta get it again and again and again. And I be doing it to death, and now I move a little foul, nigga better call up rapping. Everybody know my style, niggas know that I'm the best when it come to doing this, and I be banging on my chest, and I bang in the east, and I bang it in the west, and I kinda give you more, and I will never give you less. You will hear it in the street, that you can read it in the press. Do you really wanna know what's next? Let's go. See the way we on it, and we all up in a race, and you know we gotta go and try to keep up with the pace, and we struggling and hustling to set it and to get it, and we always gotta do it, take it to another place, gotta taste it, and I gotta grab it, and I gotta cut all through this traffic just to be at the top of the dome, but I know I gotta have it.
Look at me now, look at me now, oh, I'm getting paper. Look at me now, oh, look at me now, yeah.
I'm live and barely alive. Struggling here. I think today I'll be doing 2 art streams in a row. I just need to get this done. I finally move on to art itself. I mean, to rigging itself. Okay, pop-up chat. I will viewer jump scare. Have a cup of coffee, my friend. I just literally finished, like I chugged that shit. How you doing, Wolf? Today is a first for us. We got official permission from a YouTuber to watch his videos on stream while I'm drawing. So that's a first for us. Yay! Yeah. Never had that before. Getting official permission. That's that feels so great. So, he made a video a couple of days ago, like 1 day ago, called "Did Sony Actually Censor Stellar Blade?" It's a very long video. It's like 1.5 hours. So that's the very first one we'll be watching while I'm drawing. If you're interested, you can check it out. Short Fat Otaku. That me. I feel like we all can relate to that name. I feel like the name is so relatable. I actually don't know if I would be categorized as fat or just stacked or just round. I'm neither fat or short, but whatever. Yo, why are you attacking us for stacked short people? Why? Why are you attacking us? I'm pretty sure I'm taller than you.
Hey pals, I've been offline for a while. For the past week, I've been ignoring Twitter, ignoring Discord. I've mostly stayed away from the gaming streams, letting editor Dave do some solos in my place. So you know what that means? A new, huge, deep dive dev video. Don't worry, this one won't be as primally cringe as the Chugga Conway drama breakdown, but we are going to be getting into the nitty-gritty details of another gaming controversy. This time, the Stellar...
I've been following the Stellar Blade controversy for a while now, but the one I was following was 100% biased because I was watching the Asmongold Clips channel with the updates. And we all know he's pretty thirsty, right? I'm pretty sure it's like common knowledge that he's thirsty. Short points at the ground. How tall are you?
Blade censorship story. The last time I mentioned Stellar Blade on this channel was in my video
my
on the
monitor.
gaze,
Oh yeah.
and this is
I'm
a
like,
direct
what is this
continuation
smudge?
of what we
It's
spoke
my
about back then.
monitor.
So make sure to go back and watch it, because the conversation has only ramped up in the months since launch. Here's a quick TLDR of the drama leading up to Stellar Blade's release. While gamers loved how Stellar Blade was shaping up, games journalists and online progressives screamed about how objectifying and problematic the game was for having Eve's fat ass jiggling around the screen.
She needs a little bow and she's on her way to middle school. I just don't get her at all. Like that nose.
The nose is very different.
Yeah, that nose is definitely not Asian. She's Asian. They took a white woman and supplemented some white woman DNA into this girl to make her a little more white.
If you're working on the physics of the way her body moves rather than the physics of the actual game, which you can see in there does not look great, that's how you know that you've messed up.
Jesus.
The game itself,
Like...
okay, removing the, naked women, the game graphics were actually pretty good. I don't know what they're talking about. I don't think they played a video game since they were 5 years old playing Mario.
They're over-sexualizing her?
Yeah, definitely over-sexualizing her. I think it's just men that's never touched a woman in their...
Okay, look, I know I'm supposed to do an art stream, not a commentary stream, but this is really pissing me off. Like, you're really telling me they are over-sexualized with the existence of Marvel movies, DC movies, every single fucking ad, every single fucking show in existence. You want to tell me that is over-sexualized and everything else is not? Oh, that's pissing me off. Oh my god, that's pissing me off so much. Like, you really want to go on that high horse? You really want to tell me that only this game over-sexualized people? Pissing me off.
Their life not knowing what the fuck they look like. And so they're like, this is what women in my video games always looked like. So why are we changing it? It's like, because it's not real, bro. You're living in a fantasy. Wake up. This isn't the Matrix.
At the same time, the
Full disclaimer, women can look like that. Has any of you seen my Instagram? My ass is the size of a freaking canyon. Maybe not the best comparison.
we're praising Baldur's Gate 3's sexuality,
it just
specifically
really
the bear scene, but also its casual nudity
off.
and orgies. The hypocrisy can be understood once you realize that progressives divide human sexuality into two camps. There's problematic horny, which is any form of sexuality that is straight, or conventionally titillating, or romantically sincere, and then there's safe horny, which is any form of sexuality that is queer, or raunchy and goofy, or lustful and fundamentally empty. Basically, it seems to me that progressivism, as an ideology, contains within it a rejection of the heteronormative,
Got a
and
broccoli
sincere,
next to the
emotional
mic?
human
What do you mean?
sexual interaction, with strings attached, is probably the most heteronormative you can get. So, all of their...
Hey, where? Broccoli.
contains within it a rejection of the basically of sexuality that is queer,
My
or
broccoli.
raunchy sincere, and then there's safe horny, which is any form of sexuality that is queer, or raunchy and goofy, or lustful and fundamentally empty. Basically, it seems to me that progressivism as an
I don't see a broccoli. What are you talking about?
ideology contains within it a rejection of the heteronormative, and sincere, emotional human sexual interaction, with strings attached, is probably the most heteronormative you can get. So, all of their politically acceptable sexual
Back
representation
when
is either
they were commenting,
superficial,
hold on.
emotional as an raunchy and goofy, which is idealized being, but at the same time,
Bro, You're living in a fantasy. So why are we changing it? It's like, because it's not real,
Wolf?
bro. You're living in a fantasy. Wake up. This
Wolf,
is the Matrix.
shut the
At
fuck
the same
up.
time, the Progs were praising Baldur's Gate 3's sexuality,
Oh,
specifically
I
the
hate
bear
it
scene,
here.
but also its casual nudity and orgy.
I hate it here. I hate it here. Look, I'll break the immersion. I'm sorry. I know you guys know me as this motto, but I'll break the immersion. Figure out how to log in. Well, if you're in a time. Alright. So, what's the best way to do this? Let's see. Let me do. Source. Look, the only reason I have no problem showing this is because my profile is linked. I don't hide who I am. I exist. And I have no problem showing. Yo, how you enjoying the video? We're like in a heated debate right now. Because of this part. We're literally 1 minute in and we're in a heated debate already here. You're stirring up shit over here. Okay, 1 second. Alright, so as I said, I don't hide how I look. I don't care if the immersion is broken. I don't wanna dose myself too much. Okay, so let's just leave it here, right? Alright. So them saying that women like that do not exist, that they're over sexualized, how do you think women like me feel hearing that? Okay? How do you think it makes people like me feel like that? When the reason why I VTube is exactly that. Like, as you can see, I have stopped showing my body completely. And I stopped showing myself on stream. People like this saying, oh, they're too over sexualized. This is how I look when I don't hide how I look, right? Okay, we're not commenting on the tongue picture. Like, how do you think people like me feel hearing stuff like this? Like, for people like me, this is representation. For people like me, we don't look at their bodies. We just want to enjoy the game. Plus, realistic jiggle physics is realistic jiggle physics. Okay? So, their comments. That's enough of my pictures. Their comments are like genuinely pissing me off because they sound delusional. I couldn't give less of a fuck what you look like. And I love that about my viewers now. I love the fact that my viewers now do not give a shit about how I look. I could as well look like a fucking troll sitting under a bridge eating Cheetos and wiping it on my shirt. I love that. But the problem is, it's people like that who used to send me hate comments, hate mail, hate messages. And now it's people like that hating on games like this.
I think
It's just
men
pissing
that
me
never
off.
touched a woman in
It's
their life,
rubbing
not
a
knowing
nerve
what the
with
fuck they
me.
look like. And so they're like, this is what women in my video games always looked like. So why are we
It's
changing
really
it?
just
like,
rubbing me
not
the
real,
wrong
bro.
way.
You're living in a fantasy. Wake up. This isn't the Matrix.
At the same time, the progs were praising
Yeah,
Baldur's Gate 3's
those
sexuality,
thighs
specifically
do
the
be
bear
saving
scene,
my
but also its
life
casual nudity
today.
and orgies.
How you
The
doing,
hypocrisy can be
Laristic? No, we were
understood
just
once you
talking about
realize
like haters being haters, and it's pissing off. Haters just being haters.
that progressives divide human sexuality into two camps. There's problematic horny, which is any form of sexuality
What game companies think gamers want, what gamers actually want. That's the thing. I don't have problem with this or this. I actually was looking forward to this because I thought she's fucking hilarious. But she was cancelled because quote unquote too ugly. So people cannot even make up their mind. Is she too ugly? Is she too pretty? Make up your fucking mind. Like, what the fuck?
that is straight, or conventionally titillating, or romantically sincere, and then there's safe horny, which is any form of sexuality that is queer, or raunchy and goofy, or lustful and fundamentally empty. Basically, it seems to me that progressivism as an
I do apologize to Otaku. I didn't mean to hijack me watching your video with my rants.
ideology contains within it a rejection of the heteronormative, and sincere, emotional human sexual interaction, you know, with strings attached, is probably the most heteronormative you can get. So all of their politically
I'm like
acceptable
too into
sexual
the video.
representation is either superficial
Way too
or
into the
destructive.
video.
I want to talk about the game itself a bit before getting into the controversies. If you're only here for the controversies, fair enough. This isn't a
No,
game review
I want to
channel
watch
after
the
all.
whole video.
Skip ahead to 3630. And
Play
if
it on
you're
me.
specifically here for my explanation of the story, why I ultimately don't think it's Sony censoring sexual content. Skip ahead to 109.51. However, I really do love video games, and I'm not going to have an excuse to actually talk about how I feel about Stellar Blade outside of this. So fuck it, I'm going to ramble for a while. So, let's talk about Stellar Blade.
This attack is eerily realistic.
Everything is sexist. Everything is racist, and you have to point it all out.
Like, look, okay. I'm getting on my pedestal one last time. I hate people like that. I absolutely hate people like that. People like that is why I'm a VTuber now. Okay, I'm done.
Stellar Blade released for the PlayStation 5 on
It's
April
a long one?
26,
Yeah, it's 1.5 hours.
Nearly 2 months ago at this point. It's currently a PS5 exclusive, but just like
It's so distracting me from
how
sketching.
the various Final Fantasy games that come out on the PS5 tend to drop on PC after
If I
a
was
year or so,
making
everyone
a
expects that
renewed
Stellar
version
Blade
of a
will see a
game,
PC release,
I would
probably
keep it
sometime
as
in
close as
2025.
possible
We
to
played
the
Stellar
original
Blade on
design
Steam, and it
or
was a pretty
similar.
fun
Well, that is the exact topic of the video. Did Sony actually censor the game? So we'll find out. So that's exactly what we'll be watching. Did they change it or not?
romp. The game isn't perfect. It's got some pretty huge flaws, in fact, but it's still really, really good. It's definitely a Game of the Year contender in my book. In terms of graphics,
Stop
the
looking
game
at my
is beautiful,
forehead.
runs smoothly, at least in the PS5's performance mode.
Yeah.
The lighting and weather effects are all
I'm
great.
drawing
The
a
environment's
toggle.
excellent. If I don't sound too excited, I think it's just because better graphics don't excite me anymore, you know? That's a pretty common opinion nowadays, though. The soundtrack is easily the breakaway component of the game. This is actually one of those rare new game OSTs worth listening to casually, in my opinion.
Do you want to tell me the only funds they put in is the models, not the game itself, right?
In my opinion.
Look how stunning the game looks. Look how stunning the fucking game looks.
In terms of the game's pacing, though, it actually feels like the middle third has been ripped right out. Let me explain. After the intro sequence setting up the story, the first level is an overgrown city, pulled straight from The Last of Us, where you learn the basic mechanics of the game, cutting your teeth on some low-level enemies,
I'm
and
too
a few of the
distracted
easier
from sketching.
mini-bosses. After that, you make your way to the hidden city of Zion, where a group of human survivors live. Spelled with an X this time, though. You don't want the Wachowskis beating down your door telling you that Stellar Blade's actually a trans allegory.
Wake up! This is the Matrix!
After getting acquainted with the townspeople, the game sets you up with its primary MacGuffin hunt. There's two this time around. Hypercells are needed to power up the city of Zion, allowing more humans to wake up from their cryostasis. And alpha cores are needed from the corpses of the biggest, baddest Natibas to unlock the Natiba nest. The Natibas are the weird aliens that you fight. Eve accidentally collected the first of each of these back in Ido 7, the overgrown city. After a series of cutscenes setting all of this up, Stellar Blade's first open world section becomes available, the craggy beige and brown wasteland. The Wasteland map has all the things you've come to expect from open world gaming. Towers to climb that fill out the map or activate save points, respawning enemies that aren't too tough and are good to grind on, side quest objectives that you need to bring back to town, and oftentimes unmarked treasures, merchants, and quest givers. Eventually though, you'll find the entrance to an underground dungeon, where the game shifts in tone from a fast action combo-y game to a slower, more methodical, more puzzle-solving game. These sections require you to only use your gun to get through them. And while you're down here, there's this quiet, low-light atmosphere, these creepy, slow-crawling enemies, all of the usual survival horror tropes. But to be honest, none of it really works all that well. The game is just not balanced around the gun being a strong mechanic in its own right. It's always relegated to a supporting role back on the surface. It seems like the reason these sequences have infinite ammo refill stations in each room is because the gunplay just isn't built out enough to support it being a central pillar of the game. At the end of the dungeon, you fight a boss, get a lore dump, and find a hypercell. You bring the hypercell back to Zion and power it up a little bit more. As a result, more NPCs wake up from cryosleep, more shops and quests unlock, and most importantly, the city's scanning range increases, allowing you to detect another Alpha Hiba. This one's in a derelict construction site named Matrix 11. Bit on the nose there this time. And once you defeat the spoilerific boss at the end of it and bring the Alpha core
Wait,
back
does
to Zion,
this
the
video
wise
have
old man character
spoilers?
tells you where you can find the next hypercell. It's at this point that your gamer senses should be activating. This sounds like Stellar Blade's larger gameplay loop.
I
that
just
you
still
can expect
pretend
to
like I
repeat
play
several times,
games.
with enough familiarity that you can see the pattern, but enough difference that it doesn't get boring. A lot of linear games operate like this. For example, the Legend of Zelda games have a very simple loop. Stock up on supplies, explore an overworld section, clear a dungeon, return to town, rinse and repeat. The first half of Hollow Knight also has a very similar loop. Enter a maze-like area with branching paths and loot to grab, explore until you fight a boss and learn a new ability, use the new ability to overcome an obstacle you couldn't tackle before, enter the next area, rinse, repeat. Not all games operate like this, obviously. Open world games have a completely different way their contents are laid out. But the advantage of this type of game structure is that it offers a level of familiarity to the player. Most games will run this loop a handful of times before changing something up. For example, Zelda Skyward Sword does it 3 times before the game shifts into a different loop structure. Hollow Knight does it 5 times before the game becomes totally open world, though experienced players can sequence break out by loop 3 pretty easily. So it's at this point that the
I
game
have
design
too
of
low
Stellar
on
Blade
IQ
is telling the
to
player,
play
okay, here's
Hollow
how the game
Knight.
works.
My IQ
A
is too
huge
low for that.
playground map opens up for you to quest in. Somewhere in that map is a gun-only dungeon that contains a hypercell. Bring the hypercell back to expand your town and discover the location of an alpha core. Go get the alpha core, and the next huge playground map will open up with the next dungeon in it. Rinse, repeat. And that's what happens. After Matrix 11, the next open world area, the Grand Desert, opens up to the player. However, after you complete the second gun-only dungeon in the Grand Desert, the game just skips ahead to the end. Back at town, everyone's like, oh yeah, we actually only need one more alpha core, and it's at the space elevator, the game's obvious final level, since traveling there is a point of no return. In terms of both the game's narrative and simply the amount of stuff that we've played through so far, it feels like there should have been at least 2 more loops worth of areas before hitting the final stretch, which is why the game feels like its middle third was cut out. In terms of basic game mechanics, Stellar Blade's got everything here for a solid action game. Everyone compares it to Nier or Dark Souls, but I actually think the closest comparison is Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. It's got some light
Really?
Souls elements, with enemies respawning at campfires, but rather than having strict Souls-like level design, Stellar Blade pulls pages from Fallen Order's playbook of splitting up the explorable areas into designated chunks, which clearly alternate between combat sections and platforming sections. The platforming isn't great, the jumping in this game is kinda stiff, there's no tight Mario-style controls here or anything like
Honestly,
that. making the
it
areas where
reminded me
platforming
more
is
of
required a bit
Remnant.
frustrating. Also, our old friend Yellow Paint is here again, inexplicably telling you which ledges you can grab onto. The combat itself is the game's highlight, and well, it's stellar. You have your usual light and heavy
Okay.
attacks, and the dodge, parry, and counterattack systems also feel a lot like Fallen Order. Enemies are varied enough that you never actually really get bored of any of them, though seeing them reuse bosses as the game progresses is never a good sign. The only truly weak spot, as I said before, is the gun. Most of the various ammo types are actually kind of useless, and those rare times when it would
There's
come
a
in handy,
lot
you
of
never have enough to
games
get the job
whose
done.
weak
There's a
spots
skill
are
tree where you can
guns.
spec out the various aspects of your character, but the gun is so useless that even if you were to try and make a gun-specific build, I think it would just be a waste of skill points. Now here's the thing. I have been critiquing Stellar Blade for like the past 10 paragraphs of the script of this video, which might sound like I hate the game. I don't. It's really, really good. Certainly worth full price. It's got some serious flaws, but it knows what it is, and it's sincere about
one
what
of
it's doing.
the-
I think
Look, you can only count on one hand how many games were complete in the last 2 years. How many games actually felt like they're complete. This game is one of those couple games that were actually complete before launching.
I think that's why people are gravitating towards the game despite the flaws. Sincerity. Stellar Blade is frankly not a very new story. It takes place in some indeterminate future, where the Earth has been overrun by vaguely defined, little understood monsters, and humanity, having been driven to near extinction, wages a desperate war of survival. All of the normal twists of that story archetype are played straight, from the mysterious monsters either being transformed humans or having some special connection to humanity, a major character who actually knows a lot about the history of the world that he's keeping a secret, generally because he's involved in the disaster, and a revelation that the surviving humans actually aren't quite human themselves. If you're thinking that this sounds kind of like Attack on Titan, or Evangelion, or Scarlet Nexus, or Nier Automata, or hell, Death Stranding, you'd be correct. When it comes to the story department, Stellar Blade hits every story beat and does it competently, but anyone who's been around the block a couple of times will not be surprised by any of these reveals. In fact, of those examples, it's Nier Automata that Stellar Blade pulls most of its story from, and frankly, Stellar Blade does it worse. Both games are about existential despair, about picking up what's left of your life
Did not
after
enjoy
discovering
Nier.
everything you
I
believed
didn't
was
even
false.
finish it.
Every motivating force was fake. Every relationship was a lie, and what you do in the wake of all of it. But Nier just does it better than Stellar Blade. Except the ass, I'd personally prefer Eve over 2B. But despite this, Stellar Blade does it with sincerity, the same way that Nier did. It is invested in its own lore. It's not plagued with fourth wall breaks at inappropriate moments, or shoehorning in the author's political views where they make no sense, or the relieving of any tension with a misplaced millennial writing joke. Stellar Blade allows its drama to play out with the appropriate seriousness, and I think the main reason everyone's drawn to the game despite its flaws, putting aside the obvious reason, is because it's simply not ashamed of what it is. Not just in terms of sexuality, but in terms of story. In another era, I might not like Stellar Blade as much as I do, but right now our culture is suffering from a lack of sincerity. So seeing a game be truly sincere makes me want to overwhelmingly recommend it.
Oh my god.
And it's not just me. Gamers everywhere are overwhelmingly
I am
flocking to Stellar
so
Blade
getting
for all the
banned
reasons I
on
just outlined,
Twitch.
but for others too. The CEO of Shift Up, the developer of Stellar Blade, Young-Tae Kim, gave a Korean language interview where he confirmed that microtransactions, or core parts of the game made into DLC, all that stuff that gamers hate right now, none of that will be a part of Stellar Blade. He said specifically, "We want to make it clear at this point that Stellar Blade will not require players to spend any additional money beyond what they paid for the package." Moreover, as the
Awesome.
launch of the game approached, this
Let's
thread by
see
the
if
account
they
Gaming
actually stick to
Rukiano
it.
went viral. A thread, "Boycott Stellar Blade. The company that made the game Shift Up removed the work of 2 women because they were feminists. I'm a victim and a former employee of this game company." Both the thread and the account have been nuked off the internet, and they're not stored on any internet archive that I can find, so I don't actually know what's contained in this thread. But people were absolutely memeing on this online. Like, you've already sold me on the game, dude. You don't need to tempt me anymore by saying they fired feminists. So I decided to look into the situation.
God.
What I discovered is that the 2 feminists who were fired were contractors working for the game. Around the same time, the Chinese gaming giant Tencent purchased 20% ownership of Stellar Blade. The 2 fired feminists in question may have been publicly complaining about the fan servicey nature of the game on the Korean internet, at the same time as the
Why?
Tencent purchase was being
When will
negotiated,
people
possibly to drum
learn?
up some
Do not bite the hand that feeds you. If you're employed by the company, why the fuck would you shit talk that game you're working on publicly? Like, how stupid can you get? Listen, I like cute girls. It's that simple. Hey, I am no person, like, I have no legs to stand on it. I'm sitting drawing here my own motto. Like, look at this. Pow! Pow! Like, I have no leg to stand on. Me see boing boing when you run. I hate it when Disney or Marvel break the series atmosphere with a joke. It's terrible. How about witches in your Star Wars series? Sorry, I'm so salty about it. I'm here. Hi, Zen. You were right before though. My girlfriend has a similar body type as you. Calling curvy women not realistic is cope. Exactly, it's cope. Like Zen will testify for that. There were so many games. Like, I cannot even stress this enough. Like, I do not feel represented in a lot of those games. Like, take any almost any MMO game. You cannot make a fat ass, you know? How am I supposed to feel represented? No fat asses, no big booba. Like, how am I supposed to feel represented? And honestly, quite frankly, there's not a lot of Middle Eastern representation in character customization either. So either give me fat asses or let me make the face the way I want to make it. Like, none of it exists. You're allowed to be only flat. And you can pick only from 3 options: white, Asian, or Hispanic. That's it. Or even white, Asian, and black. Like, sometimes it's just those 3. Sometimes it's the other 3. It's like, you can never win. And hi, Lord Peace. Middle Eastern representation is just hijab now, which is messed up. Not every Middle Eastern is Muslim. I'm not saying anything about people who follow the religious beliefs of Muslim, but not every single Middle Easterner is Muslim. And not every single Middle Easterner is tan. It's ridiculous. But when booba too small, I might be put into jail. Fuck. Jealousy, to be honest. I don't know if it's jealousy or if it's I don't even know. I do feel like it's mass projection.
Some bad press. One Discord post from somebody who claims to be Korean says that they believe Tencent
Look,
will try to censor the game.
For people who know and for people who've been here for a while, I am super for LGBTQ. I've been in Indian rallies protesting for the gay rights. US LGBTQ community, and I'm not saying every single person, but specific people from the communities told me I have no place in the community because I'm dating a guy as a pansexual. Which they themselves don't even know what a pansexual is. That's what it tells me. Like, the stuff in US is getting so out of hand, it's ridiculous. Like, you just cannot win.
Game in order to make a Chinese release viable. The gaming Rukiana account is long gone, and all of my attempts to get
Like,
any
for some
conclusive
reason in
information have
US,
failed.
if you're pansexual, you're supposed to date someone the same gender as you are. Which, that's not how pansexual people work. And according to US, if you're Middle Eastern, you're supposed to be stereotypical Middle Easterner. That's not how it works either. And in US, you can show booba, but only if you're a skinny, flat person. But if you're not a skinny, flat person, you're being over-sexualized. That's not how it works. I support LGBTQ plus, whatever anyway point I support, it doesn't mean I have to be part of it. I officially decided not to be part of it anymore because of the massive hypocrisy I've been facing there. US is the epicenter of discrimination within reclusive and inclusive community. That's actually really well put.
Unfortunately. I did find a few interesting tidbits though. This individual may have been tweeting in both English and Korean about Stellar Blade for quite some time, because this tweet from September 17th, 2022 is a meme image of a bunch of muscled men heading out to buy Stellar Blade.
God damn it.
This tweet is in reply to
Also,
something
Malcolm
that
in the
made
Middle,
Rukiana
best show
delete.
ever.
So presumably, back in 2022, they were also posting negative stuff about the game. And this was just a Western shit poster giga-chatting about how they're going to buy it anyway. Continuing to poke around led me to discover some deep lore threads about gaming Rukiana on the Korean side of Twitter. All of this stuff reads like they've been in several online controversies over the years, and they've changed their online name multiple times in order to escape their reputation. But without any context to any of these stories, I really don't know what to make of them. But hey, it is interesting to see that this sort of thing happens cross-culturally.
LGBTQ,
In any
what
case,
the
this was
fuck?
basically a perfect storm. Gamers loved the game for several reasons. Online progressives hated it for several
If you
different
read
reasons.
the
Everything
LGBTQ,
aligned perfectly for this to be
I
a shit show,
hate you
and it
guys.
was. Stellar Blade sold 1 million copies in 24 hours, and the progs went into overdrive cope mode. The game sucks, it doesn't do anything new. Gaming's moved on from this. It's excessive that you like it so much. This is one case in a very long history of cases where progressives, especially progressive journalists,
Why
view it
is it
as their
that
duty to set the cultural
people are
standard,
supposed to
and
be
they always
afraid of
react with
liking a
vitriol
game
when
now?
average people are not in line with their expectations. Their reporting reeks
I-
of bitterness.
I've
Like,
seen
yeah,
so
fine, it was good,
so
and
many
you just
people
can't
being
let
like,
your hat.
"Oh, you
Why are
like
you still
Stellar
talking about it,
Blade? That
gamers?"
means you're a
The
pervert
primary
and
drama revolved
a
around Eve's
P-hop
attractiveness, and how
obsessor."
progressives viewed her as objectifying, which I went into detail about during that previous video. It's the same argument that Anita Sarkeesian made all those years ago.
In dozens
Oh.
of third-person games with playable female
So-
characters, the character's butt is brought to the
No, I
forefront,
hate
and
her.
that's where the player's focus is directed. In
I
Batman
hate her.
Arkham City, for instance, the player's gaze is drawn to Catwoman's behind, which is emphasized by her costume and exaggerated hip sway. And this happens all too often.
But that's how some people walk. What is your damage?
This emphasis on the butts of female characters communicates to players that this is what's important. This is
Tell
what
me
needs
you
to
have a
be
flat
attention.
butt without telling
It
me you have a
communicates that
flat
the
butt.
character is a sexual object designed for players to look at and enjoy.
And to be fair, there are a lot of coomers out there enjoying this game for the
Of
obvious reasons.
course.
Compare these two. Look at the meat, like the muscles, the quadriceps.
Of course there will be.
above the knee, just around the knee.
But you cannot blame a
obviously
fat
see
ass for liking food.
that
Honestly, yeah.
It's getting squished by the stockings and the calves.
Because that's how it
Okay,
works.
this is very obvious.
That's how it works when you put.
And God bless him. It is your sovereign right to coom as much as you like, buddy. But the conversation has a lot more to it than that.
God
There is
damn
no
it.
doubt that Kim is our guy. He confirmed as much when he directly said that hundreds of hours of development time went directly into
If
Eve's
he's about to
ass.
have a
Other
field day,
game
what do
devs
you
came out against Stellar
mean?
Blade, like David Jaffe, the creator of God of War, who said, "I love how the
Wait,
game
what do
that's
you
supposed
mean?
to be
Why
for
would
real
I
men
have a
who love
field
hot
day?"
chicks and hate wokeness rewards them for pre-ordering with lots of clothes and accessories to play dress-up with." Listen, dude, I know that you've shriveled up with trolls remorse over the years, but I remember exactly what you put into the original God of War games. You are not going to shame anyone over liking hot chicks. What made the shaming really hypocritical was that the Aphrodite character from Hades 2 got revealed at the
Yes.
same time. And the people
Yes,
doing the
thank
Blade
you.
shaming immediately turned
Thank you for including this part. I will actually rewind it to the very beginning. Thank you for mentioning the Aphrodite part. Thank you.
anyone over liking hot chicks. What made the shaming really hypocritical was that the Aphrodite character from Hades 2 got revealed at the same time, and the people doing the Stellar Blade shaming immediately turned around and began to publicly drool all over their own naked lady. It's safe horny, guys. I know I'm a broken record at this point, but that's what it always boils down to. Your
Safe
sexuality
horny.
oppressive, their sexuality empowering. At the same time, they went out of their way to rewrite history and claimed that they never said Bayonetta or
God
Nier contained
damn.
objectified female characters. Those were actually empowering icons of feminine sexuality. But Stellar Blade? No, that's for the men. That's evil. You know, this is the internet,
It's
right?
not
We
just
can go
for
back
the
and see
men.
progressives making the same claim about 2B or Bayonetta back then that you're making about Stellar Blade right now.
She carries with her 4 pistols, 2 of which are strapped
Oh
to her
my
high-heeled
god.
boots,
Bayonetta
which
isn't
provide the
even
perfect
curvy, let's
opportunity
be
for her to
honest
move
here.
her body into pornographic poses, including spreading her legs and doing a little flip in the air to kill the bad guys.
No, that's
When
just
she lands, she does a little sexy pose
stretching.
to the player, complete with the sound of a camera shutter snapping.
Yes.
But it gets even better, because one
What
of her
the
most
fuck?
powerful weapons involves her stripping all her clothes off and turning her hair into an evil demon weapon fighting.
Yo, I never seen
These people
this.
are actually just trash. If it's theirs, it's good. If it's yours, it's bad. And if they can take it from you, they will. Some of them even went so far as to claim that Stellar Blade was causing violence against women. The death
Huh?
of women, even. The editor-in-chief of IGN's French division said in a
I'm pretty
comment
sure
thread on
Zen
their
played
Stellar Blade
Bayonetta,
page, "Go
and I
tell the
can
women who are
testify
hit,
that he
killed,
doesn't hit me."
denigrated, or who commit suicide because they can't live up to the fictional standards expected by men. The problem is not the sexy design itself, even though it sucks, but the males who will only want this type of fictional body in reality. Obviously, we understand that this does not shock people who think that women are objects who
men
must
are
obey and
simple.
be beaten.
The only thing men want, they want enough meat to hold on to. That's all they want. Pretty sure she's the female version of Dante's from DMC. Dude, you even look at the character from Devil May Cry. Like, you cannot tell me he's not a thirst trap. Like, Go fuck yourself if you think he's not a thirst trap. Dante does the shit and I never did play Bayonetta. Well, confirmed. Bayonetta causes violence. He never played it, never hit me. I'm just using their logic. It didn't look fun for me.
This design makes us sigh and roll our eyes,
I
and
mean,
we
for
laugh
each
at
their
anyone
own.
who needs it. This clashing remark only has
It's
this
just so
impact
ridiculous,
because of a
though.
good portion of gamers who've become too fragile due to being fed the patriarchy. Right, so, because Eve is hot, male gamers will beat up women who aren't as hot? Is that the logic here? Actually, it's exactly the logic, because that take was actually given in English. Just a month ago, I saw people gazing and mouthwatering over a nude mod of Leon in Resident Evil 4, and it seemed normal.
What?
But when people get fan service of female characters, suddenly it's a problem. The
Bro.
sexualization of women in broad strokes leads to assaults and killings, whereas the sexualization of men is kinda cringe. I hope this helps. None of you can ever make fun of Jack Thompson again. You have woked yourself back around to his position. But like I said, Kim is our guy. He said in another Korean interview, "I know in the West, game characters have to reflect realistic appearances in many ways, and that many issues like gender and racial diversity are intertwined. However, Stellar Blade is only a cultural entertainment product. I hope you will keep an eye on this, as a fun action game has just been released." In other words, Kim is rejecting the Gramscian position. He's saying he has no moral obligation to represent any specific political point of view. He is simply
He
making the
doesn't.
game that he and his team want to make.
Quit having fun.
There is one more interesting mini story before we
Yeah,
move on to the big
I
one,
did
the
a
outfit
video on
censorship.
on Save
According to
40. It's
Famitsu,
such a
Stellar Blade was
dumbass
the highest
idea.
selling game
I need
during
to
its
check
launch
that out.
period in
I
Japan.
never heard that one
Japanese gamer
before.
reported on Twitter that some stores were restricting purchases of Stellar Blade to one per customer, which apparently is not a normal practice over there. Another person stated that he's seen several stores that are completely sold out. So it seems like Stellar Blade is set up to be a success in Japan, just like it is everywhere else. But there's also something weird going on here. If you're in North America or Europe, go look at your copy of Stellar Blade. You'll notice that all the various voice languages are available. The native
I'm gonna explain it in the most simple terms I can ever say it. You don't like it, you don't play it. You like it, you play it. I don't like it, I don't play Stellar Blade. Will I go on a tirade online saying, "Oh, this is such over sexualizing, fuck you, and especially fuck you, and by the way, your cat, fuck that cat too"? No, I'm not gonna do that. The game didn't seem appealing to me. I'm good. That's simple. Move on with your life. Yeah, safe horny versus problematic horny. It's if your sexual interest is politically accepted. Oh my god. Get me out. I am definitely watching the video after this. 100%.
native Korean, which is the best one, along with English, French, German, Italian, Dutch, but
People
no
are
Japanese.
wild.
If you buy the
I'm
game in
telling
Japan,
you,
there's a
after
Japanese voice
COVID,
option, but
people
not
lost
anywhere
their
else.
shit.
Only versions of the game bought in Japan have a Japanese voice option. Some people think that it's due to the nature of the Japanese voice acting industry. They didn't want to get the rights to that performance outside of Japan, since it might have been an extra headache. That is possible, but unlikely, since they do it for anime all the time. I have my own theory. I don't have any proof here, this is just a dev hunch. For the past decade, South Korea has been trying to compete culturally with Japan at its own game. K-pop overtook J-pop, K-dramas overtook J-dramas. Korean animation hasn't dethroned anime yet, but man, there are a ton of highly talented Korean artists out there. And they're aiming at video games too. Japanese game devs are regarded as some of the best in the world. I personally think the Japanese language release was deliberately omitted
prefer
from
the
all
European game
non-Japanese
devs.
releases of Stellar Blade, and the only Asian language
Just a
included is
personal
Korean,
preference.
because Shift Up wants it to be clearly known that it's a Korean
A
studio that
lot,
made this game.
and this
But
timeline.
that's just a theory, a dev theory.
Oh, ah! I'm gonna leave a dislike just for that joke. What?
All right, let's
What
finally
the
talk about the big controversy surrounding Stellar Blade.
Okay, that looked
However, in order to do
hilarious.
so, first, I need to fill you in on
Look,
the game's various
if you
versions
get
surrounding
turned
Stellar Blade.
on,
All
if you
right.
get turned on by this, if you get turned on by this, you have mental issues. If you think this is sexual, like those commentators do, I think you need to seek a therapist. It's a stretch. Like, my brain when I saw this was, that looks funny. Because the rope looks like it's morphing into her body.
Alright, let's finally talk about the big controversy surrounding Stellar Blade. However, in order to do so, first I need to fill
play
you
the
in on the
game.
game's various versions and their differences. Stellar Blade, like most modern
Stop
games, had a day one patch on
pretending
April
like you know
26th,
better.
2024,
Like,
same day the game launched. If you bought the first
why are
run
you
of the
looking
physical
for
edition of the
drama?
game, like
Why
I
are
did,
you
the version
trying
of the
to
game on
look
the disc is one
where people sexualize something and then praise someone for sexualizing? It's, and I guarantee you, if I go on Twitter right now and type in Stellar Blade, there will be people saying like Stellar Blade is the downfall of humanity. Stellar Blade is the reason why your dad is gonna divorce your mom. What? It's like too much of a good thing is a bad thing, you know? It's pixels, man. It's fucking pixels. They don't like it, don't play it. The argument is usually rejected because it's a piece of artwork has bad politics attached to it. These people don't want those ideas to spread. It's insufferable. People really need to calm the fuck down. Not everyone is gonna have the same opinion as you do. Like, I'm just speechless. Like, why is it that we all have to think the same thing now? Why is it no person can have their own opinions anymore? Like, when the first time I saw a trailer for Stellar Blade, I said, okay, they're going too crazy with the jiggle physics. That's it. I said it to Zen while we were having dinner. That's it. That was the whole discussion. You don't see me going on a fucking tirade. My second comment about the game was, it doesn't look interesting to me. That's it. Again, just me and Zen talking while having dinner. Our third discussion about this game was, hey, look at the shit people losing their minds. It's that simple. Have your own opinion, don't be a sheep. Pretty much. Honestly, attaching politics to something like games, art form, or any kind of art is such a lowbrow move. They keep doing it. Yep. I don't know. I feel like people are just stupid.
1.000.000.
That's my professional opinion. People are stupid.
We'll just call this version 1.0. The day one patch is 1.002.000. We'll call it 1.2. If you bought the digital edition
hot
of
take.
the game,
This just entered my mind. What if, and bear with me, what if the people who have problems with it is because they think their partner is gonna leave them for the pixel girlfriend? So that's why they have a problem with it. I'm just saying.
when you downloaded it, it was always version 1.2. You can't access 1.0 without a physical disc. 1.2 adds New Game Plus and Hard Mode, with a series of palette-swapped new outfits available in the locations of their original counterparts on your second playthrough. If you want to play on version 1.0 of the game, you have to disconnect your PS5 from the internet and then put the disc in. If the PS5 is connected to the internet, the minute you put that disc in, it will phone home looking for an update.
They interview,
even
they
if you
aren't.
set the PS5 to never
They
check for
aren't.
updates. Yeah, it just ignores that setting entirely. This is actually pretty annoying, because the minute your PS5 knows that a patch for a game exists, it will refuse to launch the game at all. Seriously, I did a fresh install of Stellar Blade 1.0. I let the PS5 connect to the internet, and it queued up a 1.2 patch install. I cancelled the download and disconnected the PS5 from the internet, and it still wouldn't run the 1.0 version of the game. I had to uninstall the game entirely and reinstall it from scratch, from the disk, in order to be able to access 1.0 again. What a hassle. 1.0 and 1.2 aren't the only versions of the game, though. The Stellar Blade demo is considered 1.001.000 for some reason. Let's call that version 1.1. I'm assuming this means the demo is actually a version of the game with a few more bug fixes than 1.0, since they probably had to declare a complete version and start printing discs for retail pretty early on. But maybe some future bug fixes that were in 1.2 might have been able to be squeezed into the demo? I don't know. And on May 24th, 2024, version 1.003.000 dropped. Let's call that version 1.3. This version added a boss rush mode for people who had completed the game at least once, and also added a few new outfits,
Whoa,
which we'll
that
discuss
looks
later.
sick.
As far as I know, now that 1.3 is out, there's no easy way to access 1.2 anymore, unless you've already got it installed on your PS5 and you haven't yet connected it to the internet. Every 1.0 version of Stellar Blade, once updated, will now automatically install version 1.3, skipping over 1.2. So there's 4 versions in total. 1.0 the disc version, 1.1 the demo version, 1.2 the day 1 patch, and 1.3 the May 24th patch. Future dev here inserting this in post. While editing this video, patch 1.4 dropped on June 18th. It adds a few quality of life improvements, including the ability to access the hair salon on the go, which means you're no longer locked into one hairstyle after going to the space elevator. Additionally, 2 new outfits were added, which look pretty nice. But none of this changes anything that I'm about to say regarding the Stellar Blade censorship controversy or the origins of the outfit changes in between versions. I will say though, in a world where new skins cost up to $10 a pop, looking at you Suicide Squad, the fact that Stellar Blade's new outfits are free, and you just gotta unlock them by playing the game, Shift Up has my undying support for that alone. I'm being this detailed and autistic because I actually went through and examined various differences on each patch myself, personally, at least as much as I could. This is important because on April 21st, 2024, a few days before release, the official Twitter account for the game declared that Stellar Blade offers the same uncensored version in all countries, including the Japanese version, with this dramatic graphic showing pixelation and a red X with the words "uncensored all countries" boldly on top of it. Maybe I'm reading a bit too much into this, but considering that Japan has some weird laws regarding the pixelation of certain body parts, it seems to me that their use of pixelation in this image, while specifically mentioning Japan, might actually be a direct reference to Japanese law? I don't know. What I do know is that people took this tweet in the West to mean that Stellar Blade was going to be completely uncensored, and it's this declaration around which the entire controversy orbits. Firstly was complaints about the blood and gore of the game getting censored.
What the fuck?
Some people on Twitter said that Sony, not Shift Up, but Sony themselves, censored the game's violent content in the Day 1 patch. I'll explain why it's Sony specifically later. And fair enough, there is clearly significantly more blood on Eve herself in the first picture compared to the second. Though I'm not exactly sure I'd call the second one censored, it's still very bloody. That is literally a fountain of gore in the background. When I first saw this, I thought it might be a difference between the PS5's performance mode versus its resolution mode. In performance mode, the PS5 favors smooth gameplay with high frame rates, and will sacrifice graphical fidelity in order to achieve it. This generally means lower resolution textures and less particle effects.
I have no
In resolution
idea
mode,
what
the PS5 will
Rodrigo
sacrifice
just said in
frame
my
rate
chat.
in order to make the game look its absolute best. So, since the original tweet showed the death animation of the first mini-boss, I decided
always
to go
thought
and defeat
Sony
that
did
mini-boss 6
censorship.
times. 2 times on the disc
I
version,
don't know.
1.0, once in performance mode and once in resolution mode, 2 times in the demo version, 1.1, 1 performance and 1 resolution, and 2 times in the Day 1 patch, 1.2, 1 performance and 1 resolution. What I found is, while there is a bit more blood on resolution mode for all 3 versions, the difference isn't really that drastic, and none of them are anywhere near the level of blood on Eve in that first picture back in that tweet. So, right now at least, when that fan claimed that the Day 1 patch censored the gore, it doesn't look like it, since that level of gore isn't on the disc version either. There might be a little bit more blood on Eve's face.
Wait, hold on. Let me rewatch this.
Or anywhere near the level of blood on Eve in that first picture back in that tweet. So, right now at least, when that fan claimed that the Day 1 patch censored the gore, it doesn't look like it, since that level of gore isn't on the disc version either. There might be a little bit more blood on Eve's face in the demo versions, but the amount of blood on her body looks the same. I went back to the January 31st trailer and checked out some finishing moves in there too.
Okay,
There are
good luck
instances
with
where
work.
Eve could get quite bloody, and still there's only a few drops on her, like every other version of the game. So I don't know where this came from, man. And then I realized something. That original tweet was specifically comparing the skin suit. Now, the skin suit is a special outfit in the game, in that it's the only outfit that actually changes gameplay, since you have no shields whatsoever while you wear it. All the other outfits are just cosmetic. It's also by far the most revealing outfit of the bunch, as Eve is basically naked. You unlock the skin suit whenever you take all of Eve's clothing off, because the developers knew exactly what they were doing when they made this game. But the deal with the devil is pretty clear. You can have your fully naked sex doll Eve, but only if you play the game without any shields. So I went back and killed the boss with the skin suit. And there it is. The demo version, 1.1, had that crazy amount of blood on Eve's body, but the other versions didn't. The blood only appears while naked and only in the demo. Whenever Eve is wearing clothes, in any version of the game, demo or otherwise, the blood covering her body does not appear. So this is a real change, don't get me wrong, but it's something that most players would probably never even notice, since very few of them actually take on bosses without shields. Now, maybe you think that all outfits should be drenched in blood after a big finishing move. And fair enough, but that was never in any version of the game that we played. And then, of course, there's the
bodysuit one. It doesn't make sense it completely being drenched in blood, because some fabric, it just slides off. Like, they would have to go so super in-depth with how every single fabric reacts to it. Or am I just overthinking that? Okay, Mr. Bob the Builder.
It's a derogatory racial remark that has divided people for many years.
And a J. Edgar Hoover elementary teacher has now been suspended over calling a student the N-word.
This story is actually pretty funny. Beside the bounty board in Zion, there's a shopkeeper named Roxanne, who will sell you patterns for new outfits based on your relationship with her. Yeah, I forgot to mention this earlier. You have a relationship meter with each of the main NPCs in town. Though in the case of Roxanne, it quite literally seems to be a relationship, as she's constantly hitting on Eve
common
every time
in
you go to
games.
pick up new bounties or buy new outfits. Hey, I wonder why all of the evil, bigoted gamers who love this game didn't complain about this obvious example of LGBTQIA+ representation. Could it be because it's not annoying or overtly political, or clearly the author speaking through a character in order to lecture the audience? Well, Roxanne's shop is called the R Shop, and there's a sign pointing the way to it, a big neon R with the word shop underneath. Seems normal. But it just so happens that right beside the R Shop sign was a bit of graffiti saying the word hard. Now, this graffiti is used in multiple places in the game, generally as part of the background. I assume the game devs had a bunch of graffiti textures that they occasionally reused across the game as part of the scenery. And there's no way that a bunch of Koreans could have possibly known this, seeing as they probably don't speak English, but in the West, hard R refers to using a specific racial slur in its, more vulgar configuration.
I'm not gonna deny that I dropped my fair share of hard R's back then, because we didn't even, the term hard R didn't even exist.
So this is one of those unintentionally hilarious things that occasionally comes out of cross-cultural interaction. Nobody actually thinks that the game devs at Shift Up intentionally slipped this in as a slight against black people or something. The graffiti hard paired with the letter R has no meaning in Korean, and knowing that nothing was actually intended here is what makes it funny in English. Hard R is a symbol that normally represents something taboo to us, but we also know that the people who created the symbol this time didn't actually violate the taboo, and so we laugh because it's the appearance of impropriety without any actual impropriety. But it's 2024. You can't have anything be funny anymore.
Mr. Pedo claims the version ending in gur is the racial slur.
What is this
but
show,
that he
though?
was using a different version of the word ending in ga. That means the same as buddy or best pal.
IGN wrote in its article on the situation that the
what is
artwork
that
that appears to
show?
reference racist slurs was unintentional and will be changed in the game's Day 1 patch. And yes, all of the usual suspects came crawling out of the woodwork to talk about how problematic Stellar Blade is now. If there was only some kind of group you could contract to give media a, I don't know, sensitivity read and avoid creating work like this for yourself in the future? No, Game Journo. Shift Up should not be contracting Sweet Baby Inc. Go fuck yourself. If that rumored $7 million price tag for their consulting work is true, I bet it was probably cheaper for Shift Up to just swap out the texture in the next update. I find it extremely difficult to believe this was accidental, but who knows? Why? Why did you find it difficult to believe that people who do not speak fucking English accidentally did this? Could it be because you are looking for a villain? Keep in mind that this is Arthur Gies, the co-founder of Polygon, the male feminist who said back in 2014 that Bayonetta was sexist and objectifying. This is of course from before the LGBTs reclaimed her. I have a sneaking suspicion that AI might have been used to make some of the game's posters. They really are just grasping at straws here. Like they
They
couldn't
really
censor the game's
are.
crazy amount of sexuality, so they're spinning up a nothing burger over this hard R thing in order to try and claim some kind of victory.
I think they're just going to be like, oh, okay, sure, we'll change it back. Like, we love sexy things, like, why not? I feel like that's going to be the ultimate answer here. The problem being, like, they're going to take this as, like, some huge win that, like, they conquered, you know, woke Sony censorship and stuff, and just these totally invented narratives that
The
are not
Boondocks is a black
based in
comedy from the
reality.
2000s
Well, if you still want
that
to see
used
the hard
slurs
R
a
for
lot
yourself,
and is
it
very
exists on the
funny.
disc, version 1.0. But
I heard
future
of it,
patches
but I
did
never
in fact
seen
change the
it.
graffiti from saying hard to crime, which is another one of the random graffiti textures you see throughout the game. So now, instead of saying hard R, it says crime R, crimer. You know, the internet slang term for a black person who commits crimes, a crimer. This is actually hilarious. They fixed the problem by putting in something that is unintentionally even more racist. And this time, it's too obscure for the normies to get it. Fucking incredible.
It's like when you grow in crops and you strip the soil of its nutrients and goodness, and then you can't grow nothing. You gotta rotate your race of sludge.
I guess the question is, when the Stellar Blade Twitter account proudly proclaimed that the game will be uncensored, do these changes, the blood on the skin suit, the hard R, actually count as censorship? Well, in order to answer that, we need to talk a bit about what censorship actually is. Let's begin with the normal definition. The suppression or prohibition of any parts of
Like
books,
ever since I
films,
moved to
news,
US, my
etc.
mind
that
is
are
just
considered
blown
obscene,
every
politically
single day.
unacceptable, or a threat to security. This is a pretty good starting point. What's being said here is that the creator of a piece of speech is being prevented by an authority from speaking his true intention. For example, if you wrote a novel with a gay character while living in a religious country, and the government stepped in and said, no, this character must be made straight, or we won't let you publish the book, the author is being censored by the government. More specifically, the author has an intention for his work, and the government is imposing its own rules on that intention. Therefore, what this means is a determination of whether or not something is censorship necessarily requires knowledge of the author's intent. After all, if an author writes a draft of a book and then goes back and edits his own work, he's not censoring himself if he's changing his work to be more in line with his intended vision. Intention is key. Keep this in mind for later, as it's very important. So, when the blood on the skin suit or the hard R was changed in future versions of the game, was that censorship? For the hard R, probably not. I'm sure that Sony actually did tell Shift Up to change it, as IGN alluded to, because Sony is a multinational corporation that can more easily discover the English context of hard R as opposed to Shift Up, a Korean developer without much connection to the English-speaking world. So the authority part of censorship here is covered with Sony's involvement. But was the intention of the author violated by the authority of Sony? Probably not. I find it hard to believe that hard R was a core part of the artistic vision that somebody at Shift Up had for Stellar Blade, and it's just not the same game with the change. In other words, there's authority, but there's no violated intention. What about the bloody skin suit, though? Well, it's possible that Shift Up changed things to be less bloody between the demo and the release, in order to adhere to some standard for violent content that Sony imposed on them. If so, that would be censorship. But we can't know for sure, unless somebody at either company came out and said so, or there were some emails leaked or something, proving that Shift Up intended for the blood to be present, and Sony stepped in and said, no, take it out. It also might be the case that the game just ran better with less blood effects, and so they changed it for hardware reasons. In that case,
that's
is
how
it
it
censorship?
works.
I don't think
The
so.
more
No
pixels
authority
you
would be
have,
imposing on their intention.
the
Think
more
about it. If
on
somebody had a
the
grand
the more processing power it takes. So when you reduce, so almost every single game has that option. You can reduce how much blood there is in the game, and quite often, way back in the past when I used to be a laptop gamer, I would remove the blood option only because the game would run smoother.
vision for a piece of art, and it didn't turn out quite like they intended because they just couldn't pull it off due to some practical limitation. That doesn't sound like censorship to me. The artist's intention might have been violated, but there's no authority doing the censoring, unless you want to pin it on God or nature or the universe or something. It also just might be the case that the people at Shift Up themselves genuinely wanted to change the amount of blood on the skin suit. After all, in the demo, the only version of the game where we actually saw the excessive amounts of blood splatter on the skin suit, that blood wasn't present on any other outfit in the demo. That might speak to intention. If Shift Up themselves considered having tons of blood on Eve after a finishing move, and then came to the decision of their own volition to tone it down, it kind of makes
You're looking at the picture, the foot holding the mug. It's just killing me.
sense that they actually missed making that change for the Easter egg costume in the demo, but did make it for the main costumes. Once again, though, this is just guesswork. However, this leads us to the biggest controversy of them all, and really, what people actually mean when they say that Stellar Blade was censored. Let's take a deep dive into the censored outfits of Stellar Blade. Actually, before we do that, I'm gonna really quickly say something to those jerks who skipped over all this Kino content back at the start of the video. I put a lot of work into this shit. Let's get some revenge on them. What do you say? Hello, my friend. If you're here having skipped ahead from the beginning of the video, welcome to the only part that you care about. Before we start, I just want you to know that during all of the incredible content you just passed over, you missed some vital information concerning the arrest of Hillary Clinton. I wish you could have been there. I guess I could put up a second timestamp.
Yo, that's
to where
so
I dropped the information,
mean.
but unfortunately you've already used up your quota today. I guess you'll just have to watch the entire video for yourself. Have fun.
It was so
When people talk
mean.
about the Stellar Blade censorship controversy, they're not really talking about the hard R change or the blood splatter change, both of which we covered in the previous part. No. What people mean are the censored outfits. We all know that Stellar Blade's big hook is the fact that the game is unapologetically sexual in a 2000s era video gamey, almost pornographic way, during a time where sexuality, at least male sexuality, is shamed and repressed by progressive prudes who view it as a destructive social force.
The character from a bygone era, I do think the character model was actually like very distracting in not a good way, because like with the camera angles chosen, it just felt like,
Look, if the character is distracting you that much from even playing the game, you have issues.
this game seems like a game that came out in like 2002 in terms of its, like character design. It's like a bit old and not flattering, I don't think, for a modern audience. In comparison to something like Forspoken, which has, I mean, yes, it has a much more realistic looking character designs. It's not these hyper proportioned something or another's, but it also seemed, I don't know, a bit more grounded in a way that I found much more appealing.
The guy is coping
From a general
so
standpoint, I
hard.
do agree with you, but I do think Project Eve, when it comes to facial construction, it does have some merit though, because the characters look very different. It's just that once you go, neck down, there's a lot of issues on display.
That's the problem.
Oh my god, no one tell them that
Blade is imposing
Lost Ark
unrealistic body
exists. They will
standards on
lose
women,
their
despite
shit.
Eve's body actually being based on scans taken from a real Korean model. Nonetheless, it's Eve's attractiveness in an era of, frankly, unattractive female characters in gaming that caught everyone's eye. It wasn't only titillating, it was refreshing. When David Jaffe made fun of the fact that men wanted to dress up Eve like they were playing with a doll, we all know he was being retarded, because the point of the outfits is that they're attractive, and Eve is a hot lady. That's it. You change outfits to get some new eye candy on the screen while you're playing the game. If you think that kind of overt sexuality is problematic or degenerate, fine, I don't care. But that's clearly what the intention is. So, when it turned out that the Day 1 patch included numerous changes to several outfits in the game, seemingly in direct contradiction to what Shift Up declared on Twitter, that Stellar Blade would be uncensored everywhere, fans got really, really angry about it.
What's wrong with you, bro? What the heck? You tripping, bro? You tripping?
Now, just like with the blood
Love
effect
that
comparisons earlier, I personally sat down and autistically recorded every single outfit unlocked across all of our save files of Stellar Blade on versions 1.0, the disc, 1.2, the Day 1 patch, and 1.3, the May 24th patch. I didn't do it for 1.1, the demo, because frankly, there's not really any outfits to collect in the demo. I want to warn you right now, the rest of the video gets ridiculously autistic. We are doing the deep dive into what is, let's be real, something that really doesn't matter all that much in the grand scheme of things. Like, I guarantee you, nobody's gonna be on their deathbed thinking, God, I wish I spent more time on those Stellar Blade outfits. But we are interested in the truth here on this channel, no matter how irrelevant, so let's go. Before we start, I want to point out that the vast majority of the outfits across all three versions of the game remain unchanged, at least as far as I can tell. The various planetary diving suits, the outfits that look more or less like normal clothing, and some of the more cosplay-esque outfits all appear to be the same between versions 1.0, 1.2, and 1.3. Even the skin suit, the one where Eve is buck naked, entire bare ass hanging out, there's no difference. So let's look at what's actually changed. Keep in mind that each of these outfits have color-swapped variants unlockable on New Game Plus, and whatever changes are on the original are usually also on the variant. First is the bikini, Blue Monsoon. On 1.0 it shows a little bit more of Eve's boobs and butt than it does in 1.2 and 1.3. I'm talking like an inch more of fabric. Can you see it? Well, if you can't, the website freestellarblade.com, yes, that's a thing, we'll talk about it later, has made these handy comparison GIFs. See it now? There's a
No.
little bit more coverage on the 1.2 version of the bikini than the 1.0
Barely
version. Not
any.
much, but hey, it's something. Next up is probably the single most important factor
Just
for why this story
grasping.
blew up on Twitter. The holiday rabbit outfit. I don't really know how to describe this one. It's like an open-backed hoodie with the zipper down exposing some cleavage, the hood's got bunny ears attached, and the bottom half of the sweater turns into a swimsuit bottom with a bunny tail. It's weird, but you can't deny that it's cute. But this one was altered in 2 ways. If you can't see it, I'll put those GIFs up again.
I don't see it.
Firstly, an extra line of gray fabric was added to the bottom, covering up more of Eve's hips and ass. And secondly, a lacy undergarment was added to the boob window of the sweater. This one just doesn't make any sense to me, frankly. Why not zip up the sweater instead of wearing the lace?
Yeah.
And why does the extra fabric call attention to itself by being a different color? In fact, because the New Game Plus variant is orange, the extra strips look really out of place there. Next, let's look at cybernetic bondage. This one explicitly looks like a fetish outfit, which is suitable given the name. The only real difference between version 1.0 and 1.2 is that the cleavage was covered up by this extra line of white fabric right across the boob window. What's interesting about this one is that the menu icon for the outfit implies that the front should be done up entirely with, what is this, a red string? While 1.2 adds the white boob covering, the 1.0 version has a similar stomach covering. This was also added at some point before 1.0, because in that January gameplay trailer I mentioned earlier, you can actually see Eve wearing the autonetic bondage outfit, which is the yellow variant of cybernetic bondage, unlocked on New Game Plus. And in that trailer, both the boob window and the stomach are fully exposed, like the icon suggests, and unlike autonetic bondage in 1.2. Outfit 4, the cybernetic dress. No changes between 1.0 and 1.2 as far as I can tell. However, in that January gameplay trailer, the semi-transparent mesh that covers the sides of Eve's hips and stomach, as well as the upper half of her boobs, is significantly more see-through than in all playable versions of the game. Outfit 5, Mutan Peony? How do you pronounce this? I don't know, man, it's the Chinese dress. In real life, it's a traditional Mandarin dress called a qipao, which is actually making a comeback in modern fashion. Again, no changes between 1.0 and 1.2 regarding the playable outfit, but during the game's clothing tutorial, you can actually see a version of it with no pantyhose, only bare leg. This actually caused some overzealous people on Twitter to lie and claim that the hoseless variant was actually available to wear in 1.0. But that's just not true.
So that was a fucking lie.
In fact, one consistent thing I noticed about this story is that for every legitimate outfit change, there is at least one take where claims of censorship were made that ended up not being true, but everyone got mad anyway. I guess some people just like to be outraged. For outfits 6 and 7,
really
I'm
do
gonna have
like
to
being-
rely on my fellow internet artists, as I have to admit
I'm
I never
just-
found all the cans or caught all the fish in order to unlock these
what
final
is
2.
wrong with
Sorry,
people?
there's limits to even my autism. The Black Pearl outfit looks like some vaguely Chinese-inspired lingerie. It's already pretty sexy,
No,
but in the
it's
digital
not
manual
Chinese-inspired
included with 1.0,
lingerie.
you can see that the reward for finding all the cans is a different version
It's
of Black
very
Pearl, with the
basic
sides of
lingerie.
Eve's stomach exposed. The other outfit, Ocean Maid, is just maid-themed lingerie. Again, the icon shows that the sides of Eve's stomach should be exposed, just like with Black Pearl. But on the actual outfit, the sides are covered up with a skin-toned fabric. And, just like with Black Pearl, in the 1.0 manual, there's artwork of Ocean Maid with Eve's sides exposed. Also, I'm not sure where this comes from. It looks like a picture of an early version of the game from a trade show or something, but this appears to be an uncensored version of Ocean Maid. So there they are, the 7 censored outfits. There's actually a few more, but we'll get to them later. These are the 7 important ones. Holiday Rabbit and Blue Monsoon were changed between 1.0 and 1.2. Cybernetic Dress, Black Pearl, Ocean Maid, and Mountain Pony were all changed between a previous beta version of the game and 1.0. And Cybernetic Bondage changed twice, in both steps. Beta to 1.0, where the stomach was covered, and 1.0 to 1.2, where the cleavage was covered. And the fans were fucking livid, let me tell you. Stellar Blade had made this big public show about the game being uncensored, and then not only did they do a day 1 patch, changing probably the most popular outfits in the game, but a whole bunch of autismos, like me, dug around previous trailers and discovered even more changes. This turned into a huge shit show. It was all over social media. Progressives were out there calling people who cared degenerate incels or whatever. But most importantly of all, fans were wondering why. Why plant your flag in the sand on being anti-censorship, only to release what appeared to be censored versions of the game? What's going on here? Well, there seems to be two common answers to that question.
I just don't
The first
understand.
is that Stellar
How
Blade
does
is
a
being
little bit of
censored by
fabric make a
Sony.
difference?
The original outfits constitute the uncensored vision of the developers at Shift Up.
Like,
and
why
Sony
would
is
they
coming
add
in
the
and
extra
forcing them
fabric?
to make changes. The second answer is that Stellar Blade isn't being censored at all, but rather the developers at Shift Up intended all along for the 1.2 version of the outfits to be the official ones. Let's examine both of these possibilities. The first answer, that Sony is censoring Stellar Blade by forcing them to change these outfits, that is what most Stellar Blade fans believe online, and not without reason. Sony has a history of doing exactly this sort of thing. They've censored Asian presentations of sexual content for years now on both the PS4 and PS5. Not Western presentations of sexual content. You can still watch the ugly muscle girl get bummed in Last of Us 2 all day long. But starting in late 2018, Sony began to censor Japanese games not only overseas, but in Japan as well. On December 1st, 2018, in a Japanese-only interview, the then president of Sony's Interactive Entertainment Division said, regarding the regulation of the depiction of content, it's simply a matter of matching global standards. As for freedom of expression, we have to think about what might be unpleasant for children and shield them from those things while also thinking and assessing ways to find a balance. By April of 2019, an English Sony rep told the Wall Street Journal that the prevalence of the #MeToo hashtag, as well as the popularity of live streaming, had motivated Sony to change their policies regarding sexual content. More specifically, they are particularly concerned about Japanese games that feature sexualized images of underage girls. And if you look at a list of games that Sony has censored under this new policy, a lot of them do fall into that category. Some of them don't. For example, Catherine Full Body censors some lines that Western progressives considered to be anti-trans from the original game. Devil May Cry 5 features a nude scene of an adult woman that was censored. But the vast majority of these games feature anime girls who are like 16 or 17, with sexually suggestive artwork or in sexually suggestive situations. Now listen, I'm not opening up the whole lolly debate can of worms in this video. We are not tackling whether or not Sony was morally correct to force these changes today. The fact remains that they did. The developers intended for their work to be one way, and Sony came in and made them change it. It might be censorship that you personally agree with for moral reasons, but it's still censorship. Remember from earlier in the video, censorship is the suppression of art for reasons of obscenity, politics, or security, and this is clearly for obscenity. So, there's a not unreasonable assumption on the part of the fans that Stellar Blade is similarly suffering under the Sony boot. The second answer, that Shift Up always intended the 1.2 versions of the outfits to be the official canon outfits. Most fans don't believe this. And yet, that is what Kim himself said in an interview on April 29th, 2024, when directly asked about the controversy.
검열절 버전으로 다시 할 수 있는 방법을 생각하고 계신지 아니면 이런 이슈를 혹시 지금 알고 계신지는 한번 좀 물어보고 싶었습니다.
예, 당연하게도 이 이슈에 대해서 인지를 하고 있습니다. 다만 이제 저희가 최종적으로 여러분들께 보여드리고자 하는 것은 1.000.2 버전의 의상이 맞습니다. 그래서 그게 최종 프로덕트라는 것을 확실히 말씀드리고 싶고요. 다만 이제 이것이 어쨌든 유저 여러분들을 완전 납득시켜드릴 수 있는 답변은 아니기 때문에 지금 현재 그것에 대해서 내부에서 논의 중입니다.
You know what this reminds me of? Let me see if I can find that video. See. That game again. Was it Nike? The God of Victory? It was some big booba game, and the CEO is actually a woman, and everyone was criticizing, hey, it's some thirsty guy making a game.
On the official transcript of this interview, posted to the
That shit
Korean
was
gaming site
wild.
GameAbout, translating the question to English more or less says the same thing. That the outfits in 1.2 were what Kim originally intended the game to feature, but also that they continue to discuss the issue internally. Korean comments praised the person who asked the question, who, based on the context of people responding to him, sounds like he might be a Korean e-celeb or something. While other people are asking for the original 1.0 versions of the costumes to be added back in as new outfits, or microtransactions or something. So, there's the two main positions. There's a lot of precedent for the Sony's censoring Shift Up version of events, but there's not a lot of direct evidence, while the Shift Up always intended this version of events is directly confirmed by Kim himself. Now, it could be that Kim is just blatantly lying out of his ass in this interview, and this isn't actually his intention, and Sony is forcing him to basically take the fall. That is what most of the irate fans following the Stellar Blade story believed on social media back when the interview first dropped. And again, not without reason. On April 16th, 2024, shortly before the game came out, IGN published a conversation between Kim and Yoko Taro, the director of Nier Automata. In this talk, Kim confirms that he was heavily influenced by Nier, which is exactly what I said earlier, and what everyone noticed before he even said it. It's pretty obvious. But then they have this interesting exchange. Yoko Taro spoke a bit about his work on Drakengard, and how the darker tone of that story led to a fight between him and the higher-ups at Square Enix. That conversation opened the door to this little back and forth. Yoko asked, "Speaking of which, Mr. Kim, I want to ask you if there were any fights with Sony Interactive Entertainment, since they are publishing Stellar Blade." Kim replied by glancing at the Sony reps in the room, laughing and saying, "The people at Sony are very, very nice." Yoko answered with, "Sony's staff members are pulling faces I've never seen before. I wish the readers of the article could see it." So this could be just some playful banter, but Stellar Blade fans are taking it as rock-solid proof that Kim's hands are tied, and he simply has to go along with Sony's dictates. It is well within the realm of possibility that Stellar Blade has been censored by Sony. But if you're out here saying that you absolutely know this is the case, that Sony is confirmed the villain, no, you don't. It's a good guess, but it's not confirmed. Definitive proof would be something like an email leak from Sony or Shift Up, confirming that Stellar Blade was edited to conform to Sony's sexual content policy, or someone from those companies coming out and making an official statement to that effect. Though we did get an official statement from Kim saying the exact opposite. And despite this, the people who are hardcore tuned into the story, let's call them the Stellar Blade truthers, because that's a fun name, they didn't believe him. It seems like a declaration of authorial intent is only acceptable to these guys if it conforms to a pre-existing bias. For hypothetical sake, let's assume for a minute that Kim was telling the truth, that the 1.2 outfits actually do represent his legitimate artistic vision. Firstly, if it's a true statement, then any changes implemented in 1.2 is definitionally not censorship. In fact, if Kim actually meant the statement, and then Sony forced him to restore the 1.0 content, then that would also be censorship, even if Eve is showing a bit more skin. Censorship doesn't simply mean when there's less sex. Censorship means violating the intent of the artist. If the artist's intent is that there should be less sexual content in his work, forcing him to make it sexier is just as censorious as forcing a lewder artist to make his work less sexy. Secondly, it seems to me that when Kim says 1.2 was always my final vision, we can then ask the question, why were the changes not already in 1.0? Here's what I mean. Take the Holiday Rabbit outfit, the poster child for the whole controversy. If Kim actually intended for this triangle of lacy fabric to cover up the cleavage, as it does in 1.2, why wouldn't it be there in 1.0 on the disc? Was the costume simply unfinished in 1.0? Was it a bug maybe? Is it possible that on 1.0, the texture of the lace is actually present, but due to a glitch, it's set to be invisible or something? If somebody hacked into the game files on the disc and discovered that was actually the case, that all of these censorious additions were actually present on the disc in 1.0, but just mistakenly disabled, that would actually be extra evidence that when Kim said in the interview the 1.2 costume changes were not censorship but intended, that was the truth. But we don't have that evidence, not yet. As far as I know, nobody's decompiled the game and gone sniffing around or anything like that. But those giga-autists at freestellarblade.com did notice something slightly off. For any costume that was updated after 1.0, Eve's head model doesn't connect quite right with the new body model. There's a visible seam on the lower neck. Do you see it? Look, it's right there. The lighting engine is interacting differently with the two different pieces in a way that is not present on an unaltered costume. The Stellar Blade truthers think that this is proof that these costume edits were rushed out at the last second. But the question remains, why? Was it really to satisfy Sony's whims? Or is there some other explanation? Well, that's a question that I think I can answer. But first, let's switch gears to something a little different. It should come to absolutely no surprise to anyone, but the gamers were fucking pissed about this. Remember, they were promised an uncensored Stellar Blade. All of the game's advertising emphasized its sexual content. People bought it on the promise that it would be titillating like the games of old, before the dark times, before woke fucking losers ruined everything. And right out the gate, a day one patch censors sexual content. People were livid. Leading the charge on this was the Twitter account Grums, aka Mark Kern, a former World of Warcraft developer who initially got into culture worship
he has
as one of
no
the big
leg to
original
stand
voices
on.
back during Gamergate. He's been bouncing around over the years, but he recently blew up back into prominence with his constant coverage of the Stellar Blade controversy. He actually started the hashtag FreeStellarBlade, which that giga-autist website would eventually be named after. He also started a change.org petition, which actually got a fair bit of traction, maxing out at 92,000 signatures. He went all over the internet, doing interviews about the story and hyping the petition up. Grums was all in on getting Shift Up to change the censorship back. His petition wasn't the only angle of attack, though. A bunch of gamers started canceling their PlayStation Plus subscriptions, leaving comments declaring that they would not support Sony if they continued to censor Stellar Blade. There's a rumor floating around the internet that the mass cancellation numbers actually hit the thousands, maybe even the tens of thousands, and Sony was so spooked that they pulled the trigger on making Helldivers 2 require a Sony PSN account to play on PC in order to pump those numbers back up, which was another whole separate shit show that horribly backfired in their face. Grum's bringing so much attention to this story painted a massive target on his back, and frankly, things started to get out of hand. Some guy named Toneman replied to Grum's showing off a comparison video of changed versus unchanged outfits with the tweet, $20,000 to anyone that makes this dipshit disappear. Yeah, this is probably just some retard who's pissed off or trolling on the internet. It's highly unlikely this is a credible threat. However, the socialist political streamer Denims came out of nowhere to hitch herself to this whole shit show, upping the price to $30,000
fuck
on
that
her Twitch
chick.
stream.
Listen, I'll up the number, okay? $30K to anyone who'll make this dipshit disappear and make Eve's breasts bigger. Okay, you have to do both. Alright? Because then it's a win-win for me. I get more breast, and I don't have to see that moron on my timeline anymore.
Now, Denims has a whole ass deep lore that once again, we'll have to go into another day. Long story short, she's just another one of those dumb commies who
I actually used to know her before she became big, when she used to go on Slicker's shows. Like before she blew up, before Slicker blew all his money.
orbits Hassan Piker. And, like with Toneman, I don't think this is a real threat. She's clearly just being an edgelord. But we all know that if you or I went on Twitch and made an edgy joke that even remotely sounded like a threat, targeted at somebody who's left-leaning, we would be banned fucking instantly. On Twitch, the rules only cut one way, and it's quite obvious that Denims is privileged. She basically just skated on by past the drama, despite everyone flooding her Twitter and reporting her Twitch. Another Twitter account named Gremlo raised it to $50,000, again clearly wording it as a joke, and Alyssa Mercante, the editor-in-chief of Kotaku and Sweet Baby Inc. darling, hopped in as well. I know I sound like a broken record here. All of these just read like jokes, and to take them as serious declarations of violent intent is frankly kinda silly. But that's how Grums took them. He treated these not as the jokes they obviously are, but as serious threats, which to me is pretty cringe. I'm not exactly surprised though, since he's basically flipping the progressive script. Vocal anti-Gamergate voices back in 2014 and 2015 did this exact same thing. They took jokes, or trolls, or obvious sock puppet accounts that were clearly made 5 minutes ago with the intent to harass someone, and treated those messages like the entirety of Gamergate, all of its biggest names and supporters, had signed on to that harassment, when clearly we didn't. That was ultimately just some anonymous retard. Frankly, it's a dishonest tactic. While I might side with Grums on a lot of the issues, I think he's become, I guess, a bit too terminally online. Like, come on. Making a big deal that Stellar Blade's Twitter account unretweeted Kotaku's article? There's gotta be something more worth your time, dude. Even if it was fun to see Mercante be bitter about it. However, all of this harassment simply served to raise Grums' profile even more, which in turn breathed new life into the Free Stellar Blade petition. And the Stellar Blade truthers let out a cry of victory when the May 24th patch, 1.3, finally dropped. The 1.3 patch notes were published on the official PlayStation blog. Firstly, the patch added a new boss rush mode. If you complete all the bosses on normal difficulty or higher, you unlock the Neuralink suit, which is a completely original outfit. 1.3 also added 2 new outfits that can be picked up at Adam's safe house, the black and white Kunoichi outfits, which we'll talk about a little bit later. And the patch notes ended by outlining a few minor balance changes and quality of life improvements. However, 1.3 also added 2 more outfits that weren't mentioned in the official patch notes. Available to purchase at Roxanne's shop, you know, the Hard R shop from before, are 2 new outfits, Midsummer Red Hood and Midsummer Alice. Nobody at Shift Up or Sony has publicly said anything about the existence of these new outfits, but the people over at Free Stellar Blade immediately took it as a sign of victory. At first glance, these 2 new outfits addressed all of the major fan concerns. Midsummer Red Hood is an alteration of Holiday Rabbit. It's red instead of black, there's no bunny tail on the butt or bunny ears on the hood, the original cleavage window and hip line from the 1.0 version of Holiday Rabbit have been restored. In fact, there's even a semi-transparent section of the outfit that partially shows off even more of Eve's side stomach. And she's also wearing what appears to be some light bondage straps underneath the outfit, as well as some see-through stockings that visibly squish her thighs. Meanwhile, Midsummer Alice is an alteration of cybernetic bondage. It's blue instead of red, the boob window is fully on display, but the stomach section is completely redesigned. Instead of a stomach window down the middle, there's corset-style lace on either side. Additionally, way more of the leg is visible, as the boots are completely absent, replaced with heels. To me personally, Midsummer Red Hood is probably the most titillating costume in the entire game. The entire original shape of the 1.0 Holiday Rabbit is maintained, with parts of it even being made semi-transparent. Yes, the addition of the chest straps cover up a little bit more skin, but it's clearly meant to be an explicitly sexual addition to the outfit. To be completely frank, when we're talking about fully objectified, extremely hot chicks, sexual energy isn't only based on how uncovered they are, but also how their covered parts are covered. There's a reason that lingerie
Can
is
you do
generally
something
more
I
popular
like
than a
that
woman simply
rarely
being nude,
happens,
after
by
all.
the way? I'm constantly
Thirsty.
disappointed in
Due to
myself.
the additions in 1.3,
I'm
the
glad
Free
you
Stellar
do
Blade
something
people
you
declared
like.
victory. At least some of them did. Grums posted on Twitter that Midsummer Red Hood and Midsummer Alice were uncensored outfits. A vocal minority of the Stellar Blade truthers jumped on him, though, pointing out that these are not exactly the 1.0 versions of Holiday Rabbit and Cybernetic Bondage, which caused Grums to backtrack. He ended up saying, no, not everything is uncensored, but this was also Kim's vision. And yet, you spoke and he listened. He gave us new designs that reflected both of our desires. Take this great victory today, and tomorrow our voices will grow even stronger. Step by step, we will reclaim all of our hobbies. Well, that's a great sentiment, Grums, but some of the rank-and-file people in the Free Stellar Blade hashtag are still pretty grumpy about it. A lot of them viewed this as Grums giving up the fight to get the exact 1.0 outfits back. Nonetheless, on May 31st, Grums' petition was delivered in person to the Shift Up office in South Korea, and that seems to be where Grums' involvement in the story ends. He's since moved on to other things. After that event, the hashtag largely died down, but those people that remained seem pretty angry. They didn't get those exact 1.0 outfits back. The new outfits are nice, but these purists view them as token offerings designed to get them to shut up. No, they want every single thing restored, and they're continuing the fight, which is why freestellarblade.org was created, in order to document every single minute change and continue to argue for every single unfulfilled promise. Remember earlier in the video when I outlined 7 major outfits that were changed? Well, it's time to talk about those other smaller edge cases. Let's see what else the Free Stellar Blade people took objection to. No. The Keyhole suit is available very early on. It looks kinda like black and red futuristic dominatrix gear, frankly. There's a white and blue variant available in New Game Plus, and a black and yellow variant available if you bought the deluxe edition of the game. There's no difference between the 1.0 and 1.2 version of the outfit, but the description of the outfit in all versions explicitly mentions an open chest. But hey, this chest looks pretty covered to me. What's all this underpaint or technology or whatever covering it up? The daily denim outfit has Eve wearing jeans with a tie and a suit vest that exposes some side boob, along with detached sleeves. Once again, no changes between 1.0 and 1.2. But way back in the 2019 Project Eve trailer, this outfit was shown and it was significantly more revealing back then, 5 years ago. The denim bottom was gone, replaced with planet diving style leggings and a thong. This version of the outfit also appeared in a 2021 trailer. And then there's an unknown outfit. In the January 2024 trailer, we can see what looks like a red version of Mountain Pony with a larger boob window and planet diving style leggings in red. Despite being shown off 4 months before release, this outfit never made it into the game. And the Free Stellar Blade people want all of this restored, and they're continuing the fight until they get it.
Bro, I'm out, man.
Okay, these guys are actually fucking nuts. This is a level of detail that is far beyond what any normal person would ever go into. And frankly, the demands attached are just as unreasonable. These guys want stuff from trailers that was never even in any version of the game. Not in a demo, nothing. Only the giga-autists could hyperfixate on these minute differences and believe that demanding old versions of outfits from trailers from years ago, or thinking that there's hidden old outfits due to text descriptions or something, only they could believe these are at all reasonable requests. Is it censorship if content from an early trailer doesn't make it into the game? Is the entire contents of the cutting room floor actually just censored content? That makes no sense to me. Sometimes stuff is just cut early on and doesn't make it in. Doesn't mean it was censored. Of course, these are actual giga-autists we're talking about here. In fact, some of these people recorded a short public video to include with the Free Stellar Blade petition, and, well, I'll let these guys speak for themselves.
This petition
is
not only to free Stellar Blade, but to send a clear message to Sony, Nintendo, and the rest of the publishers in the gaming industry that we players will not tolerate any form of censorship moving forward. Thank you.
This cannot be
Hey
real.
Sony, I want you to take off the censor off the games, Stellar Blade, because I'm looking forward to play this game as well. Because my game won't be here until Wednesday from the mail, and I want things to change and what's going on around the world and stuff. And sign a petition, all right, and stuff. All right, bye.
Oh my god, I don't want to make fun of these guys. They clearly don't have much going on. Please, fellas, go outside. I'm begging you. Hold on a minute. This actually seems kind of familiar. Wait a second.
DOA. Dead on Arrival.
Welcome to the Resistance. We've got something big to break to you that CNN and Nick Knows won't tell you about. Sony wants to put a VR headset on your head to sign away the truth. Dead or Alive Extreme 3 is not coming out to the US, and we are not happy about it.
They're not bringing Dead or Alive to America. It's a serious athletic simulator, and nobody's giving it the respect it deserves.
As you can see in Exhibit A, the series has leaps and bounds of improved simulation and effects. What will the next level be?
I refuse to believe that they're serious. Like, I just refuse to believe that.
Need to listen to our demands and listen to what we are here to say.
I wanted to buy it in stores. I want it at Walmart. That's all I need it from.
Demand number 2 is Arnita Sarcasimo is not in power anymore, and the social studies warriors are removed from power and terminated on site.
Oh my god, that's right. Mega64 did a skit about people exactly like this back in 2016 when Sony refused to bring Dead or Alive Extreme 3 to
Okay,
the West.
so that one
How
was
the
a
fuck
skit,
is
but
art
the first
imitating
one is
life
not a
before
skit?
the life is actually happening yet?
Oh, you
That
used to
leaves us
know
with the black and
Denims
white
Wild?
Kunoichi outfits.
Was she
Now,
insane
these two
back
are kind
then?
of a special
Yes.
case. Kunoichi are female ninjas.
So one of my main mods used to mod for her at the very beginning when she just started streaming. That's way back when I used to do face cam streams. And he used to be concerned that because of this, like the connection, I'll be also invited onto the Slicker show. And that's how she got started. Like, she got followers and attention for acting like a nutcase. And I guess it stuck with her. She just wants attention.
Ninja in Japanese culture. They're often depicted as wearing the same clothing as
She's
male
always
ninja,
been like
more or
that.
less. But in anime circles, the kunoichi suit became quite popular. It's a skin-tight, form-fitting suit designed to be maximally aerodynamic and silent, with no loose bits to grab onto or to get hooked on something. And of course, it also leaves nothing to the imagination. I'm not sure if Taki from Soul Calibur popularized it, or the overwhelmingly popular fetish hentai, focusing specifically on this type of suit.
even
But
know
nowadays,
if
the word kunoichi has
people
a sexual
remember that
undertone to it,
era.
at least on the internet. The
When
black and white
these big
variants of the
streamers
kunoichi
used to
outfit
bring
added
on
in 1.3
smaller
look
streamers
appropriately ninja-esque,
just for
but the internet
content.
discovered something strange about them pretty quickly. They actually existed on the disc, the 1.0 version of the game. Yeah, you can't unlock them on 1.0, but they are sitting there in the game files unused. If you update to 1.3, go and get the outfits, and then roll back to 1.0 using the method I described earlier, you'll find that while all of your New Game Plus outfits are gone, the black and white kunoichi outfits are still there, and they're a little bit different. The flap that hangs below the belt, I don't know what you call it, it covers the front and back but not the sides. For both the white and black variant of the outfit, it's more transparent on 1.0 than on 1.3, allowing you to make out more of Eve's butt in a thong while walking around. This went viral as Sony censoring even more outfits, oh my god! But people are once again just lying, because these outfits aren't possible to get on 1.0. Yes, they have a 1.0 version that has a lower transparency in the flappy bit, but that version isn't accessible to your average player. You have to do a weird workaround to even get a look at it. Moreover, it's clear to me that the 1.0 version of the outfits are glitched, because after testing it for myself, the transparency of the flap actually changes depending on where in the game you are, which is probably why the content was dummied out in the first place. It wasn't working as intended. Listen, I understand the passion behind the whole Free Stellar Blade thing, I really do, but if your crusade has led you to the point you're claiming censorship because an outfit that you never even knew existed before was given to you in an update, and it's not exactly like the unreleased version that you accidentally unearthed, you guys have lost the fucking plot. I actually think this whole thing has kind of made Stellar Blade fans look unhinged. I was with you guys at the start for sure, but those of you who kept going after 1.3 kept going right off a cliff. Like here, put yourself in the shoes of a normie for a second. An average guy who liked video games when he was younger, but now he's working a regular 9 to 5, he's got a family and friends. He's only got a few hours a week to enjoy the latest game. He hears around the water cooler at the office that Stellar Blade is the next big PS5 release, and everyone's saying it's pretty good. He also might hear from that one nerdier, terminally online coworker that there's actually a controversy surrounding Stellar Blade, that Sony toned down some of the sexual content of the game. So our normie friend decides to swing by GameStop after work on Friday and pick the game up. Sure, it'll take him a month or two to casually chew through, but that's how it is when your time's limited, and hopefully by then the next big release will be around the corner. He goes home, he pops it in, and he's subjected to the most over-the-top, blatantly sexualized game made in a long-ass time. As our normie friend enjoys seeing Eve jiggle around the screen in a bunch of different outfits, he asks to himself, wait, The nerds are angry because this game was censored? This is how Free Stellar Blade looks to anybody on the outside. Autistic screeching over nothing. It's a total optics L at this point, and the people who are continuing the crusade are basically just ensuring that they become lolcows who will never be listened to again.
Oh,
yeah,
God.
You haven't received all the exact outfits you want from 1.0 and even earlier, but you know what? It seems like you're not getting them. Considering just how much sexual content is in Stellar Blade, calling the game censored or desexed or whatever is just stupid to me. But this conundrum leads us into what I personally think explains everything.
Can't show that in a Christian manga.
Remember earlier in the video when I laid out the two main theories as to what was happening with Stellar Blade's changes?
Oh
the
my
first
God,
is that
I need to
Sony
find that
forced
meme.
Shift Up to censor Stellar Blade. And the second is that Stellar Blade isn't being censored. This was always the original intention of the
That was
developers working
such
at
a good
Shift Up.
meme.
If Sony really was censoring the game, that seems to go directly against Kim's words in the matter. Is he just lying to us? If Shift Up really did intend the outfits to be in the 1.2 version, why do the 1.2 versions appear to be rushed out the door? These questions cast doubt onto Theory 2, but we can now ask similar questions that cast doubt onto Theory 1 as well. If Sony really is hell-bent on censoring Stellar Blade, why did they allow Midsummer Alice and Midsummer Red Hood to go through? If your answer to that is because of the fan backlash, well, why didn't they just revert to the 1.0 costumes then and call it a day? Surely that's an easier way to give fans what they want. In fact, what exactly is Sony censoring anyway? Like, okay, let's look at the Holiday Rabbit again. The difference between 1.0 and 1.2 is lowering the bikini line and covering up the cleavage. Got it. So this part of the side hip or stomach area and the boob window are the problematic bits. For cybernetic bondage, it's the boob window again. For Ocean Maid and Black Pearl, it's again the side of Eve's stomach. If these are the parts of female anatomy that Sony finds too sexual, then why do other outfits have no problem showing them off? You can see almost all of this stuff on the bikinis. You can see cleavage and the exact thigh and groin area censored on Holiday Rabbit on the Orca exploration suit. The prototype Planet diving suit has a giant open strip up both sides, showing off all of the hip, all of the side stomach, and the side boob area. The Raven suit has a large boob window, and it's quite literally a window this time. Racer's High, Black Wave, and Punk Top each show off parts of the outer thigh and stomach that were censored on other outfits. Then there's outfits that do directly cover up more skin, but are nonetheless clearly fetish outfits meant to be sexually appealing. And finally, there's the skin suit, which on its own destroys any narrative of Sony censorship right out the gate. The more hours I poured into looking over all of these outfits in extreme detail, the more the Sony censorship story just didn't make any sense. There's just too much that they're not censoring. If they actually wanted the cleavage gone, or the stomach gone, or the thighs gone, they wouldn't have left so much of them. But at the same time, the "this is how Shift Up always wanted it" narrative also doesn't feel quite right either. Not after seeing how rushed out the 1.2 outfits seem to be. Regardless of what Kim said in that interview, it seems like something motivated them to change the outfits as fast as possible in time for a day one patch. And then I noticed something. I saw the pattern. The changes on the cybernetic dress were relatively minor. They changed the opacity on a few transparent bits. That can easily just be written off as a stylistic choice. But the other 6 outfits, let's call them the censored 6, that underwent noticeable changes for 1.2, they all have something in common. They're not original creations made just for Stellar Blade, like every other outfit in the game. They were real-life outfits, as in real clothing that you can actually buy and wear if you wanted to. What? No kidding. This actually shocked me a little bit. I don't know why, but it's true.
A couple of them I
Madam
actually have.
Sandy, a Twitter artist, who first gave me the hunch to go down this rabbit hole. She offhandedly mentioned on Side-Scrollers at one point that the original outfit that Holiday Rabbit was based off of is an extremely popular piece of clothing for artists to draw their characters in the, let's call it, the lewd art community. It kind of occupies the same cultural space as the Virgin Killer sweater, which was a similar type of clothing. A long, open-back sweater that took off in the fashion community back in, I think, 2017. But soon enough, everyone was drawing their characters in it. It turns out the Japanese name for the Holiday Rabbit is actually the Virgin Killer Sexy Bunny, making its open back design clearly inspired by the Virgin Killer sweater. What's really funny is, the model that was used as the basis for Eve's body, she's even done a photo shoot wearing the real-life Virgin Killer Sexy Bunny outfit. What's hilarious
please
about this
don't
is,
ban
after the
me,
in-game
Twitch
Holiday
and
Rabbit was
YouTube.
changed in 1.2,
My channel
the
is
official
so
Stellar
fucked
Blade
now.
Twitter account retweeted these pictures from her Twitter, which just made everyone angry. But Holiday Rabbit's not the only outfit based off of a real-life article of clothing. Ocean made? Yeah, there's pictures of models actually wearing that outfit in real life. It's apparently a well-known erotic costume in South Korea. And on the advertisement photos, you can see the real-life model sides are completely exposed. Same with Black Pearl. You can find pictures of models wearing the real thing, and again, sides are exposed. Mountain Pony? Same thing. The model is wearing it without the pantyhose they added in 1.0. Blue Monsoon, the bikini, also exists in real life. This outfit had extra blue and yellow straps added to it, probably in an effort to make it look different. And finally, there's cybernetic bondage. Now, I'm gonna be honest, I don't have a real-life version of this outfit to show you, but I did see it once a few years back, without the boots, the gloves, the stomach covering, and the entire bottom piece. Even if I had the pictures on hand, I couldn't put them on screen.
The crotch.
as it was from
The
a
crotch
Japanese
never
porn. Don't ask how
exists
I know
in
this.
these costumes in real life.
Refreshing.
However, recognizing the pattern is not enough. Pattern recognition is the beginning of knowledge, not the end. Why would Shift Up change only those outfits that also exist in real life? Well, there's actually a documentary of the making of Stellar Blade, and there's some interesting info in there. Check this clip out.
I need to remove the hair shadow, but I don't know where it is.
We don't start by drawing the characters first. We actually search and reference the costumes first. We buy them, have a model wear them, and then scan them in 3D.
The idea was to create something of a higher quality and with more realistic visuals. And I thought that this was the perfect technology to achieve that.
Right away, this looks like the same location where Eve's body model got scanned for the game, so that tracks. But one of the Shift Up guys said that they buy costumes and then scan them into the game. The costume they're currently working on in the video is this generic female uniform thing. Military-looking top, 6 buttons, cuffs, with a skirt bottom. You can also see it scanned into their software here. Now, they pretty clearly use the real-life clothing they buy as a baseline, and then heavily alter it for the final release, because this outfit, as is, doesn't appear in Stellar Blade at all. But it does vaguely resemble the black full dress outfit, or the Black Rose outfit in-game. When you check out a lot of the more normal-looking clothing in Stellar Blade, like Wasteland Adventurer, or Daily Biker, or Daily Sailor, or whatever else, this stuff all looks like they picked up some real-life clothes, scanned them in to use as a basic template, and then manually edited them to include those fantastical or cosplay-esque, or sometimes sexual elements that they wanted to see. But all of the outfits that were deliberately changed in the Day 1 patch, the Censored 6, they were scanned into the game and simply used as is, at least initially. This is when I came to the conclusion that apparently nobody else has figured out on the internet, because I haven't seen a single person talking about this. It's my opinion that the outfits were changed because they were the stolen intellectual property of the fashion companies that their patterns belong to. Here's what I think happened. I think there were some cheeky artists and modelers at Shift Up who knew that clothing like the Virgin Killer Sexy Bunny was not only sexy as hell, but was also a meme in the lewd art community, and that it would be great for both themselves and the fans to put Eve in some of those outfits unaltered. And it wasn't until the 11th hour that someone on the legal team noticed what was going on. This position explains everything. There's no longer any leftover questions. Why did Sony apparently force Shift Up to desexualize some outfits, but not others? Because the changes weren't actually done to censor sexual content. They were done to avoid infringing on the IP of the fashion companies they bought the clothing from. Is Kim lying when he says that 1.2 is his intended vision? Yes, but not because Sony is forcing him to take away your video game boobs. He's lying through his teeth because saying the truth, saying, oh yeah guys, we totally just stole those costumes, but we realized it was theft afterwards so we changed it, is just opening the door to a lawsuit. The lie in public gives him plausible deniability. He can now make the argument that whatever was in 1.0 was a mistake, and that Shift Up never intended any copyright infringement. This also explains why the 1.2 changes are a little bit sloppy. They were getting that shit out the door as fast as possible in order to cover their own ass. In fact, there was a rumor going around on June 4th that Shift Up forced one of their artists to delete their personal ArtStation portfolio because it contained some of their lighting work on Stellar Blade, accidentally showing the unchanged pre-1.0 version of the Black Pearl outfit in detail. Shift Up scrubbing the internet as hard as possible makes perfect sense if they're trying to avoid catching a lawsuit. When I ran this theory by my friend Arch, he asked me a pretty good question. Can a clothing pattern actually be copyrighted? And you know what? I didn't have an answer for him. It seemed like it should be able to, but what do I know? So I went digging around, and I accidentally uncovered a whole new rabbit hole. South Korea's patent law was first established as the Korean Copyright Act of 1957. This act served to codify the previous Japanese patent law that was imposed on Korea during the Japanese colonial period, which lasted from 1910 until the end of World War II, when the Americans kicked them out. The new Korean Republic inherited a lot of its legal structure from the old Japanese colonial authority. The stuff that was racially biased against Koreans was repealed, obviously, but a lot of the more politically inconsequential stuff, like patent law, for example, was simply kept on because it was relatively easy to retrofit.
Oh,
There was
damn,
more
I had
important
no
stuff
idea.
going on at that time. The Japanese got their patent law by signing on to the Berne Convention in 1899. Before this, there was no concept of intellectual property in Asia. The Berne Convention was an initiative pushed primarily by France and Germany to codify a multinational standard for dealing with patent laws across international borders. The British patent law was primarily concerned with economic use. Copyright began in the UK as a state-granted monopoly to enjoy the profits of a work. This focus on economics, combined with the generally free speech orientation of British culture, led to the development of fair dealing law in Commonwealth countries. After the American Revolution, the US inherited British patent law as a part of their common law, and fair dealing became fair use. But the patent law in the Berne Convention was a little bit different. It had copyright, which was more or less the same as the British version, but it also had author right, which is an idea that doesn't really exist in the Anglosphere. Author right includes the right to be attributed, or to remain anonymous as you wish, as well as the right to reject any distortion or mutilation of the work by another party, if it would damage the author's honor or reputation. It's mainly for this reason that author right directly conflicts with fair dealing or fair use. This is another one of those times where the French and the Germans have a fundamental philosophical disagreement with the British over a component of liberal thought. It's just Locke versus Rousseau all over again. It always comes back to that fucking conflict. Paradoxically, modern Korean patent law contains both fair use and author right. Author right was inherited from Japan, who got it from France and Germany through the Berne Convention, while fair use came from a 2011 trade agreement that South Korea signed with the United States. Ever since then, the Korean patent situation has basically existed in a legal quagmire of contradictions. There's an English language breakdown of the current mess from 2020, where it's described that the legal protection for intellectual property in fashion goods in South Korea is covered under the Trademark Act, the Copyright Act, the Design Protection Act, and the Unfair Competition and Protection of Trade Secrets Act. It seems to be the case that noteworthy clothing patterns can be registered as trademarks, while the Copyright Act basically states that you can't copyright common articles of clothing, like a t-shirt for example, but you can copyright any artwork printed on them. The unfair competition one punishes people who manufacture counterfeits, but doesn't define what counterfeits are beyond a product that imitates the shape or form of another product manufactured by another person. And the Design Protection Act seems to contradict the first two by laying out a three-point checklist of novelty, creativity, and industrial purpose before a clothing pattern can be patented. I've got to assume a lot of this stuff is just getting lost in translation here. What I do know for sure, though, is that back in February of 2024, news broke in South Korea that all of the major Korean fashion companies had come together to form the Brand Intellectual Property Rights Protection Association. The purpose of this organization is to legally protect the patent rights of all Korean fashion companies against an apparent overwhelming wave of copyright violation happening in South Korea right now. Chinese companies are currently stealing Korean fashion patterns, reproducing them cheaply using sweatshop labor, and flooding the South Korean market with knockoff products. So basically, the Korean fashion industry created this organization to collectively pursue aggressive legal action against the rising tide of Chinese counterfeiters. And the South Korean government is on board with the operation. On April 1st, they formed a unit to specifically handle enforcement of design infringement, and by June 4th, this stuff was already paying off, as the organization announced the success of several major crackdowns against Chinese counterfeiters in South Korea. All of this goes to show that the political environment surrounding patent law and the fashion industry in South Korea right now is a minefield. Both private business and the government are currently in hypervigilance mode, on the lookout for anybody infringing on any protected clothing patterns. With all of this context, it's not hard to see why Shift Up was in deep shit. Picture it, it's late March 2024. The team has been working on Stellar Blade for 5 years. It's weeks before launch, and there's costumes in the game directly ripped from actual clothing, completely unaltered. No kidding they rushed those edits out as fast as possible, and immediately put Kim on the mic to say that 1.2 was their intended vision. Once you put yourself in Kim's shoes, everything is immediately explained. Why some outfits were changed but others weren't, especially when the unchanged ones are often more sexy than the changed ones. Why even sexier outfits were added in 1.3. Why the 1.2 versions of outfits, with those changes to make them look less like the copyrighted work they're based off of, have technical problems. Why the original outfits have been scrubbed from the portfolios of Shift Up employees. This description of events has way more explanatory power than either of the two more common interpretations. That Sony is forcing censorship, or that Shift Up really did intend 1.2 to be the official version of the game. Which is why I'm surprised nobody else has put this together before. Really, guys? Am I actually the first one to get here? Usually, I'm really late. I guess it's the first time for everything. So, what's the final verdict? When the Stellar Blade Twitter account triumphantly declared that the game would launch uncensored in all regions, did they actually break that promise? The answer seems to be, it depends on where you draw the line. By the maximalist interpretation, the answer is yes, they broke the promise. If your standard for censorship is that everything that was even glimpsed at during any alpha or beta for the game should be included, then Stellar Blade was censored. But then, every video game, hell, any creative work that ever goes through a round of editing is also censored. But if your standard for censorship is that anytime something is ever made less gratuitous in any way, less sexual or less violent or less profane, then again, yes, Stellar Blade was censored. But I think this view is frankly stupid. Like I said earlier, it's the intention of the artist that matters, not how sexy something is. Since the Korean copyright explanation best fits all available evidence, there's only one final lingering question. If your free speech is curtailed because it somehow violated copyright law, were you censored? That's actually not an easy question to answer. Once again, the free speech maximalist position is to say yes, of course. And in fact, most free speech maximalists reject the concept of intellectual property, patents, or copyright to begin with, since your ability to copy a work is, in a way, its own form of expression. Moreover, we've all seen what happens when copyright law is abused. We're all on YouTube. We've all known of content creators who have had videos taken down that are clearly fair use, but someone is underhandedly using the DMCA process to censor someone. Hell, it's happened to me. If abused, copyright law can be a tool of censorship. But remember, South Korea's standard for fair use is not the same as ours. Author right means the holders of IP are significantly more protected from transformative uses than we're used to. All that being said, when we look at the claim that Stellar Blade will launch uncensored everywhere, nobody's actually thinking about the legal conversation. I think what most people expect is, was Eve put into a burqa or something? Was the game desexed? So here is my final layman's answer. Stellar Blade is overwhelmingly an uncensored game, and the people who are complaining about the most minor of differences, like the 1 inch of fabric on the bikini or one of the mesh parts being slightly more opaque, and then using that to make the claim that the game has somehow been desexed, you're out of your fucking mind. Aside from actual porn games, Stellar Blade is easily the most overtly sexual game to come out in the 2020s, at least so far. However, the ways in which it may have been legitimately censored seems to stem not from some puritanical attack on sexual content, but instead because the people at Shift Up were dumb enough to steal patented clothing, put it into the game without any alterations or permission from the IP holders of that clothing, and then they were forced to walk it back because they were in danger of being sued into oblivion. If you want to call that censorship, that's fair, but personally, I call it stupidity. Anyway, Stellar Blade is still a phenomenal game. It's fun as hell. It's still really sexual too, despite the changes. And those people who are still keeping the free Stellar Blade torch burning at this point, frankly, need to find something better to do with their time. This is unironically a victory, all things considered, guys, even with a couple of wrinkles in the carpet. Give it a rest.
That was a good video.
Oh, also, guess what? It turns out that if you wear the Kunoichi outfits and somehow get an upskirt angle, they actually modeled Eve's vagina on them. I probably can't show this to you on YouTube, but if you do a CSI enhance, it's very clearly there. Yeah, censored game my ass.
Okay. Where is the... Valorant e-girl sets up her own harassment. That's interesting. Of Kai off. Oh, I heard about that drama. It's a video. Great video. I would check him out. 100% do. Here. I will provide a link to his channel. I don't know why it didn't add him in the title. Maybe I did something wrong. I'm trying to find... that specific video. Let's see. Yeah. Found it!
Have you ever heard of the concept of safe horny? It's a relatively new term, first used on Twitter on April 3rd, 2023. Overwatch 2's newest support hero at the time, LifuLifu, was just announced. Polygon wrote this article about the character. Overwatch 2's next support hero has been revealed and confirmed to be hot. The attached image shows a brown-skinned man with fabulous hair and an open robe revealing his chiseled chest. This guy is entirely cut from the cloth of 90s anime Bishonen characters. Joe Longballs on Twitter replied to the article saying they got a safe horny hero out in Poly to talk about him. They must have ran over an employee in the parking lot this time. The joke is, every time Blizzard gets into a bit of legal trouble or a new story comes out of the company about sexual harassment or bullying, they respond by announcing a new gay or trans or non-binary or whatever the fuck.
I love the video. Taco, it was a great video. Like, actually, I loved it. I think up until I'm done with catching up with all your videos and all your content, I will not be switching over to another channel. I loved it. My only criticism is that it was distracting me from sketching. I loved your takes. I love the research you put in. I feel like I learned something while watching it because I did not know anything about the clothing pattern that you cannot even like replicate it in a game. So that's like all news to me. I'll have to look into it more. Because there are some things I wanted to work on, and if that's the case, that would cause problems for me.
Or they announce that an old character has also been secretly gay or trans or non-binary this whole time. Of course, Polygon and other games journalist outlets have no shortage of articles
I hate
condemning
LifuLifu.
straight men or gamers or really anybody who's not protected by progressivism as being objectifying. The male gaze is an oppressive force hovering over gaming, and if you like characters with fat tits or something, you're a
bad
misogynist.
character.
Which is why it's so strange that they focus on LifuLifu's attractiveness. Is this also not objectifying? Is this not also the female gaze, or the gay man's gaze, or whatever? That's why it's called safe horny. This is a type of attraction you're allowed to show in public, unashamedly, by progressive standards. Your sexuality is bad and oppressive. Their sexuality is good and empowering. The interesting thing about language and human cognition is that as soon as somebody coins a phrase for a phenomenon that intuitively makes sense, immediately other concepts and examples start to come into focus. It was always kind of strange that back when Resident Evil Village launched in 2021, leftoids were publicly drooling over the 8-foot-tall Dami Mommy that is Lady Dimitrescu. I don't know how to pronounce that. Isn't this sexually objectifying a female character? But now it makes sense. It's safe horny. Same thing with the reaction to Ganondorf's muscle-bound samurai redesign in The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, or the reaction to Ryu's beard in Street Fighter VI. Now that we have a term for this behavior, safe horny, it becomes a lot easier to understand. And seeing how safe horny works with trans characters actually reveals some additional information.
I've never heard that
in my
one
previous
before.
video, the one about how Link from Legend of Zelda is often reimagined as gay or trans by progressive fans who demand representation in a series and from a company that doesn't really care about that concept. I made the point that a lot of arguments used to declare characters as gay or trans appeals to stereotypes that, if they were invoked by anybody other than progressives, would be considered bigoted. An old stereotype about trans people is that trans women and male crossdressers are the same thing. They're not, because trans women experience gender dysphoria, which is a mental illness with symptoms and legitimate suffering. The best treatment for which that we've discovered so far is the transition. Meanwhile, crossdressers are people who have a fetish for dressing up in the other gender's clothing. It gets them off to dress up in clothes that specifically are not suited for them, that it is taboo for them to wear. An old stereotype about trans women is that they're both cross-dressers and gay men. But not all gay men actually cross-dress. And as far as I know, simply being attracted to the same sex doesn't come with dysphoria. So, by the progressive standard, conflating cross-dressers with trans women is transphobic. And yet, when Link in Breath of the Wild, or Cloud in Final Fantasy VII, dress as women in order to infiltrate female-only spaces, the all-women city of the Gerudo and Don Corneo's brothel, respectively, this is considered evidence by progressive fans that those characters are actually trans. They're not even cross-dressing as a
That was
fetish,
a wild
they're doing it out
story.
of necessity. This essentially
The
shows
one you
the nature
covered?
of these one-sided
Yeah.
rules. If a progressive looks at a cross-dressing
I
male
love that
and
though.
declares them trans, that's empowering and
It was
positive
like the most
representation. If
in-depth
anybody
covering
else looks
on
at a
it
cross-dressing male and
I've
declares them
seen
trans,
out there.
that's bigoted and transphobic. One of the rules of safe horny seems to be that if your politics are correct, then the use of normally offensive stereotypes in the creation of safe horny is actually okay. According to the progressive lens, it's not bigoted if the right person with the right beliefs does the same damn thing that any bigot would do. Being the old man that I am, I remember the progressive reaction to Dragon's Crown, a 2013 PlayStation 3 game. The sorceress class in that game is a big-boobed anime woman, and game journalists at the time collectively lost their fucking minds over it. The thing is, though, this is actually the art style of Dragon's Crown. The other characters are also hyper-exaggerated. The elf is a lolly with giga-thick thighs. The fighter has about 80% of his body mass in his chest and shoulders, and the dwarf is just a fucking brick. The only halfway normal-looking character is the wizard, who still has some weirdly long limbs. In general, the art of Dragon's Crown is specifically meant to be grotesque caricatures, but 2013's progressives focused mainly on the sorceress because of her tits, and a little on Amazon because of her ass. Compare that to the progressive response to objectified or objectifiable female characters today. What changed? Is it that progressives have themselves become less puritanical? Maybe, but I don't think so. Is it because, now that there's more progressives in the gaming space, now that the space has the correct politics, they're free to objectify because their desires are good and yours are bad? Bingo. Now, some people online believe that the safe horny phenomenon
such a
isn't
messed up
necessarily related
way
to
of
politics, but more
thinking.
to the idea that characters that are less
The way
traditionally
they're
sexualized
thinking.
are actually more sexualizable. Lady Dommy Mommy from before doesn't wear traditionally sexy clothing, so she can be made more sexual by progressives. But characters that are more overtly
Yeah,
sexual themselves,
I
like Sorcerer,
remember this. Like, she was everywhere. Everyone was sexualizing her so hard. And honestly, I didn't understand why, and I still don't. Of course, I love the video, and I'm pretty sure the people who are listening and lurking loved it too. To be honest, if you're not a huge game creator or something, it's probably no problem to draw outfits. Should be okay, but shift up is too big. Yeah, that's what I'm. That's what I'm thinking. I'll definitely will have to change up some stuff I was planning to. The pattern thing, yeah, that should blow my mind.
they're objectifying. This also explains Link and Cloud's cross-dressing reaction too, but I'm not entirely sure this explanation's accurate. I mean, it's probably partially accurate, but I also think that you cannot ignore the political variable, where the same sexualization is empowering by progs and objectifying by non-progs. And there's two reasons why I think you can't ignore the politics. Firstly, it's very easy to just take a quick look at the types of accounts that do this sort of canceling. My friend V got in trouble for this tweet recently. I am willing to pay $90 for this. Why won't you take my cash, Western Corporation?
Look, I know your takes will definitely piss off some people, some specific people. For God's sakes, while I was watching your video, someone joined my chat and said something nasty that was automatically censored and left. It's like people just look for reasons to be outraged. Would it be for your stand? Would it be for you simply watching a video? So I wanted to read this. I'm willing to pay $90 for this. Why want you to take my cash, Western Corporation? That's the thing. Like, I don't know why people are dogging on her. Like, I thought the idea of the character was so funny.
Sorry, I can't do a Romanian accent. The left picture is of the ugly Fable girl, and the right picture is
Wait,
what
what did
gamers...
what did you
My
say?
friend V got in trouble for this tweet recently. I am willing to pay $90 for this. Why won't you take my cash, Western Corporation? Sorry, I can't do a Romanian accent. The left
Did you say Romanian or Armenian?
picture is of the ugly Fable girl, and the right picture is what gamers apparently actually want. Progressives immediately brigaded V for desiring sexualized, attractive women in video games, saying that gamers are still misogynists, or that porn has rotted their brains, or whatever. And yet, checking out the likes tab of all of these accounts shows that each and every single one of them has no problem with lewd content. Just like how Republican politicians commonly have secret stashes of gay or trans porn, puritanical progressives who love to police the male gaze have no problem beating the meat to their selection of safe, horny content. Modern progs claim to be the most sexually permissible group humanity's ever seen, and yet they still demand that anything sexual that they specifically don't approve of is censored. The second reason has to do with a concept related to safe horny, called safe edgy. In fact, it seems accurate to consider safe horny to be a subset of safe edgy. You ever see those jokes about the British or the French, or more broadly, white people in general, that if they were made about some non-European ethnicity would be considered totally unacceptable? That is safe edgy. It sounds like you're saying something edgy, like you're really sticking your neck out there with this hot take, but it's actually the easiest fucking thing you can say.
I might need to verify that with our friend. Me and Zen have a token white friend. We'll verify this. We use Romanian. Oh, okay. That's what I rewinded. I couldn't understand if you said Armenian or Romania. I'm like,
receiving any blowback from it. The Safe Edgy starter pack went viral in 2022, and it pretty much has the whole thing wrapped up into one neat package. Safe Edgy people are overwhelmingly leftists who still believe that they are the cultural underdog, despite the fact that corporations parrot their positions, organizations promote their ideas, major talking heads show open support for their movements, and disagreeing with their politics in public is a cancelable offense. Probably the most telling example of Safe Edgy is Satanism in 2023. Satanism, the modern-day satanic temple thing, came about primarily as a way for punks to fuck with pearl-clutching Christians 50 years ago, and that's a job it did pretty well. It was actually edgy back then. But now, do people still genuinely believe the satanic temple
that's
is
the
edgy
actual
in 2023?
background of it,
Check
though.
this cringe shit out. I had a blast at the satanic temple today. Blessed be and hail thyself. I did not know they let you snuggle up to Baphomet for selfies. Yep, when you go up to the front door and wait for someone to come out to check your vaccination card and give you masks, then he lets you in and goes over the rules. Sitting on Baphomet is allowed and even encouraged. Oh wow, you're really pushing the fucking boundaries here. If you wanted to really be edgy, maybe you should try to actually remove the mask and see what happens. To truly be edgy, to actually be the underdog, means that society by and large has to reject your ideas and exclude you from participation in it for holding those ideas. For example, during COVID, being edgy meant not wearing a mask and not getting vaccinated. Now, I'm not saying whether that's right or wrong. I'm saying that going against the grain
and
means
apparently now being edgy is still wearing a mask. Like, we get so many dirty looks for wearing our masks, which is ridiculous.
Specifically do not do what the majority of people around you do. You don't listen to the advice of normative institutions demanding that you must do something. Being edgy doesn't mean being compliant. When there's a pride flag on every street corner, gay people aren't edgy anymore. They're normal. And that's why you see Gen Z teens sometimes rebel against pride stuff in schools. Not because they've been groomed to be Nazis, or whatever dumb fuck nonsense the progs say, but because teens are naturally rebellious against the order that adults have set up, as a part of their exploratory phase of their development. If the world around them is pro-queer, then they will be anti-queer, at least superficially, simply to experience what it's like. And, of course, whenever you confront people who are safe edgy about their LARPing, they immediately transform into snowflakes. You can find progs all over the place saying that cis white males, they're so fragile, they're angry about everything, white male rage. But the minute that you drop an N-bomb, they collapse into a screeching pile of blubber. They cannot actually tolerate the existence of truly edgy stuff because it puts on display how safe their positions actually are. They want the clout of being the counterculture without actually being on the outside because they are the institutions, they are the source of normative principles now. This is partially what I was getting at when I made my Conservatism is the Counterculture video years ago, which funnily enough was Vosh's first exposure to my content. Like the brainlet he is, he believes that I was actually saying conservatism is punk rock, because that was the gateway metaphor I used. And I still occasionally hear screams from his fanbase about it. Good times. There's a lot of different intersecting principles here. The idea of trolls remorse, that a lot of the people who are now safe edgy or safe horny
Just
also
realized
used to
I need
be
to
actually
put it
edgy.
in a
And by
different
actually
folder.
edgy, I mean they used to watch iDubbbz videos in what they now call their
I
alt-right pipeline
fucking
phase,
hate
something they feel
iDubbbz.
like they have to be publicly remorseful for. There's
The
also
people
the
who
nature
know,
of
they know
power.
why.
What is gained by claiming something as the normative position around which other modes of thought deviate from, while also understanding that the outsider position from that normative center brings with it its own benefits. There's also the idea of freedom itself. What does it mean to be free in the face of the concept of safety? Being safe brings with it a degree of freedom, since you don't need to worry about outside interference as much. But the mechanisms that secure that safety can also stifle freedom. If you're free from safety, is that liberating or endangering? Is it both? Each of these ideas are deserving of their own video, so I'll be doing them as follow-ups. But insofar as this conversation goes, the main reason this video isn't an indefensible, despite a huge chunk of the safe horny stuff revolving around video games, is because progressives also do this to real-life people. Here's Elon Musk liking a post by the redheaded libertarian, who is an attractive young woman. The post is a meme about Elliot Page, replacing the Protect Trans Kids shirt with Sterilize Autistic Kids. Hassan replied to this by saying Elon is autistic and he has a trans kid, but he's such a horny reply guy that he forgot. Hold on a minute, we're living in the progressive, sex-positive, empowering future, right? What is exactly wrong with being a horny reply guy? Every single breadtuber and progressive on the fucking platform posts ooh woo, I am respectfully looking with sweating emojis underneath every single 5 out of 10 OnlyFans art hoe, while Hassan himself has flown to Europe to fuck sex slaves held in a brothel. This is fundamentally why I don't think it's about the left becoming less puritanical over time, but it is at its core a political conversation. To the progs, leftist sexuality good, non-leftist sexuality bad. Simple as. They make fun of trad wives and monogamy, and people who want that lifestyle or engage with those communities because it's not a form of sexuality that they politically approve of. This whole discussion is an outgrowth of the choice feminism stuff from the 2010s. Choice feminism posited that the feminist project is fulfilled if women have the choice to do what they want. If individual women choose to be trad wives and homemakers instead of being sexually promiscuous because they actually want that, then it's still a feminist act because it's the agency of women that ultimately matters.
You're just opening like a can of worms of me to just go down a rabbit hole.
It does nothing to actually liberate women as a class, to the point that individual women who choose more traditional lifestyles are traitors to feminism. This is the everything is political, even your personal choices view that my Gramsci video went into detail about. If you're a true revolutionary, then you have an obligation to make revolutionary choices, even if that's not what you personally want. And every time a choice feminist promotes a more traditional lifestyle, they set the feminist movement back because other women might be influenced by their happiness and fulfilled life to also abandon being a revolutionary. Unsurprisingly, by 2023, in the face of the left's ongoing radicalization, choice feminism is pretty much non-existent among progressives, due to it being too liberal, too individualistic, and too bourgeois. The radfem critique of it is that because it doesn't institutionally challenge the status quo, because it carves out a private domain where politics don't apply,
I'm
because
gonna
it gives
need
women
to check
the choice
that
to
out.
not be a revolutionary if that's in their heart.
I don't
It is
watch his
ultimately
content. I
reactionary.
personally don't.
In any case, to the bottom
don't
of all
like
of this
him.
is that
I
human sexuality
didn't
is
like him
fun,
even
and being edgy
before
is fun
hearing
too.
that.
Everybody enjoys feeling like they've left the safe, known
But I
bounds
like
of what
seeing
their
the
culture considers
evidence
acceptable,
first.
and they're now out in the wilderness, in the uncharted lands. Everybody knows what it feels like when the call of exploration and adventure beckons, even only if in terms of thoughts or speech.
This is the reason why, like, we've been making videos right now for just a week. And I did not want to do a commentary video on the whole Dr. Disrespect stuff right now, only because I don't want to talk about it up until, like, there's actual concrete evidence. Right now, it's he said, she said.
Everyone knows the thrill of doing or saying or even thinking something considered taboo, but the moral foundations of the progressive are overwhelmingly preoccupied with safety, to the point that they seek to kill any sort of true exploratory impulse, care harm over everything else in Haidt's terms. On the internet, it's pretty easy to keep up the safety LARP, where progressives pretend that they're on the edge when they're actually not. At least it was for a while. But like with the Hassan example earlier, it all falls apart once you look at what people actually do in real life. Right now, progressive logic dictates that sex is simultaneously so safe and so fun and ultimately so inconsequential that you can have it with anyone you like, anytime you like, and any restriction on any sexuality whatsoever is oppressive, to the point that twerking in front of kids at pride parades is just harmless fun and hurts no one, while at the exact same time, sex is so dangerous and so potentially damaging that you need constant reaffirmation of consent, signed across multiple forms and filed away with the campus security office before you even ask a girl out, because the slightest wrong move is so traumatizing to your partner that you're a rapist and should absolutely be fired and cancelled and drummed out of polite society. These two ideas just don't fit together. A guy shooting his shot, getting rejected, and then leaving the girl alone means that that girl was traumatized or microaggressed or stare raped, whatever the fuck, is a sexual moral code that does not allow for free love and open, consequence-free sexuality. Unless the progressive goal isn't actually sexual liberation. It is to use sexuality as a method by which they control their political enemies, which, by the way, is what a lot of ruling classes have done across human history. That is what safe horny really means. They're allowed to simp and drool under every OnlyFans Thoughts page because they vote for pro-sex work policies. But if you do it, you're a male-gazing misogynist. They can create sexual content for others to enjoy because the big boobs that they draw are empowering women with that body type. But if you do it, you're oppressing those women through objectification and playing into stereotypes. They can fuck prostitutes because they've read theory about the political dynamics of prostitution. But if you do it, you're an enabler of sex trafficking. Safe horny simply describes the moral license to be sexual in the midst of progressive puritanism. Safe edgy fundamentally works the same way. They spend so much time inventing slurs for white people, and they're all like water rolling off a duck's back. But one slur for black people, and they instantly lose their minds. And by the way, that is how you combat all of this. If they complain that your sexuality is objectifying, just say, yes, it is. Yes, I will objectify. Yes, I will trigger you with slurs. Fuck them. If they're gonna play this one-sided game, I'm more than willing to force it to be equal. Crying to them about how it's not fair is simply accepting that you're fighting with one hand tied behind your back. So it's far better to simply say to them, yes, I'm going to do everything you do. And no, I don't care if you approve of it or not. I don't need to take your moral judgment into consideration because you are immoral.
Damn. Wait, stupidity at any size. Wait, what? That sounded intriguing. Okay, if you want a new rabbit hole, look up the Sugar Conroy story. Wait, hold up. Is it safe for work? Yeah? Wait, why does this seem familiar? Is it on your channel as well? Yeah, okay. Not a long one? I'm gonna check that out. Oh my god. Okay, that already looks promising. Re-upload. Did he strike you? Did he get mad? Also, what's up with the toe and the foot holding the cup? What's up with that? Someone else got mad though? Oh, I really hope you mention in the video who.
Let's go down the drama pipe.
I only recently got my very first. Look, me and Zen been at it for just a week, and we already got our first locked worldwide. That happened this Monday, like yesterday. That was a first for us. That's an old 4chan meme from the 2000s. Yo, know? How do I not know this?
Pipeline once again,
I feel
kids. Why
embarrassed
not?
for myself.
I'm not nearly brain rotted enough.
You
I'm
get
not at
used
the
to
RFK
it.
literally has
Fuck.
brainworm stage yet. Let's go for broke. There's no shortage of mind-melting nonsense on the internet.
I'm
and
like
now that this
so.
story has fully wrapped.
I am so afraid right now to do our own independent commentary videos because I am so afraid of offending anyone. So right now we're just limiting ourselves to like reacting to videos. We did do the Stonehenge like semi-independently with me actually pulling up Twitter and checking out news, but I'm a little worried still. I cannot wait for me to be completely dead inside.
Wrapped up nicely with a little bow on top, I think it's time to finally talk about it. You guys remember Chugga Conroy? I do. I was honestly never a fan of him. I knew of his stuff, I checked him out a couple times, but his style never really clicked with me. That's not an indictment against him. Sometimes you just don't measure the guy's style. Chugga Conroy, otherwise known as Emiliano Rodolfo Rosales Baru, that's quite the fucking name, or just Chugga, is one of the earliest video Let's Players. For those
Just
of you
do
who are
it.
internet oldsters like me, you might remember that Let's Playing was originally a form.
Honestly, I think I will at some point. I am planning to do a 4th of July video where I'll be just basically explaining my experience living in US for the past year. By the way, if anyone has any questions about how it feels living in US for the first year, that will help me a lot. But yeah, I have some things to say there. I'm gonna try not to piss off too many people, but my experience, like US friend groups and whatnot, has been wild. I'd like to move to America. Wait, aren't you in US? I thought you were. I just assumed. Every time I work on Eurocars, I rethink my career path. Why? No, don't do it. It's a trap. You're Canadian. Okay, okay. You see, our token white friend is also from Canada. He told us some wild stuff that's happening in Canada these days. How like it's really inching towards how US is. So I think you're pretty much in US by this point.
Format.
Also,
where a person would post.
Yeah, I kind of have to agree with Zen. Don't move to US. Like, you're in Canada. I'm pretty sure you do collabs with other YouTubers that are from US. It's easier just to travel and collab with them. But I would definitely recommend against moving to US.
Screen caps of their playthrough in a forum post, adding funny captions for each. But eventually, somebody got the idea to do a video Let's Play, where you record yourself playing the game and basically doing a color commentary over it. Chugga was one of the first people to really hop on this trend, becoming one of the earliest popular Let's Play channels back in like 2008, when he would have been.
Canada is getting worse very quickly. It was better than US before, but not anymore. Yeah, our friend was saying the same stuff. But I'm not gonna pretend and say like I actually know what's happening in Canada, but what he said, it's looking pretty bad. Like, it's actually looking pretty bad. But right now, not a single place is good to live at. Not even Europe. Like, I kept on constantly saying, oh, Europe's so much better than US, but Europe right now is also not the best place to live at. Of course, it depends on where in Europe, but in general, it's just not a good place right now.
18 years old.
What's going on, guys? This is Chugga Conroy, and I'm actually I'm gonna do my first LP ever. This is of one of my favorite games, personally. This is Earthbound.
Out of all the places I lived in, the best place was Southeast Asia, hands down.
Well, just sit back and enjoy.
Chugga is what we now call, in retrospect, an Nintentuber. You know what I'm talking about, right? Those guys who were all running around in 2010 wearing a Triforce t-shirt and cargo shorts?
You know, it's weird you worked on these videos for 6 months, but you're wearing the same shirt in all the videos. The shirt you're wearing today. That seems kind of strange.
I like the shirt.
Nintentubers focus almost exclusively on Nintendo first-party
"Oh,
titles,
he
or
likes the
non-Nintendo
shirt."
games with a Nintendo aesthetic, like Undertale or rare games or old-school RPGs. Nintendubers are actually a big reason as to why games like Banjo-Kazooie
Also,
are
the
retrospectively
Timo
held in
hat.
such high
I'm
regard,
kind of
despite
jealous.
frankly only having okay sales numbers. A bunch of Zoomers who grew up on 2010 YouTube heard their favorite guy rave about this old 1998 platformer, and so it became the zeitgeist. By the way, it doesn't mean that I think Banjo's
I never
bad.
watched
I love
that
game.
guy.
I also recognize that
Since I was born and raised in Estonia, I was watching PewDiePie. It was just automatically recommended to me, so I never watched the other
it
guy.
was Nintendubers who took more niche products like that and helped make them more widespread online. One noticeable thing about Nintendubers is, because the content they cover is more child-friendly than your average Let's Player or streamer or reviewer, there's kind of this expectation
Hi,
that their community
Matthew.
is
How
also
you
a soft,
doing?
welcoming, chill, inclusive space. And Chugga's community was no exception. Many people who are fans of Chugga today, or who are former fans that no longer watch, but still have fond memories of their time in his community, they all tend to lean progressive politically, a fact that will become important as we actually get into the story. Chugga Conroy's career continued after the internet zeitgeist moved on, and he would never again hit that Let's Play peak of popularity he enjoyed in the early 2010s. He's got a channel with over 1 million subs, but his recent videos get about as many views as mine do. The exception to this is, of course, his last video, the finale of his Pokemon Black and
Oh,
White
so
2
he
Let's
still
Play. And I
posts
guarantee you,
videos?
most of these people aren't showing up to see the video itself. They're here to see the comment section, as this was the final thing
Wait,
Chugga
why?
posted before the controversy went down and he left the
Wait,
internet.
what the
Well,
hell did
enough
he
stalling. I've buried the
do?
lead enough. I've avoided YouTube's detection algorithms
Just playing
at this point long
Starfield?
enough. They don't go
How
looking
is
for weird sexual
Starfield
content
these
this deep in a
days?
video
Is it
unless
better?
someone flags it. And don't you dare, you fucks. So let's get into it. It's time for the Ballad of Chugga Conroy.
I'm excited for this video.
Everything is sexist, everything is racist, and you have to point it all out.
On January 16th, 2024, the Twitter account Great Cheshire, also known as Lady Emily, vague posted this statement at 4:43 a.m. Scrolling through Reddit and seeing dozens of comments calling the popular YouTuber who sexually harassed you for several months last year a wholesome bean, only green flags.
what?
I presume that Lady Emily posted this, went to bed, woke up, and then decided to elaborate. As at 12:30 p.m. on the same
I'm playing
day,
with the
she
Star
explained,
Wars
"Just to get it off
mod.
my
It's
chest,
fun.
Last year, Chugga Conroy
Did they
kept
add
trying to
witches
get me
there
to
yet?
initiate erotic foot fetish roleplay with him
I'm
while he
salty.
also had a girlfriend. What? This
Wait,
included sending shoes to me.
what?
On January 16th, 2024, the Twitter account Great Cheshire, also known as Lady Emily, vague posted this statement at 4:43 a.m. Scrolling through Reddit and seeing dozens of comments calling the popular YouTuber who sexually harassed you for several months last year a wholesome bean, only green flags. I presume that Lady Emily posted this, went to bed, woke up, and then decided to elaborate. As at 12:30 p.m. on the same day, she explained, "Just to get it off my chest. Last year, Chugga Conroy kept trying to get me to initiate erotic foot fetish roleplay with him while he also had a girlfriend." What? This
What the
included sending
fuck?
shoes to my house under the guise of a gift, only to constantly ask for feet pics afterwards. Oh no. Why does it always have to be the fucking foot guys, dude? Lady Emily provided some Discord DMs to prove her allegations. This first one is from June 11th, 2023.
I originally planned to go with black with a floral pattern. They lacked it in your size, so I went with what I thought was most likely to go with any clothes.
Honestly, great call, because I love black high tops but haven't had any in years.
It's my personal favorite shoe.
It's a great shoe.
Otaku, whoever read this for you, the guys laughed. 10 out of 10.
Goes with
I love it.
Do I get to see you in them?
The conversation cuts off here. Emily's next DM is from September of 2023.
I want to finish the series, or at least get close so I can travel to Scotland to see my significant other soon.
I edited my girlfriend. This is
I
so
didn't realize
awesome.
she was in Scotland.
Yeah, pretty far, but we're thinking of immigration next year. Would you like to pick up where we left off last night? It dropped off suddenly. You tend to disappear. Gonna ping you once more. Well, hello. Have a nice doctor's visit? Sorry to ping again. I just want to know. Damn, you're no fun. Kidding,
What the
kidding.
fuck?
Just a little concerned.
Dude, she's clearly not responding because your "let's pick up"
Get
we left
the
off
hint,
last
my
night
guy.
thing is obviously some weird online erotic roleplay shit that she's probably just not into. Chugga continued to one-sidedly message her on and off for like 2 months. Could this dude be any more thirsty?
Jesus.
Regarding this, Emily said on Twitter, "Eventually, I started ignoring him because I wasn't sure how to navigate around him clearly trying to rope me into fetish shit, and in return, his messages to me got more frequent and aggressive. Now hold on, Chugga's clearly acting like a thirsty weirdo for sure. But let's be fair, these messages don't read as aggressive. They read as desperate or sad or lonely, but not aggressive. Lady Emily's use of the word aggressive here is important to remember for later. In Emily's next tweet, she said, "As far as I know, I'm not the only nor the first person he's done this to. He would try to assure me everything is fine while also clearly trying to initiate."
This is why I'm
fetish
afraid of talking
italicized
to other
text RP.
content
She included a
creators.
few more logs with this post as well.
I had my share of bad
Honestly,
experience
I could fix
too.
this, but it's funnier if it's flawed. At times I do miss the versatility of the old Avatar. It was fun to mess with.
Is that the face you'd make if I ran off with your shoes at a con?
Lamau, something like that.
What would you even do?
Oh my god, dude.
Being forward with you because I'd rather not keep anything from you and let you make the best decision for you? I am into that, but only with my significant other. I just also like talking about shoes with people because it's also an interest. I talked with my SO about this when we started dating, and she told me I could talk about shoes with other people because it isn't sexual with my friends. It's just something I enjoy talking about with my friends too.
This is the next level of open relationship, guys, where it's open but only for foot fetish stuff. Like, imagine being this dude's friend and learning
Sneaky was probably
right?
sitting
You think back
taking
to when he was
notes
just
from this
talking to you
video.
about shoes all the time, and now he's claiming that even though he has a foot fetish that's totally not sexual. Like, I don't think anyone buys this, bro.
Good. Glad we understand each other. Walks up behind you and trips you with some fancy footwork. You thud to the ground and I tank your sneakers off in an instant.
What in roleplay Tarnation Second Life Edition is this? If anyone talks to me like this, insta-ban.
Loser. Chucks them at you.
Yeah, this is some cringy IRC level shit I remember people doing on the internet when I was like 10 or something. For you Zoomers, I don't know what I'm talking about. Welcome to Dev Teaches You Youngsters About the World, Class 1. Before Discord, there was IRC. Basically the same thing, but there was no voice and no image embeds. There's only text. People used to speak like this all the time on IRC and do weird sexual roleplay shit on their fucking everything.
I'm looking for some good cyber sex.
Lady Emily continued in her Twitter thread. It had started with him attending the Pokemon Black streams last December and chatting. We started talking in DMs because he seemed chill. Then on June 4th, I uploaded a selfie, and he zoomed into my shoes in the background, and he messaged me about them. Here's the tweet with Lady Emily's selfie. Man, he really did just CSI this shit, didn't he?
Magnify that death spear. Why is it still blurry? Making it bigger doesn't.
Oh my god, I'm laughing too hard. I'm gonna piss myself. I'll be right back.
LOL, thank you.
Right. I'm dying over here. Okay, I'm back. Did my model go crazy again? Or was it again possessed by the ghost? We keep joking about it that there's a ghost here, constantly possessing my model when I step away. I'm starting to think there really is. I forget to have my lunch again. It's 2 p.m., so I'm gonna watch the video while we're eating.
I need new ones, TBH. My everyday pair is starting to see some damage, lol.
Seems sadly typical due to thick fabric.
Yeah, the curse of liking shoes that aren't durable. Got them on sale though, so for $20, can't complain. Hope you've been doing well.
So, like, do you have a P.O. box?
Not at the moment.
I really hope I won't
Oh, well, I was going to see if I
choke
could
on
partake
laughing.
in birthday niceness. If I may be so bold, sneaker size?
Oh, generally around blank, give or take. But that's usually what works most
Wait,
often.
why?
Nice.
Why did they censor the size?
It's pretty clear in these DMs that Lady Emily keeps trying to talk about video games or something else, while Chugga Conroy keeps bringing the conversation back around to her shoes. She admits as much in the next post. Convos would derail suddenly. One moment we would be talking about Nintendo games, and then it would shift immediately to feet talk. He was very persistent in commenting on how big my feet are. I try to respond with blunt
1:10
jokes to
a.m.
make the vibes
and I'm
less
here.
creepy out of nerves.
Wolf, you're hooked to this juicy content. I know it. You're hooked.
Okay, listen, if he's coming on to you with the feet shit and you don't like it, why don't you just directly tell him, hey, listen, I'm not into feet, I'm not into you, please stop. We saw this with the Super Mega shit too, where Lex was like, yeah, I wasn't into it, but I just didn't know what to do, so I just let Dawn do whatever he wanted to me. Hell, this situation is even less justifiable, because this time it's over Discord. Emily, what do you mean, out of nerves? Just tell the dude to fuck off and block him. Anyway, Lady Emily posts a couple of videos next, with Discord DMs in them, where it's very clear that she is at least somewhat playing along with this. So let's continue on.
Okay, well, I'll figure something out. Not sure if you have any dislikes from me.
Why is it always the feet, though? You're right. Why is it always the feet freaks?
How nice of you.
Of course.
Dude, this isn't a person who was just playing along with creepy foot guy out of nerves. This is a person who wants a new pair of shoes, baby.
Who's gonna pay my rent? $350.
Sent you some stuff today. I had a plan A I couldn't do because your feet were too darn big. So I went with a different idea.
Ooh, lol, I'm excited to see what it is. Thank you so
One
much.
of those crack addicts.
Wow, you,
I feel the same. I'm hooked on these
Well,
videos
I know
now.
my feet are big. It's a thing. I'm curious what plan A was.
Really? It's a thing you joke about?
I mean, it's not something I advertise, but it's just kind of a fact of life.
That's a fair stance on the issue. I'm lucky I'm a 12. One size bigger and no shoe stores would carry my size.
Ah, yeah, that's lucky. I'm lucky that HRT made my size shrink, which is very, very rare.
Telling you you haven't lived until you start watching this controversy while sipping soup and talking to your chat. I'm living my best life right now.
Oh, HRT. Oh, this is starting to make a lot more sense now, guys. Why Lady Emily is going kind of unhinged on this whole thing? I get it now. As always, not all trans people. You guys know that I'm friends with a whole bunch of trans women who don't act like this. But you cannot deny there is an intersection of progressivism and being trans, which creates some very unhinged people. The next bit, though, is the real reason this story went viral. Hold your breath, guys. No, really, it might actually smell over the internet.
Okay,
No.
I'm gonna miss your shoes. It was kind of nice being their caretaker again. Looks at them in my hands. As hard as it was at times, they stunk horribly.
Oh, yeah, sorry about that. It is what it is.
Man, big and stinky?
Wait, so are they still role playing? Or did they meet? Soup, stop mentioning food in my presence. It's 1 a.m. and I'm hungry. Sounds like a personal problem.
You've got it all. 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 Big and stinky. Got it all. Stinky. Got it all.
The fuck? What is she? The fucking hobbit? I'm about to shoot my food out of my nose. edit is sending me. Fuck. Oh my god, I'm dying.
This is what lit the internet on fire. The unadulterated cringe of the comment, big and stinky, you've got it all. Chugga's massive foot fetishery getting blown out in public is what made everyone pay attention. I know Lady Emily was going for the whole, OMG, I'm just a tiny defenseless trans girl and this huge influential white male content creator was slipping into my DMs sexually harassing me angle, but frankly, nobody outside of the progressive circles gave a shit about that. We were all laughing at the whole big and stinky thing. Well, that's the end of Lady
I
Emily's
never
Twitter
heard of
feed.
this
Chugga Conroy
drama.
publicly responded to it
Where
a few
the
hours
fuck
later
was
with a
I?
simple, straightforward apology, and a promise that he was going to collect his thoughts and come back with a proper response, which he did a few days later, in a very long Facebook post. This is huge and frankly not all worth going over. A lot of it is just self-flagellation in an attempt to keep his progressive audience on side, because he's getting Me Too'd and he knows it. But let's check out a few of the important parts. Firstly, he directly addresses Lady Emily.
I shouldn't have assumed you were just busy with traveling and that things were fine. Ellen began putting it together when the silence continued. I pestered you for too long, and I apologize for doing so. When you communicated this to me privately a few months ago, I apologized to you directly, and I promised I would never repeat this kind of behavior again with anyone else. Once you shared how I made you feel, it was a huge wake-up call, and I immediately sought professional help through therapy.
Hold on, if Lady Emily already approached Chugga Conroy privately months before going public and told him, this isn't okay, dude.
It happened in January. I'm trying to remember. What the fuck was I doing that I never heard of this? I have no fucking idea. How the fuck did I miss this?
Apologizing and going to therapy, then why the fuck did you make this public? He's already doing everything he should do. It's not like he was refusing to rectify the situation or threatening you or something, and so your only option was to bring it to the court of public opinion. The only possible reason I can think of why Lady Emily started this whole shit show is because she wanted him to burn. Chugga also replies to the "while he had a girlfriend" part of Lady Emily's initial post.
I would like to briefly clear up speculation about my relationship. I love my girlfriend, she was aware that this conversation took place, consented to it, and saw what was posted. It crossed no line set between us at the start of our relationship, and we are still together. I trust her to tell
it was
me
pretty
if I
big.
do something to upset her.
Okay, it seems like he wasn't
Chugga
actually
has
cheating, if
1
it's true,
million
even
subs.
though the Chugga is
Jesus.
a cheater thing is still part of the narrative today. Let's keep going.
Separately from above, I also want to touch on online discussion about other previous comments I've made about shoes over the years. Fitness and footwear are among my hobbies, and not strictly fueled by any.
I swear to God, Wolf, if you're sitting biting your lips thinking about the big stinky feet that got it all, I'm banning you. You need to go touch grass.
Anything more. I can get passionate about my interests, and I now understand how this can come across and how it can negatively affect others.
Okay, dude, I've been on your side for most of this, Chugga, but this is cope. We all know this is not a passion for fitness and footwear. You weren't born yesterday. We all know you've been filling up shoes with spunk like an unneutered dog. You're probably a longtime fan of WikiFeet, printing off pictures and nutting on them constantly. And hey, that's okay, you do you. You're not the only person I know with a weird foot fetish. But bro, you're not fooling anyone. Lady Emily responded.
No, it's not. Yeah, sure, buddy.
Saying that she's not sure
I knew it. Wolf is
because
Chugga in
Chugga's
disguise.
interactions as a simple mistake goes against the testimonies of what she claims are a half-dozen women who have all come forward privately to share their stories and establish a pattern of bad behavior on his part. And for a while, that was that. Progressives began to scream about how evil Chugga Conroy was for taking advantage of a poor defenseless trans girl, but most people saw this for what it was, a canceling attempt against a large YouTuber who exists in progressive spaces and has some progressive cred, because Lady Emily wanted the clout of being his friend and having him send her gifts, while also being too chicken shit to put her foot down when he started messaging her about weird foot stuff. Chugga just doesn't come off in these DMs as the aggressive sexual assaulter that Emily's trying to paint him as. And frankly, I think if she had been more direct, he probably would have apologized and stopped from the get-go. Is it weird and funny? Fuck yeah. Does this need to be policed by the cancel crew? No. But we all know how canceling events go. After the dam breaks, they all start flooding through.
Because of that, I'm taking the fridge. Go ahead, we have
Once it
two.
became clear that Lady Emily's allegations on their own were not enough to take Chugga Conroy down, people began to drop other allegations like clockwork. On January 23rd, 2024, one day after Chugga's apology, fellow Let's Player MyAnimeList, I can't pronounce that, she dropped her own allegations. I actually have a vague memory of Massey from before she really blew up. We might have interacted briefly at a convention once way back in like 2010 or something. She wasn't a big Let's Player back then, but she was trying hard to break into the space. I also remember that she used to post her stuff regularly to the Let's Play subreddit, presumably trying to gain traction that way too. I remember checking out her stuff a few times and thinking it was interesting, because she was a woman who actually had a decent sense of humor, operating in a primarily male space. But she just didn't hook me in, and I soon forgot about her. However, my general background internet knowledge told me that she ran in the Runaway Guys circle and was a part of that friend group. The Runaway Guys are a collaborative project between Chugga Conroy, Proton John,
Okay,
and
I
Nintendo
just
Capri
gorged
Sun,
out
who
some
are all
cherries.
also Nintendubers and Let's Players. Unlike Lady Emily,
That was a
Massey's
mistake.
allegations contain no private DMs or logs or anything like that proving it. She's simply retelling her own experiences.
Wait, that
I won't
why
torture
does
Naomi
she
with having to
seem
do voice acting for this
familiar?
one, since there's frankly not much meat on the bone here, and like we found out back in the Skullgirls video, Naomi can't do an Asian accent. Here's a quick summary of what's being said.
Wait,
Massey hasn't
I
been
feel
friends
like I
with Chugga
missed
for
something.
years. Any collaboration they previously recorded and was uploaded after their falling out was done without her consent. She's uncomfortable with how he's talked about her and other women in the past, in both private and public. She claims that Chugga is the type to always push boundaries. Him having a huge following makes this tendency dangerous, and she felt like she had to just tolerate it for her own career. She's received apologies from him privately over the years too, and frankly, she's just out of fucks to give. At the end, Massey draws a line in the sand. She will not attend any event where Chugga is present, for her own safety, and she will no longer tolerate being asked about him. That makes it sound like he fucking raped her or some shit. Like, yeah, I know she doesn't come out and say it, but this is a very serious set of stipulations to implement if it were just a friendship that soured over the years. Because Chugga Conroy was public enemy #1 at the time, and Massey is a popular female creator in a very progressive and very male-dominant space, everyone latched onto her story as if it was evidence that Chugga was pure evil or something. But you know what? I just don't see it. After this story dropped, fucking everyone in the Let's Player space came out in support of Massey and against Chugga Conroy. Miss Fushi said, Chugga Conroy has made me feel uncomfortable on many occasions. I am not okay with him contacting me, and I will not be a part of any event he participates in. I was afraid about posting this publicly, but I have to share. Ant Dude said, Chugga and I were friends in the past, like way longer than many would believe, but
What's
many
the
actions
truth,
of the
then?
last few years have created a considerable wedge. From my perspective, he is not somebody I want to be associated with going forward. Sunflower ASMR claims that she's had multiple uncomfortable experiences with Chugga, where he encouraged her to enact foot fetish roleplay. Brett Ultimus, Massey's boyfriend, wrote a short thread simply standing by his girl and adding nothing of substance to the conversation, just repeating what's been said before. There's no proof of any of this, by the way. These guys are just shitting stories out onto the internet now that the floodgates are open. People are fucking shameless in how they jump onto a dog pile. It's this period of time, the 23rd to the 24th, when the canceling of Chugga Conroy really took off, emboldened by Massey. Remember when I said earlier that Nintendubers often would cultivate an audience of soft millennial kids back in the day who have since grown into today's cancel-happy progressives? Well, those people began to come out of the woodwork. Story after story of somebody who was a big fan of Chugga when they were younger, and how it's shattered them, that he's been revealed to be a sexual assaulter, and how could this be happening? Wasn't Chugga one of the good ones? Probably the most unhinged take came from this giga retard, who is a 29-year-old transbian who hates minors and capitalists. She posted
Wait,
what
what's
is
a
basically
transbian?
Pascal's wager for the terminally online. Just follow this handy flowchart, guys. Somebody is a potential victim of grooming. If you chose to believe their words and their accusations were false, you were wrong, but you did the right thing supporting a possible victim. If the accusations were true, you've supported a grooming victim. If you don't choose to believe their words and the accusations were true, you've just defended a groomer. And if the accusations were false, you were technically correct, but as a result, more people are more likely to disbelieve true claims, making it harder for victims. The worst that happens from you supporting a potential victim is being incorrect. The worst that can happen from you discrediting one is you defend a groomer. No, you stupid bitch. When you are incorrect in supporting a potential victim, that means you've supported a fucking liar who is trying to destroy someone's life with a false allegation. This person
Like,
is
as
genuinely
someone
disgusting. It doesn't even register to them that a person
who once did the mistake of supporting a person who made up a story, I will never do that ever again.
who is a victim of a false
Without
allegation is a fucking victim.
evidence.
The best is yet to come, though, guys. Hold on to your butts. The next day, January 25th, the craziest allegations of them all dropped.
Oh
Pokemon and
no.
Sonic speedrunner, Westerlobe, posted this on Twitter. I'm sharing the story of a close friend of mine to allow her to maintain anonymity. She feels it's relevant to share, given the dynamic started when she was 15 years old and Chugga Conroy was 19. This friend of Westerlobe's is named Lolly. Yes, that's spelled Lawly and pronounced Lolly, which is frankly fitting for what we're about to hear. Lolly outlined her
Oh
accusation in the
no,
Google
I have a bad
I've known
feeling.
Chugga Conroy since late 2009, and we started speaking as friends starting early 2010. We started talking because of a cringe video I made doing voice lines for Gigas. I was so excited to meet and talk to my hero, as at the time, I didn't have many friends, so it felt extra special to have someone as important as him showing interest in speaking with me. At the time, Chucky used AIM, AOL Instant Messenger, and I had a potato PC that couldn't run it, so I used this thing called Meepo, which let me use AIM in a browser to speak with him.
You know, I remember the AIM and ICQ days too. I also remember those weren't exactly resource-intensive programs. This lolly person must have had like the mid-90s gray family PC still kicking around or something like that. Oh, I guess this is Dev Teaches Zoomers About the Old Internet, Lesson 2. AIM, MSN Messenger, and ICQ were chat programs popular in the 90s and early 2000s. They were more user-friendly than IRC, and initially only allowed for direct messages from person to person, though they did add chat rooms later. It was basically just texting, but it only worked on a computer.
Now that I've gotten on the internet, I'd rather be on my computer than doing just about anything.
The internet changed our lives.
I saved the logs and a message to myself on Gaia Online because of how precious they were to me at the time. I haven't used this site in years, but the recent allegations against Chugga made me really start to think and question our friendship. I dug up everything and started to read through all the old messages between us and, it's bad. Beyond the 2010 era cringe. He said things to me while I was underage that are not okay. It never occurred to me when I was younger how bad the situation was. At the time, I was so excited my hero was talking to me and showing interest in me. For years, I was friends with him and never really thought about how bad the situation actually was. I'm still coming to terms with all of it, and to be honest, I'm not really sure how I should feel. I know it's not right though. Speaking that way to a minor is
But now that everyone's dogpiling on him, okay.
also might be too afraid to speak out.
Well, from what it seems like, you're not actually afraid to speak out, even though that's what you're implying here. Rather, this reads like you just forgot all this shit happened until Chugga was getting cancelled. Anyway, Lolly logged back into her old Gaia Online account from her childhood, where she had saved the AIM messages by sending them to herself using the game's mail function. Another Dev Teaches Zoomers About the Old Internet, back to back. Gaia Online was an extremely popular and cringe online game back in the day that was basically a hug box catered to soft millennial kids who would eventually grow up to be the cancel-happy progressives we know today. During the 2000s, not every computer could actually play new video games, as graphics cards had not yet become a common component of every PC. As a result, there were a lot of simplistic browser-based games floating around, like Gaia Online and many others, so that kids who were stuck using the old family PC still had something they could play.
What the fuck am I looking at?
Even though these are logs from AOL Instant Messenger, they've been mangled due to Lolly sending them through the Gaia Online in-game mail system. Nonetheless, there's still a ton of legible information for us to go over. The first page is just Chugga and Lolly talking about Nintendo games, and how many messages that Chugga gets daily from fans. And yeah, this conversation has that 2010 era cringe to it, with the XD and the italic descriptions of their actions.
No.
But would you believe it if I told you that these conversations turned a little bit weird?
I have a Dragon Roost Island remix in there that I've listened to over 200 times.
I rape my songs apparently, so yeah.
I'm gonna rape you. Sorry, cat quotes.
Would it really be rape now? Rape is unwilling. Sorry, me being a retard.
It's cool.
The fuck
Not
is
as bad as the 12
happening?
to 14-year-old girls who write to me telling me I have their massive crushes on me, which is hilarious because they don't even know what I look like.
It's not totally impossible to be in love without knowing what someone looks like. Spends way too much time on online sites. And le question,
Yes?
just how old do you think I am?
18?
I'm flattered. Really? I'm only 15, turning 16 this year.
Oh, Jesus.
Why does everyone always think significantly higher or lower?
Whenever I meet people, if
What
they see what
the
I look like, they
fuck?
think I'm only 16. If they just hear my voice online, they think I'm in my mid-20s. I'm really 19.
Works out in the middle. I'm not sure what people think of my appearance. I've been said to look old and young. And, well, you heard my voice.
Creepy demonic voice.
I'm not that scary, or am I? Dun, dun, dun.
And then Chugga abruptly changes the topic back to the video he's
My
editing. At this
brain.
point in the timeline, the narrative surrounding Chugga Conroy rapidly
My
shifted.
brain.
Before, he was a cheater and a foot fetishist and a sex pest who had been slapped with a scattershot of random accusations, many of them without proof. But after this came out, in the eyes of the public, he's now a pedophile. He's 19, she's 15, she's underage, he's a child raper. That's the narrative.
Do you sit in this chair?
Yeah, I sit here, I got my controller here, and I'm able to just
To be fair, I met my husband over Discord because we were in the same esports org. I did print out our very first Discord conversation and framed it for Valentine's Day. And yes, all of our messages sound stupid. I guarantee you. Anyone will go back right now and check on their old messages to friends, to their partners, whoever. They sound stupid.
Just look at the TV and...
Of course, in reality, there is nuance.
We're big fans of this dance here.
To this situation, considering that the rape joke is clearly a joke, and at least in this conversation, he didn't repeat it after she revealed her age. But we'll save that discussion until the end of the logs, since there's a lot more to come. Let's keep going.
The game.
You suck.
I love you too.
I know you do.
What the fuck?
You secretly love small children. Don't deny it.
You're only a few years younger. Yay, creeping.
I know that, but it's still pedophilia. But it's okay. The law will never stop us. And I have no idea what's wrong with me. Lack of sleep.
Sounds like my life.
Oh.
Baby, come back. You can blame it all.
What? Okay, is it just me or she actually is the one hitting on him way, way, way harder and fetishizing the age difference?
You throw out your mop and broom?
I had 1 or 2. Wait, what? I had those?
Just like you had sneakers.
Oh no.
But I don't. You do, and I wear them when you're not looking.
You mean like now?
But you're looking, so no.
Notices a bulge in your boot. Hey, wait! Pushes you down and snatches off your boots.
Ew,
You wear my
this
sneakers
is the
instead of
RP
boots?
shit again.
This video is sponsored by Vessi
You should be
Footwear.
ignoring her, but she's not in this. Yeah.
Gah,
Oh my
crams
god.
feet into the boot since I have no other shoes to run in. Runs.
Boot fetish chases after you in your shoes. When I catch you, jumps on.
Gah is pinned. Please have
Oh
mercy.
my god. It's the RP that's
Pinned by a girl.
making me.
Has no
Oh my
idea
god.
what to do on top. Noms?
On
I'm
top?
about to self-end myself here.
I'm a top, which means you're a bottom.
Guess it's not pedophilia if you're the one doing the raping.
Rapes. And to law it is.
Okay,
And is
I'm
it
done.
You're not gonna rape your boots off me, are you?
I'm done.
No. Close his mouth.
Bye,
What a
everyone.
lovely idea. Rapes the boots off. However that works.
No, give me back my shoes.
They're all mine. And so
Is it
are
safe
you.
yet?
Insert various inappropriate stuff here.
You sure love raping me.
You sure love being raped, but that means it's willing, and willing
No.
rape is sex. So now it's pedophilia.
My feet are cold. Can I please have my shoes back?
Nope.
Fine. Whines and hands shoes back reluctantly.
Yay! Puts them on before my feet freeze.
Oh boy. Okay.
Okay, it's over.
Ignore the age thing for a minute.
I'm back.
Yes, I know it's a big
It's
thing
over.
to ignore. Just roll with us. This is peak 2010 erotic RP cringe. The emotes, the thing where you role play running around being hyper, the use of over-the-top sexuality, and frankly, a non-sexual goofy manner. And add to all of this the fact that Chugga Conroy would be doing weird feet shit in Lady Emily's DMs 13 years later. Yeah, there's a lot of strange things going on here. It's clear that the majority of the interaction is being facilitated by Lolly. She's probably very excited to be talking to a big YouTuber who she very clearly has a schoolgirl crush on. This is like a decade before the term parasocial became part of the mainstream, but this is clearly parasocial behavior looking back on it. Chugga, for his part in it, is a mostly passive participant. He doesn't really initiate it, but he also doesn't shut it down either. He certainly engages and moves things along sometimes, but it's clear that Lolly is the one who's mostly directing the conversation. Now, when you consider the fact that Chugga knows that he's 19 and she's 15, this gets a whole lot weirder. What he should be doing is shutting down any of that talk that flirts with the sexual stuff right away. He is the adult here. It's his responsibility. Lolly is the 15-year-old fangirl who is thinking, a 4-year age gap isn't that big of a deal. And you know what? No one would bat an eye if this was like 18 and 22. But Chugga is the 19-year-old YouTuber who, at the time, was blowing up. He had to know this girl was infatuated with him and that what was happening wasn't right. Does this make him like a pedo rapist or something? Like, is he morally on the same level as someone who fucks a baby? Obviously not. But there's
the
clearly
fuck?
still some level
I
that's
just
appropriate.
went from
And speaking
0
of
to
inappropriate,
1,000.
Lolly's a lolly. FKU in there.
Son of a... That was unintentional. Fuck you. But still.
But yeah, I actually had a normal sleeping time today.
It's the end of the world. And yes, my nickname is Lolly.
Hey, with your cosplays, you really are a lolly.
Huh?
Please tell me you don't know the actual meaning of lolly.
Lolly has a much nicer ring to it than pedo crush.
Oh God, you know the meaning. Dead. Lolly is prepubescent though.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Lolly's Google document contains way more logs, this time in pure text format. What we've been looking at so far are just the Gaia Online screen caps that Lolly shared with the internet. She apparently copied and pasted their entire contents into this doc, and there's something like 40 pages of logs here. There is no way I'm gonna have Dave and Naomi read all of these out for this video. I'm just gonna point out the important things going forward. If all of these are accurate, the first log provided is from January 21st, 2010. It's in this conversation that Lolly tells Chugga she's 15. It's not necessarily bad that Chugga keeps talking with her despite being 19, but he should be actively discouraging any of the sexual talk that Lolly's initiating. Yes, she is initiating. She's clearly got a crush on him, but he should be the responsible party here. At the beginning, Chugga is clearly trying to ignore it. Like, for example, that one moment where he says, "You suck." She replies with, "I swallow," and then he ignores it and says, "I think I'll go to the store and get that Slurpee." He's not stopping it, but he's also not engaging with it. But by March 4th, 2010, Chugga is saying stuff like, "You wish you were old enough for this." Lolly says, "Nuh-uh." Chugga replies, "Sure you do." Lolly says, "Why must Chugga always insist on saying I like him?" Chugga says, "You totally do." Lolly repeatedly denies it. I mean, this could be that flirty, "I don't like you, tee-hee" shit on Lolly part. It could also just be 2010 teenage hyperactivity. Who knows? The point is that Chugga is actively engaging now. Over the 6 months of these logs, Chugga and Lolly both talk about how they seem to lead depressed lives, how they both have romantic prospects in real life that are kind of falling apart. They talk about video games. There's a ton of sexual innuendo here. There's a whole bunch of edgy jokes related to rape, necrophilia, slavery, suicide. And through it all, Chugga keeps making jokes about how much Lolly obviously wants to fuck him, all of which she denies, while frankly acting like she actually wants to fuck him. I'll leave the link to the document in the description, in case you want to read the whole thing for yourself. But in my opinion, there is a lighthearted air to all
I don't think I will.
Yes, it's raunchy, but there's also a wistful innocence here. It feels like they both know nothing here will ever actually go anywhere. Whatever connection they have is temporary and fleeting. And while their offline lives go to shit, they're just goofing around enjoying each other's company until this friendship inevitably ends. The issue, once again, is that Chugga's 19 and Lolly's 15. He shouldn't be doing this. I remember being on Wick's channel a few months back, talking about the Vosh horse lolly thing, and talking about the psychology of why people like Lolly with Wick, Brianna Wu, and counterpoints. There was definitely a period where, like, when I was the same age as the underage girls and I was watching it, I was like, this is clearly meant for me, because this is a 15-year-old girl being sexualized, and I'm 15. And then, like, there's definitely a bleed-over effect when you're, like, 18 or 19. You're still watching the same stuff, because it still interests you, but you're like, hold on a minute, I'm a little bit older now. When you watch it, you kind of, you go back into the headspace of when you were 15, and you have to realize, oh, I'm not 15 anymore. This is kind of weird, isn't it? Eventually, I got to a point where, like, when I watch something like Attack on Titan that's not sexualized at all, I'm just like, it's a show. And I'm now at a point where watching girls walk around with their tits out in anime is just not as appealing as I've gotten older, and my taste has just changed.
I
This is an
have
important
to
thing,
completely agree on that. Over time, it just, you change, you evolve, you grow up.
So I feel like when you stunt emotionally or socially, then you're gonna stay in the milieus of your teenagehood. So if you don't have sexual partners, if you don't have an advanced social relationships, if you don't have a girlfriend or a wife or whatever, then you're gonna stunt towards like the
Also,
end of
getting
your
a
teenage
girlfriend
development,
helped that
and then
too.
as a
That
result,
too.
the reason why it's weird is because
Of
if
course,
you're
that
still
helps.
mentally or emotionally 15 or 16.
But again, like, look at all these controversial YouTubers or streamers. They got a partner and they're still the same level of degenerates as they were before. So getting a girlfriend is not a direct contribution of you changing. It's probably the other way around. You getting a girlfriend because you grew up.
But you are 32 or 34, then I think you're correctly impugned for not maturing.
I think what happens with a lot of people who are depressed or developmentally stunted or terminally online or any of the other number of ways your life can stall out is that they sometimes lose track of how old they are on an emotional level. You know, when you graduate from school and go off to college.
I would say I am definitely terminally online. So, like, for me, I have health issues, and ever since COVID, I am terminally online. We cannot pretend COVID doesn't exist anymore, it still does. So, I'm extremely cautious about going out. And if I can or want to avoid, I will avoid going outside. And on top of that, last week I lost my job. So now all I do is sit in front of my PC, either stream, watch YouTube, or edit or draw. But everything in my life is online now.
Or graduate college and find a job, or when you get married, these are all transitory periods of life marked by a ceremony. You're entering into a new phase of your life, and you can't go back, no matter how much you want to. But the process of going through the ceremony provides some emotional closure. The reason we have sayings like, one door closed, another one opens, or everything has a season, is to help reinforce the one-way nature
Also,
of
that's the
life,
reason
as it
why I'm
seems to
learning
be a
art
pretty
now.
common experience for a person to get
As Zen
trapped somewhere
said,
back in the
to
past.
take a break
I
from
think the
working
lifestyle
and
of a
just
YouTuber or a streamer is especially
do
prone to
art.
this type of pitfall. If your channel takes off during college, or heaven forbid during high school, as your
Just
peers move into
relax.
the normal next stage of life, you end up going down a different path if you do this job professionally. Sure, there's a lot of success to be had, but it can also be pretty lonely. You're somewhat isolated from the rest of the world, as a lot of the necessary work is done alone. Normal life pressures don't seem to apply as much, and instead there's a bunch of concerns that are relatively unique to content creation. Many people have noticed that streamer and YouTuber spaces all operate like high school cliques, and I think it's because a lot
Yes,
of
they
people in them
do.
have actually stagnated developmentally. Now, think back on Chugga Conroy. It's 2010. Professional YouTubing is still in its infancy. Chugga's blowing up online. He's making good money just for playing video games on the internet. Tons of people online know him and love him. He's become an internet
I do
household name.
wonder
People want
though,
to
are you planning or have you done that before, making videos on the VTubing space? I feel like you will find so many controversies happening there. I would 100% watch it, but it's mostly if you're like interested in that space. There's a lot of shit going down, from malpractices by companies to online harassment to people not being held accountable because they're hiding behind a model and they feel like no one can hold them accountable because of that. The Lifu you see now is because I told her to pursue what she loves. Watching online videos, baby.
to be him. People want his job. They want to be his friends. He's got copycats. He's got admirers. There's fangirls who are into him. And he's starting a whole new genre of YouTube. Meanwhile, back in his real life, in the real world, he's 19 years old. He's attending college, which he described as a mid-experience at best. He doesn't know what he wants to do with his life. He's got no play with girls. He's still living in his mom's basement, and his family situation isn't great. To a guy like this, the online world would be a lot more tempting than whatever he has going on IRL. And unlike most other internet-addicted losers, he can actually live on his work. So why not? Plus, he's lonely. This lolly girl seems cool and is really into him. The age gap's only 4 years, but that's not going to matter down the line. Yeah, it looks bad, but he knows deep down he's not a creeper. He's a good guy. She's into it too. No one's being hurt. This might be his only chance at actually being happy. Yeah, I'm probably overanalyzing this, but this is what a lot of lonely guys say when they described getting wrapped up in a romantic experience with a girl who is just a bit too young. They're not actually attracted to kids. They're isolated people intimidated by the real world who have yet to internalize the fact that they are now adults. They have this self-perception of them being younger than they actually are, due to their developmental stagnation. There's a good possibility that this is what happened to Chugga Conroy, whether he knows it or not. I'm not excusing anything, by the way. I'm simply describing the thought process. Alright, that's enough sappy music. Let's talk about what Chugga actually did wrong, as well as the public reaction to it. I understand everyone's initial knee-jerk response of completely blowing the man off the internet. An adult talking to an underage girl about lollies and pedo crushes is an optics nightmare. He obviously shouldn't have done this, but at the same time, cringe logs between a 19-year-old and a 15-year-old from 15 years ago, during a significantly more edgy time on the internet, that are flirtatious and straddle the border of being overtly sexual without ever actually crossing that border, are not the same thing as like child porn or child rape or grooming. There are degrees of bad, guys. Not everything is the worst possible thing. Was what Chugga did bad? Yes. But let's have some nuance, people. Lady Emily actually replied to Westerlobe's lolly tweet, saying, "I'm so sorry your friend went through this. This is horrifying." It's an online chat from 15 years ago. He still shouldn't have done it, but both individuals involved are completely different people now. There's no evidence Chugga's continued with predatory behavior towards other underage fans. This was clearly just a mistake on his part. Calling this horrifying just feels like Lady Emily is hitching herself to the continuation of the drama, probably in an attempt to retroactively make her own story seem stronger. The logs continue until August 12th, 2010, where they abruptly end in the middle of what looks like probably the 5th foot-related RP. Lolly writes, "Yes, it really does just end here. Blame 15-year-old me." I guess she just forgot to copy the rest of the logs into her Gaia Online account, and never got back around to doing it. I think she knows just how much of this was also unacceptable from her position, despite being the underage party herself, because at the beginning of the doc she writes, "Please read these logs with your own discretion, as a lot of the language that I and Chugga use is dated and extremely unacceptable to say. 2010 times are really something different, and these caused me physical pain to read over." Yeah, it hurt me reading these logs too, but I think it's for a very different reason than you. Personally, I remember the exact type of chick that Lolly was back in the day, and every single one of them that I met on IRC or whatever, they were all fucking insufferable. Here is probably the funniest bit of all. Lolly actually kept in contact with Chugga. Yeah, I know she's trying to recast these logs as proving that Chugga is a manipulator or a groomer or something, claiming at one point that "I'm not sure he ever truly saw me as a friend." But nonetheless, they kept in contact long after those AIM logs. Lolly provides Discord logs of them talking back in May of 2021, long after they've both moved into the adult stage of their life. And just take a guess at what you think they talked about.
I look at a foot and it's a foot, a proto hand.
Well, I recall yours had something awfully unusual about them.
Did they?
Have you been in those shoes undisturbed for 12 years? 'Cause, I'm not sure I can picture what it was.
I'm saving them for marriage.
I guess I shouldn't joke around if you don't like the idea of this, but would you want to do that?
Do what?
Do what we used to, one more time.
What did we do? Am I forgetting something? Or are you bullying me again, Christ?
I mean, do that shoe thing we did as teenagers.
That's right, old Chugga is going after her big and stinkies all these years later.
Oh,
Lolly
no.
describes this as strange and transactional, and even though she was uncomfortable, she did it because she didn't want to kink shame him. Holy shit, dude. Is this Lolly chick a complete fucking pushover? You know you can have your own boundaries and enforce them, right? You don't just have to do what other people tell you? I feel like if I went up to this chick and said, "Yo, my kink is having sex with you, and if you deny me, you're kink shaming me," there's at least a possibility she might be like, "Oh, that seems legit," and immediately go ass up, vagina to the sky. Lolly
Oh
says
my
that the
God.
point she's making here is that while the foot stuff is fine for two adults to do, it is the same type of stuff that Chugga did with her when she was 15. Exposing your kink to a 15-year-old, even if they don't perceive it as sexual, because to most normal people it wouldn't be, is still bad. And you know what? Fair enough. Point taken. The logs continue after they negotiate a bit about how the foot RP is going to go.
We were at some kind of party together as friends, but suddenly we're driven out of the house and the other party guests are chasing us like some angry mob. They're shouting that when they catch us, they're going to do terrible things. I shout as I run alongside you, "Gah, what'd you even do to piss them off this badly?"
I shrug my shoulders awkwardly as I try to keep up with you. Trade secret. Don't worry about it. A smug grin crosses my face as I recall the horror that I may or may not have unleashed upon an unsuspecting crowd.
The guard holding his nose replies, "It seems to detect toxic chemicals on you, but it couldn't be, could it?" People in line are shoving their way forward to the front. The people in the back, hearing the commotion, want a view of whatever's going on. Holy fuck, what? Oh, how? What a show! Damn, does this hurt having such enormous feet? A small child shouts at you, "Hey lady, can I touch them for $5? And the crowd of people laughs. The shame is unbearable, unimaginable, indescribable.
Okay, there's no fucking way that this is Chugga's interests in fitness and footwear coming to the forefront here, guys. This dude is absolutely fisting and destroying his cock while writing this shit one-handed. In any case, this was the final nail in the coffin
I
of
didn't
Chugga
need
Conrad.
that
He was
visual.
reeling from the previous accusations, but this was the knockout punch. Within the next couple of days, a whole bunch of events kicked off in rapid succession.
And that's just what they'll do. One of these days these boots are gonna walk all over you.
The timeline of events so far looks like this. On January 16th, 2024, Lady Emily drops her allegations. They gained some traction, but don't seem to really go anywhere. And in fact, some fans are actually skeptical of her story, and they begin asking questions. On January 20th, 4 days later, Lady Emily acknowledges this isn't exactly going how she'd hoped, so she releases more logs in an attempt to shit-stir further, which also doesn't really work. Yeah, I know I haven't covered those yet. We'll look at that additional release a little bit later in the video. Don't you worry, I'm not skipping anything. On January 22nd, Chugga makes that Facebook post where he apologizes to Emily, clarifies a few things, and promises to do better. For the most part, this kills the momentum of the canceling event. But the next day, January 23rd, Masae drops her allegations, and other minor players also begin to step forward. Chugga disappears at this point. No videos, no comments on Twitter, he just vanishes, and, spoiler alert, he remains gone for months. On January 25th, Lolly drops her accusations, and it's at this point the entire internet seemingly makes up their collective mind about Chugga Conroy being public enemy #1. His fans by and large abandoned him, with more and more people coming out saying
Hi,
stuff like,
PlayStation fan. Found you through the anime tag. How are you? I'm good. How are you?
With people on Twitter saying that
How's your
Chugga
day
Conroy was
going?
a rapist or a full-on pedophile. Minor acquaintances, or even just random Let's Players he had never even collaborated with, began to put
My
out
older
long
sister's the
tweet
main
threads or
reason I
blog
got
posts
into
talking about
anime.
how they disavow and how
Nice.
bad
What
this
kind
makes
of
the community
anime
look.
fun?
Every single person was looking to push themselves ahead just a little bit by kicking off of the body of the drowning man. At this point, though, even Chugga's professional connections started to sever ties.
Shit.
Here's the story of TRG.
Remember the Runaway Guys? That collaborative project between Chugga, Proton John, and Nintendo Capri Sun? Well, the webmaster for their website, a fangirl named Canadian Chili, took the site down with Proton John's permission. It was initially meant to be temporary, but she later said that Chugga is twisted and deserves either a criminal case or karmic retribution. The Chugga Conroy subreddit was closed down by its owner, Cedars PhD, who said, "I can't believe I've wasted 10 years on helping Chugga while he used his position to do terrible things. I feel gross." The account LP Catchphrases, dedicated to posting viral clips of Let's Players who are in the orbit of the Runaway Guys, was also shut down by its owner, who said that he couldn't in good conscience keep an account like that running anymore. As a result, both the Chugga Conroy channel and the Runaway Guys channel
Fleshing
went
out
into
my
subscriber
comedy
death zone,
parody of a
which does
sad
look
anime
bad on
I came
social
across
blade, but
years
doesn't
ago.
actually mean too much,
My
since the golden age of Let's
fanfic is
Playing
called
over, and a lot of those are probably
Violet
just dead
Flower
subs.
Flower
Their monthly
Garden.
view count dropped off a fair bit too, and considering that most of those views were just residual clicks on old videos,
Wait,
that probably added up to a
you're
decent
making
chunk
your
of
own
passive
manga
revenue that was
slash
lost.
comic?
Probably the most noteworthy response, though, was from those two other people that made up the Runaway Guys. After the initial Lady Emily accusations, but before the Lolly ones, they announced that Chugga Conroy was backing out of their MagFest appearance, which I'm pretty sure everyone expected. But Proton John and Nintendo Capri Sun went two different directions on the whole thing. Let's check out Proton John's response first.
You are bothered by a group of people who are doing no harm to anyone, existing, and finding themselves, and actually becoming happier with themselves because they have lived through shit that has driven them insane. You need
No, just
to reassess your life.
that
Straight up.
fanfic. I'm not really sure how fanfics work.
I was grown up showing that two things. I was shown that you shouldn't like gay people and you shouldn't like trans people. Yo, say trans rights, I'll buy you a Beyblade. I am literally holding a Beyblade in my hand right now. Trans rights, motherfucker.
It's clear that Proton John is a pretty progressive guy politically. He doesn't talk about politics much on his social media accounts, but he does retweet progressive causes occasionally in between gaming and convention stuff. By the way, that's okay. You can believe in whatever politics you want. But Proton John comes off, to me, as a normie progressive, if that makes sense. Like somebody who's not too politically educated. Which is fine, it's not his wheelhouse. He strikes me as someone whose political opinions are based on the fact that his friend group, his audience, everyone around him are also progressives. And so he's one too. We're actually both Canadian, and we were mutuals way back in the day on one of my old band accounts. But a few years back, I remember saying hi to him, and he replied with, "I have no idea who you are, you racist." So it's like, okay,
What?
dude. After the allegations
Wait, why is he
dropped,
calling
Proton
you
John said that
racist?
he knows everyone wanted him to make a statement, that he will make an in-depth one.
How
For now, he's
fanfic
just
works?
disappointed,
Take an
confused.
existing
He
piece
doesn't
of
condone
media
anything that's come out,
and let your
and is currently
imagination
processing
guide
his
you.
feelings.
Yeah, but
On
like,
February 2nd,
do
he put out
people
his own Google
write it
Doc containing
down?
his statement, but thankfully it's only one page long. In it, he does the usual
They
"I don't
sketch it
condone, I
out?
stand with the victims" thing. But then, not only does he say that the Runaway Guys are going on an indefinite hiatus, but he's also distancing himself from Chugga Conroy. Any content that's already been recorded for the Runaway Guys will likely never be posted, and if it does, it'll be in the far future. Proton John and Nintendo Capri Sun are going to start projects without Chugga Conroy, and their live show at conventions, their own controllers, will continue on without Chugga's branding and involvement. So this seems to me like Proton John is 100% throwing his friend under the bus. Not just professionally, but personally too. Proton John unfollowed Chugga on all social media, and he also dropped some public support for Masae, despite how weak her claims were. considering that he strikes me as, like I said, someone who gets his politics from his friend group rather than any deep-seated moral conviction. I personally think this is a preservation tactic. Proton John sees the writing on the wall when it comes to Chugga, and he doesn't want to get cancelled either. He's been on the internet a very
You can
long
make
time.
it
He knows how this shit
Arthur
goes.
if you
In
want.
fact, when it
It's a
comes to
writing
finding
that's
yourself
the
under the piercing
main
gaze
part,
of the progressive Twitter
making
cancel mob,
fanfic.
Proton John is probably
Okay,
himself a little bit
yeah,
worried.
that's what I
It's
was
common knowledge that he
wondering.
got his start Let's Playing earlier than Chugga Conroy did, back on the Something Awful forums in 2007, and he was one of the pioneers of bringing that format to YouTube. Something Awful is a forum started by Lotax back in 1999. By the way, Lotax was an early internet celebrity, before we even called them that. Before the internet was centralized onto the large social media sites of today, places like Something Awful, Newgrounds, and 4chan were basically the hotspots of the 2000s era internet, and the culture of those places was significantly edgier and more risque than anything on the internet today. As a result of Proton John's former connection with Something Awful, and the type of content that was regularly posted on
Okay,
that
this
site
is
during
at
its
least
heyday,
coming in
younger progressives have
a
occasionally
little
tried
more.
to cancel him over his past. They never really go anywhere though, and so far Proton John has skated by unscathed. Frankly, he seems kind of like H-Bomber Guy, or iDubbbz, or anyone else with trolls remorse. He's the only member of the Runaway Guys who is explicitly political, explicitly progressive, and in my opinion, probably the only one with skeletons in his closet.
Yeah, like this is definitely something awful, people. I can tell
Yup,
from
that
all
donkey
these.
mode.
Yeah, it is a mystery.
That's a good one.
There's Sonic. I'm going to assume, yeah, there's the something awful grenade. There's a dick because why not?
What?
Space. Oh yeah, there you go. This is definitely a something awful system when you see that.
As a friend of mine likes to say, this is to the day we find out what you're hiding, Proton John.
Let's see how it looks with the
Nintendo Capri Sun, though,
flame.
it's a different story. In Proton John's doc, he mentions offhandedly that
I'm
Chugga took
gonna
a
need
break
to
from the
bring the
internet, but
flame
it's
up.
Nintendo Capri Sun who appears to be sticking by him, helping him, and consistently updating the internet on his status. On January 26th, one day after the Lolly document dropped, Nintendo Capri Sun posted on Reddit that Chugga was in the psych ward after having a mental break due to all the allegations, and he also might have tried to kill himself, though the post is intentionally vague about it. Nintendo Capri Sun also confirmed that Chugga had internal bleeding due to stress ulcers that the doctors had to deal with. Chugga called the house twice, first to talk to Nintendo Capri Sun, second to talk to his girlfriend. The first conversation was minutes after the Lolly allegation came out, which means that when he was institutionalized, it was over the Lady Emily and the Massey stuff. I don't know if you guys know this, but when you're in one of these places, you don't have access to your own phone or to the internet. You're completely cut off from the outside world. He was already having stress ulcers and breakdowns before the hardest hitting allegation dropped. Having to hear the Lolly one over the phone probably ruined him. Chugga also said that his friends
I
should
think this
distance
looks
themselves
fine.
from him in order to not get destroyed
Definitely
themselves.
can
The
start
second call was
rendering
an
out
hour
the
later
hair.
to his girlfriend, and his girlfriend later confirmed that he had taken some pretty heavy medication and sounded like he was mellowing out.
Is this real life?
Chugga's intention was to move to his girlfriend's place in Scotland after he got out, and then basically lay low, stay offline, take a long break from making content. Chugga shared a house.
It's gonna
with
be
Nintendo
hard
Capri
as
Sun,
the
which
very
he was just
first
gonna let him
rig,
take
though.
over in the interim. By January 28th, Chugga was back home, and he was just staying offline and talking to his friends about what happened. Nintendo Capri Sun said that although he still held Chugga accountable, he wasn't going to give up on his friend. He also reported that Chugga lost at least 5 pounds during the 2 days he was in the psych ward, and that he intended for his off-grid retreat to Scotland to start after he put himself together a little bit more. As the controversy wound down and people moved on, it was Nintendo Capri Sun who would give Chugga fans updates on his health and life.
How's Chugs? He's doing alright. He got some bad news a couple nights ago about his mom. I probably shouldn't be saying this on here, but she might have cancer.
Oh
We don't know yet. It's
no.
gonna be another week before we find out. But, poor guy just can't catch a break, I tell you.
Jesus Christ, that's fucking brutal. Poor Chugga Conroy. But you know what? What a stand-up guy Nintendo Capri Sun is. Compare the reactions of these two people. One just tosses his former pal
His
under the
mom
bus
is
and moves on,
fine.
trying desperately to not have his own progressive fan base turn on him. The other one sticks by his friend, not letting him off the hook for anything he might have done, but understanding that he is a person, and not the amalgamation of what the worst parts of the internet thinks about him. I recall when a friend of mine, Food Shops, was looking over my coverage of Super Mega, and she said that my focus on the progressive politics of the people involved was unnecessary. I disagree, and the difference between the reaction of these two guys is a great example of why. One is progressive, the other is apolitical. One stabs his longtime friend in the back, the other doesn't. There is something in progressive politics. It's not exclusive to them, but oh boy is it a core part. That means purity spirals, no forgiveness, online lynch mobs. This belief that you have the objectively correct views, and your ideas are beyond reproach, beyond debate, naturally leads to the connected belief that someone who doesn't think like you, or doesn't adhere to your morals, they're not simply mistaken or uneducated, they're evil and they must be eradicated. Proton John may or may not feel this way about Chugga. We can't know, we're not in his head. But I guarantee you, his audience feels this way. Chugga Conroy remained offline for several months. It's during this period that the narrative surrounding him was set into stone, and the general public began to move on to other topics. Nobody was really talking about him anymore, but if he did come up in passing, the average response was something like, "Oh yeah, that guy? Wasn't he the Let's Player who raped a child and harassed a trans girl for nudes?" Completely wrong, of course, but that's how games of internet telephone work. And for people who were more in the know and followed the drama extensively, they went back and retroactively treated Lady Emily and Massey's accusations with even more seriousness, now that the lolly accusations had run their course and totally destroyed Chugga's life. And for a long time, that was that. The story seemed like it was over. But little did anyone know, we were all going to be revisiting and questioning everything that came out during those 2 weeks in January soon enough.
Or I'll walk out of this arena!
My life is like a video game, trying hard to beat the stage.
On April 10th, 2024, Nintendo Capri Sun leaked on a Chugga fan stream that Chugga Conroy was almost ready to come back to the internet, and that he had receipts.
But I get the sense, the vibe that he's close to finished with it. So
Oh, good for him.
That's good.
very bad.
Good for him. That's
Is
awesome.
it gonna be like a twit longer or like a video statement?
Oh yeah, people are asking that. Yeah.
I think it's probably going to be like a Google Doc or something to that effect. I kind of wish
Fair.
he'd do a video, but because that's what I would do. But I guess being autistic, though, you know, it's like people will interpret your body language as though he's lying here or something like that. So.
Yeah. Because some people are asking if he's going to do it like how Pro Jared did it when he gave his receipts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's
I suppose.
got a few receipts, so I can.
Oh, good boy.
That's good. That's
what we want.
Almost 1 week later, on April 16th, on the promised day, he returned. Chugga finally broke his silence and dropped a huge Google Doc containing a bunch of evidence showing that what was said about him during his absence was either misinterpretations, it lacked context, or it was just downright lies. He begins by saying that he feels ready to finally respond to everything, and it's unfortunate that he has to reveal information about others in order to clear his name, but it's clearly become necessary at this point. Sounds juicy. Let's get into it. Even though this is the last section that Chugga covers in his document, I want to talk about it first. His time in the psych ward. Chugga describes how the online speculation about his apparent misdeeds caused him so much stress that he lost 8 pounds in a week. He developed internal bleeding, and he was in the ER twice for blood loss. That, combined with his mother's own health problems, led him to consider suicide. He called the suicide prevention hotline, who promptly sent people over to his house and carted him off to the psych ward. Chugga describes the worst night of the whole ordeal as being locked in an unheated concrete cell. He provides some paperwork from the psych ward where he claims that he was diagnosed with psychotic depression, which he's now on meds for. He also shared some mental insights that he gained while locked away, with the help of another patient named Destiny. Hey, that's a girl's name.
The name of a beautiful woman who might be a dancer.
Chugga goes into extreme detail on a lot of topics here. His mental health, his childhood where he only had his mom around, his sexual dysfunction stemming from an assault he suffered when he was very young, and how all of this has affected his relationships, as well as the foot fetish thing. I'm not going to go into any of this. It's all in the document if you want to read it for yourself. Chugga says that he feels like he has to lay all of this out, put it out there in the open, in order to get people to believe that he's not the abuser he's been painted as by these women. I don't think any of this stuff necessarily surprised die-hard Chugga fans, as he's spoken openly in his Let's Plays about not having his dad in his life, due to a cornucopia of abuse, to the point that fans have actually made a compilation of every time he's let slips of information about his dad. Chugga's document adds more context to a lot of those comments that you can find peppered across his various Let's Plays, and you can go hunt those things down and put the pieces together for yourself if you want. I'm not going to do it in this video, because frankly it adds nothing to the story of the accusations made against him. Chugga then thanks his girlfriend, his mom, and Nintendo Capri Sun for caring about him so much during his time away from the internet, as well as all of his fans who stuck by his side. A very noticed absence in his thanks was Proton John, though he did say that he called an unnamed friend after he got out of the psych ward, and wanted to explain himself, and this friend said what Chugga characterizes as unintentionally harsh things. This conversation enraged Chugga's girlfriend, who told him that some people will just never come around, but that doesn't make him a bad person. I have no reason whatever to think this. This is just a dev hunch, but my gut tells me that this guy was probably Proton John. There's also a section in Chugga's document about Massey. You know, that female Let's Player who claimed that Chugga made her feel uncomfortable regarding how he spoke about her and other women, and how he pressed boundaries, and how she felt like due to his extremely large size as a creator, she couldn't enforce a boundary on him without her career being in jeopardy? Well, Chugga reveals that, unknown to anyone except their close friends, they were actually engaged.
You what?
Yeah, they were getting fucking married, guys. They'd been dating for years. Chugga specifically says that although they had been together for a decade, Massey insisted on keeping their relationship private, off the internet. but everyone they knew in real life, including Proton John and Nintendo Capri Sun, they all knew. After the engagement, Chugga wanted to go public with their relationship, since, you can't really keep that a secret forever. But Masae insisted on keeping it private even then. And even after they broke up, Masae wanted it kept private, and Chugga honored that request until she threw him under the fucking bus. Chugga says that they had a very difficult breakup that he didn't take very well, and he regrets how emotional he got. He also reiterates that just as she never wants to hear about him again, he never wants to hear about her again. Now, I don't know how you guys feel about this, but to me, this is fucking insane. Go back and read that Masae thread. You know what? Here, I'll post it again. Pause this video and read the whole thing. Nowhere in this does Masae mention that her and Chugga were dating for 10 years and they were planning to get married. When she says things like, I'm uncomfortable with the way he's talked to or about me in the past, or how he's spoken to or about women in public and in private is concerning, or Chugga pushes boundaries and facing his large following is a career risk, so not rocking
This is
the boat is a safer
wild.
option. Or, for my own comfort and safety, I won't be attending events that he's at, unless it's large and public enough that I can avoid him. All of these quotes make Chugga sound like a giga rapist that has left Masae utterly traumatized. But now that we know they were dating, everything here hits differently. This no longer reads like two friends with a massive power imbalance where one is pushing past boundaries. Now it sounds like an ex-couple trying to navigate a messy breakup and having awkward interactions, figuring out what's appropriate for their new dynamic. Masae didn't include the truth about their relationship, presumably because it would have punched a hole through her canceling attempt. When this was first dropping, people were saying, oh look, another woman's come forward, here's another one. This is how canceling attempts work, guys. You overwhelm your target with stories of various levels of quality, hoping they all kinda smear together and get accepted as one mass. The truth of Masae's prior relationship with Chugga Conroy is the kind of thing that you would leave out if you wanted to cancel him in this scenario, but not if you were interested in telling the truth. In fact, fans began to go back to their old appearances together in order to build a narrative that way. People were posting their old public pictures and saying, look at how creepy he is, he's hanging around her so much. Or they were going back to old Let's Plays they did together and
What the
recontextualizing
fuck?
jokes from back in the day.
I am the one in the dress.
Yay! Gender stereotyping! Yay!
Yay! I'm so proud of myself.
That's actually not a good thing.
No.
Don't
Yeah,
do that.
let's not.
I'm looking up Masae's dress.
What?
Why are you?
What?
Why are you here the recording with the dress on? That's really weird.
Well, she had to really get into the character.
Yeah, people actually went back to that.
They were
and said,
together.
"Clearly
Why
this is
wouldn't
part of
he
the
make those
boundary pushing
comments?
That Masae suffered under Chugga Conroy this whole time. But remember, that was a 4-person Let's Play with Proton John and Nintendo Capri Sun. They all knew that Masae and Chugga were together. This is very clearly just awkward public flirting between a private couple. Now, I'm not saying that you can't abuse your partner in a relationship, obviously. What I am saying is, if Masae wanted to come out with a statement, and really there was no need for her to do so, she just wanted to pile on Chugga. But if she did want to, including the fact that
This
you were
is
dating for 10 years is
crazy.
fucking crucial to the story. Without that context, Masae's story simply reads like Chugga had a friend who was a woman, and he acted weird and creepy toward her, which 1, closes the door on the various non-abuse explanations that come with knowing that they were actually a couple, and 2, obfuscates Masae's own possible motivation of wanting to kick her ex while he was down. One day later, Masae returned with her own statement, where she basically confirms it all. She admits that they were engaged, that they kept it secret at her request, that she wanted to keep keeping it secret because she disliked the social pressure, and that her objective with her previous post was to just be left alone. Bitch, you threw fuel onto the fucking fire. We don't condone the harassment of any party. Of course you fucking don't. Now that the internet scrutiny has descended on you instead of your ex, where the fuck was that energy when you were digging your boot into the guy? Did you ever say, please don't harass Chugga in your original statement? Of course not. You simply laid out all the ways that you felt harassed by him, and then let everyone come to the conclusion that you knew they would come to. And then you let that falsehood linger for 3 fucking months until Chugga came back to the internet and actually told the truth. And you know what? So did everyone else too. Remember, it was public knowledge in real life among their friend group that Chugga and Masae were in a relationship. All of these people knew, and none of them said a thing when Masae dropped her allegation and left out that crucial
Yeah, I
component.
feel
Proton
bad
John
for
and Nintendo
him.
Capri Sun knew too, and they just let this bitch get away with it. Okay, to give the devil his due, the only person in this friend group who was in contact with Chugga after he got thrown into the padded room was Nintendo Capri Sun. And considering how forgiving Chugga's being to everyone in this document, maybe he just told his pal on the outside to not reveal her secret. So you know what? Fair enough. At this point, though, I'm kind of wondering,
One other thing. Oh, one more thing. Oh, there's one more thing, sir.
how did no one outside of their friend group discover this relationship for over 10 years? You think that some fan would have seen something or overheard something at some convention or on a stream or whatever, but during my digging for this video, I found some old comments where fans remarked on their chemistry or saying that they were cute and they should date, but apparently no one put it together. There's a vlog channel, Steven Vlog. Yeah, he literally just does vlogs of his daily life. It sounds kind of weird now, but it was a popular genre on YouTube back in the early 2010s. No, I'm not doing the classroom thing again. I hope you kids at least remember that. Steven regularly visited and hosted Chugga Conroy over the years on his channel, and nearly every single time Masae was with him, whether Steven went to Chugga or Chugga went to Steven. They always sat together on the couch, or at restaurants, or around a table. They always teamed up with each other for couples board games, or video games, or things like that. Really? No one picked up on what was going on? In fact, the few times that Chugga actually does act a bit relationshipy on camera, even if only in a goofy manner, Masae very quickly rebuffs him. You know what? If the cancel pigs can armchair analyze Chugga's interactions with Masae as predatory before the knowledge that they were dating came out, I can do the same regarding Masae's on-camera spurning of Chugga, now that we know they're a couple in all of these videos. I have no proof of this, only my gut feeling, but she's almost acting ashamed to be publicly known by the wider internet as the girlfriend of Chugga Conroy. Probably the biggest example of what I mean is the vlog where Steven goes on a
His girlfriend reminds me of Tectone's ex-wife. It just be crazy.
tour of the house that Chugga just bought. Masae very clearly talks like she's also a guest who just happens to be there today.
Structurally, you have a really nice house.
That, yes.
It's not their house, it's his. But at the same time, in their comically huge closet off the bathroom...
Is that a ginormous walk-in closet?
It's bigger than you think it is, actually.
Oh, what the...
You can rent this place.
I don't know who that is. I do recommend look into Tectone divorce. From what I noticed, no one actually put a video up on it. If I would have been like at least a couple of months into making videos, I would have probably done that. But I feel like someone needs to put a compilation and explanation of what exactly happened. I feel like the video would be perfect for you. One second, I'll type out how it's spelled. So look into his wife, Tectone itself, all the foreshadowing that was happening on Tectone streams, and Tectone's roommate. So basically, Tectone's wife cheated on Tectone with his editor. Tectone found out about it while he was doing his subathon, like on the very first day. And everyone was scrutinizing why Tectone was being so rude to her, when in reality, he was just trying to protect her from being publicly shamed for cheating. But everyone was portraying him as like the abusive person. And later on, so he filed for divorce, all that shit, and he met this girl after the divorce that moved in with him. They're just roommates, they're not dating. And his wife started an online campaign with revenge porn to basically mentally destroy his roommate. This shit was so messy, and for the longest time everyone thought like Tectone is the bad guy. It's so fucked up.
Holy shit, that is a huge closet. Her clothing is clearly visible in the background along with his. Again, this is just vibes, I have no proof. I've just personally known women who have kept relationships with their boyfriends a secret before, and it never goes well for either of them. Maybe Masae doesn't want to be known as the girl who jumped the bones of a popular creator in order to get ahead in the Let's Play space. Maybe she's embarrassed of Chugga because, let's be frank, he's clearly on the spectrum, and she doesn't want to be known as his girlfriend for that reason. By the way, I don't care about that. I'm making the claim that she's cruel if she cares about it in that way. Or maybe I'm just overanalyzing this. It's a fair criticism if you think I'm reading in between the lines a bit too much here. However, in preparation for this video, I've now watched hundreds of hours of all of these people's Let's Plays, streams, vlogs, and I just can't shake the feeling that Masae was embarrassed of Chugga, of the fact that she was dating him. She wanted the relationship kept secret while they were together, and she wanted it buried after they broke up. This community did a competitive live show at various conventions, starring the main 3 runaway guys, but also with a ton of guests, based on whoever was in attendance. Whenever one of the main guys couldn't make it to an event, they always had a cardboard cutout of their missing friend, as a fun little thing. During their April 2023 event, neither Chugga nor Nintendo Capri Sun could make it, leaving Proton John as the sole host. And you can see both of their cardboard cutouts in the background on stream. But as soon as Masay joins the stream a little bit later on, they remove the Chugga cutout during a break. Remember, no one outside of this room, as well as any absent big creators in this space, knew that they were a couple. This was 8 months before Chugga would be
just
cancelled.
so messed
why remove his
up.
cutout? It's a bunch of small things like this. Glances, or comments, or body language, or awkward pauses, or what topics they're avoiding. Hundreds of tiny things that all contribute to this vibe that I can't help but feel. I think Masay was embarrassed of her boyfriend during their relationship, and after it was over, I think she was embarrassed of herself for having associated with him. And just to be clear, I'm not saying that any of these people owe us a look into their personal lives. We're viewers, not their friends. We have no right to know what they want to keep from us. However, Masay, if you're going to come out with these allegations and then deliberately hide crucial information that makes your position look weaker because it's private, you're not going to get the benefit of the doubt from me. Unfortunately, there's no more details to the story, at least none that I can find. We know that despite the mountains of public evidence, they somehow kept their relationship secret from their fans. We know that the breakup was so bad that neither wants to hear about the other ever again. We know they've both moved on with new partners. And we know that it was Masay who wanted their relationship kept secret, even as the years went by, even as they were planning for their wedding, even after their breakup. And it was Chugga Conroy who honored her request, until she tried to destroy him by leaving that fact out of her allegations. My intuition is telling me a lot about her motivations here, but intuition isn't proof. You guys can decide to believe what you want about her, but personally, I think she's disgusting.
That is disgusting.
There's also a section on Lolly in this document.
Oh wow, there's still so much left. Holy shit.
Chugga says unequivocally, he's not a pedophile, he's not a groomer, he was just an idiot teenager who made dirty jokes. He's 34 years old now, and he doesn't stand by the nonsense he might have gotten up to online back in the day. He puts into context just how long ago 2010 was. There was no Runaway Guys yet. He had never appeared at a convention, and he was working on his first ever Pokemon Let's Play, which I think was his 7th overall. It was pretty early on in his career. Chugga accurately describes the internet of that era as a place where people could escape the censorship of the real world. And oh boy, do I fucking miss those days. Chugga hones in on one specific comment, the "I'm going to rape you" one from early in the logs. He explained that this obviously wasn't serious. It was from a 2010 meme of a video where a guy was screaming at his cats, which everyone back then laughed at and quoted, myself included. I forgot this thing existed, but oh boy, what a blast from the past. He also similarly explains the pedo crush thing, saying that while he doesn't remember saying it, it was probably a pedo bear reference, which was also a 4chan meme from that era. Dunking on lollies and pedos was just a normal part of the internet. I don't remember the pedo bear. Bringing it back up now to destroy people is ridiculous. Frankly, the internet was just not the mainstream in 2010. It was kind of a secret clubhouse, and to retroactively treat it with modern sensibilities is just stupid. Chugga also states that he cut contact with Lolly after he could no longer convince himself that he was just obliviously having edgy conversations with a 15-year-old fan who just happened to have a dirty sense of humor. Things continued to escalate until she sent a sexually explicit gift to his house. Chugga then points to the moment in the logs where he received the gift, and it was shortly after this they stopped speaking. According to Chugga, Lolly approached him 10 years later at a convention, and they became friends again, which is why they began speaking on Discord. Chugga then provides more logs that Lolly left out of her document.
No! God, please, no! 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 No!
Based on my past rejection of you, I
Oh,
don't think I have to
no.
justify that I wouldn't to you.
You rejected me?
Okay, I was gonna say the story when we were in a call, but I guess this is on topic.
Oh god, what did I do?
So that shirt you sent me, my mom found it soon after I got it and asked me why the heck I had something like that. I told her, you sent it to me. She immediately goes, that girl has a crush on you. I go, oh, well, she's 15. I was 19 at the time. My mom told me I can't associate with you and it was dangerous, so I'd better keep my distance. As much as I like spending time with you, I chose to slowly fade out and hoped you'd find someone else. That's why I fell out of your life for a few years.
Oh, this makes sense. I was gonna say, I would never have told you I had a crush on you.
We're gonna go. Hope you enjoyed this one too. I'm enjoying it. You take care, and thank you so much for hanging out with us. That was really awesome of you. Lifu 3.0 looking really nice. Thank you.
I was pretty sure you were
If you decide to watch more drama breakdowns, look up the super mega drama
It was a hard no for me at the time.
and the Skullgirls drama. Oh, I'll save it for myself.
That you set a boundary.
I'll watch your videos tomorrow again. There's like so much for me to watch. I'm really looking forward to it. Okay, I'm saving it for myself, so I watch them after this. Looking forward to the Tectone video if you decide to do it.
I'm glad. I was worried you wouldn't
But
like me
thank
anymore
you,
back then because I was
Meow
intentionally
Meow. I
snubbing
really
you at least
appreciate the
some of the time.
compliment.
It was something of a relief when
Yeah,
you were happy to see me
it's gonna
calm
have two
Bradley.
toggles for the hair.
You were busy with life and moved on.
I kind of had that as a passive excuse. I was hitting the big time around then. I've always enjoyed spending time with you, but at those ages, I wasn't going to let something develop on either side. I wanted you to go find other people. You were still a kid and wouldn't have that time again.
This paints Chugga in a significantly more responsible light than Lolly's original document. Yeah, he should have picked up on it sooner. Maybe he actually was a bit underdeveloped like I theorized. But when he finally got it, it sounds like he did the right thing. And it also sounds like Lolly appreciated it too. Here they are in 2021, looking back on their childhood and laughing. They both seem okay with everything. No one's hurt, no one's traumatized. So why did Lolly leave this part out of her retelling of events? It sounds like she just wanted to fucking destroy this guy too. The next bit though, this is wild, guys. Chugga says that after they reconnected as adults, Lolly admitted that her goal was to manipulate him into having sex with her while she was underage.
What?
Like actual jailbait.
What the fuck?
Check this shit out.
My ex told me that younger was better, so I thought you'd like me more if I told you my age.
Yeah, I would not have gone for a 15-year-old when I was 19, so I can't say I agree with him there. 4 years isn't so bad this far in, but at 15, you're still finding a lot of what life is, and I'd see that as predatory.
Yeah.
You're the sound guy cannot hear video?
Underage, I wanted to fucking
I think
older
it's
guys
your audio.
so badly, LMFAO. It just so happened all the predators around me were inept as fuck, and
Yeah.
I trolled them for being thirsty, Lamau.
Oh my god. Oof. I'm very thankful you didn't end up with one of those. Holy shit. I guess your ex really warped your views.
He really did. Thankfully, I have zero sexual attraction to people unless I love them, and all the thirsty weirdos didn't do it for me. I was and am an asshole, so I literally just fucked with them.
Man, here I thought you had a harmless childhood crush on me. They don't even want to fuck me ASAP.
I am violently sexual.
But absolutely, I would not have let you do that regardless of how well we got along.
Younger me would be
So
disappointed.
disturbing.
Current me appreciates it.
Fucking hell, this is insane, guys. Like, yeah, it's still on the adult to say no. This is still an underage girl here. Well, it's an adult woman talking about her motivations while she was underage. You know what I mean? The point is that even if it's on the adult to say no, it's absolutely fucked up that a 15-year-old is going around wanting to get fucked by a grown-ass man and trying to solicit predators. It's still the adult's fault if they do it, but there is no way you can tell me
How you
that
doing,
Lolly
Victor?
is this innocent, blameless child. After this, I saw takes floating around on Twitter where people were saying shit like, I can't believe we've shifted blame off of Chugga Conroy onto the minor he was being sexual with. I guess people will support their favorite creator, even if he's a pedophile. Bitch, have you even read these fucking logs? Lolly is insane, dude. Lolly was insane as a kid for wanting to hop on some old man dick, and she's now insane for trying to cancel Chugga over it.
Bitch, are you for real?
Back in the logs, Chugga and Lolly revisit the same conversation a couple weeks later.
I remember, you were like really put off by my age. But I was like, I don't see the problem. Because my ex always talked about younger girls being better. So I was like legitimately confused.
You told me this story. It's kind of messed up.
It's honestly a miracle no one took advantage of me as a kid.
I'll say it is. You're very fortunate that way.
Like, I really wanted an older dude really badly when I was a kid. Like, I literally
Sounds
had
like she's
goals to
like
have underage
baiting for
sex,
drama
and
there.
I was depressed when I turned 16.
I'm so happy you never got hurt back then.
RNG, right?
You were the luckiest person alive.
It is wild that Chugga Conroy, looking back on it, understood what was wrong with Lolly, at least eventually. He backs off, he has her best interests at heart, and he still gets cancelled over it despite doing the right thing, because she came out and deceptively edited their interactions in order to paint him as this ultimate giga-predator, despite the truth being the total opposite. In Lolly's accusation doc in 2024, she says shit like, he's creepy, he's a groomer, he pushed it on her, I was just an innocent kid, etc, etc. But in 2021, when she's also an adult, she admits that she was the one trying to trap him into some sort sort of underage situation. It is absolutely horrendous that Lolly
Messed
tried to get
up.
multiple adults to have underage sex with her, only to turn around in 2024 and frame it like Chugga was preying on her. This bitch ain't traumatized. She's adding fuel to the fire. When it comes to their foot fetish roleplay as adults, Chugga admits that he was forward about it being sexual from the start. He was single at the time, and Lolly responded positively. They were both adults now. They had put their past behind them, so he thought it was fine. He talks about how he was happy they reconnected, how she called him a true friend, and how much it hurt to have to go through their old Discord chats and pour over a friendship that no longer existed in order to exonerate himself from her accusations. This all reads like Chugga genuinely doesn't understand why somebody he thought was a close friend would ever do this to him. Real quick, this is editing dev slapping this segment in during post. I somehow didn't notice this, but Lolly actually made another document replying to Chugga's return. There's not much that actually changes the story here, but I should go over it for completion's sake. Lolly says that Chugga's lying about ending their friendship. She claims that they kept talking on Skype after the AIM days and before the Discord days, but she has no Skype logs to prove it. However, she does show a Discord log of them talking in 2017, which proves that when Chugga said he cut her off for 10 years, that wasn't actually true. Lolly also reveals logs showing that in 2021, after they were both adults and Masae was out of the picture, Chugga expressed romantic interest in her. She didn't reciprocate, and not only did he not pursue it, he actually said that he's still entirely comfortable with just being her friend, and he's not going to throw her away due to the rejection. Lolly corrects a handful of other minor points in Chugga's document as well, but none of it meaningfully changes the accusations against Chugga Conroy. It's clear that Chugga's timeline is not fully accurate, but where Lolly claims that he's lying or covering something up, there's no real proof of that here. And what she does show doesn't really add any new evidence that makes Chugga look worse. To me personally, this just feels like Lolly trying to get the last word in. The final part of Chugga's document that I want to discuss is the Lady Emily section. I saved it for last, even though Chugga wrote this in chronological order, because there's a lot more to her than meets the eye. And I don't mean the fact that she's tucking. Get ready for the deepest dive of this whole video. Long before Chugga Conroy showed up with receipts, people were already beginning to doubt Lady Emily's story. On January 20th, 2024, 4 days after Lady Emily's initial post, and 4 days before Masae jumped in with her allegations, Lady Emily was already changing up her story. She said on Twitter that she had been seeing confusion about the timeline of events, so she dropped some more logs, just to show how, out of nowhere, Chugga's topic switches to foot fetish RP was. And to her credit, they are pretty out of nowhere. In the first log, they're talking about how she's feeling sick and she's down on herself. And then, out of the blue, he says,
"Now in return, I'm gonna need something from you."
What's that?
I think you know.
Play Xenoblade 3?
Not quite. Smirks, cartoonishly attacks you as you sit there and tries to remove your shoes. Almost got them.
Yes, it's cringe central. I feel like at this point in the video, we're all overloaded on cringe, to the point that none of this will even faze us anymore. And these logs do continue on like this, with Chugga awkwardly derailing things into more foot RPs. But then we get something very interesting. Check this out.
I'll continue this joke with you if you want. It just sort of happened. I got the vibe you're enjoying it if you're playing along, and I like doing this sort of thing, so I feel like we're on the same page there. But I guess due to how much it could have been seen in hindsight, I want to tell you, this was just a game.
Oh yeah, I know. Absolutely. I don't mind.
Okay, I'm glad you feel the same. It's just a lot of people are into that.
Oh yeah, lol. But all good. All in good fun.
Are you fucking kidding me, bitch? In your initial post, you're playing it up like Chugga's forcing this foot RP shit on you, and you just couldn't establish a boundary because you're the helpless trans girl and he's this big popular YouTuber. But you say right here in the logs that you yourself post that you fucking consent. Look, you said you don't mind, it's all in good fun, right there. And Chugga said in his initial response that he already apologized and stopped this months ago. So why the fuck are you even coming out with this shit? This is unreal, guys. Lady Emily continued to post more logs and tried to spin them, but it just didn't work. Not after everyone noticed she explicitly gave consent. She then blames her anxiety and her depression for why she didn't just tell him she was feeling uncomfortable. And fair enough. But your inability to do that doesn't make him an abuser. And even if he made her feel creeped out, she certainly wasn't creeped out enough to not accept the shoe gift, or to not post pictures to him of her wearing them. Everything Lady Emily posted in this follow-up actually made her claims worse. She then did a second follow-up post on February 8th, 2024, where she says people who advertise themselves as being wholesome, welcoming online figures will happily ally themselves with blatant racists, transphobes, fascists, if it means they can defend a public figure they like and bond over attacking someone they hate. Who exactly did Chugga Conroy ally himself with? Yeah, I know that Drama Farmers came out to cover the story, and those guys aren't exactly left-wing, but that doesn't mean that they're Nazis. Of course, these people are progressives, they think everyone who's not them's a Nazi. But even then, Chugga didn't ally himself with people covering the story. Lady Emily's brain sounds fucking cooked here. She then did a third follow-up post on March 24th, 2024, and this one is basically just a pity party. Lady Emily describes how, ever since she went public in January, people have been harassing her, telling her to kill herself. She got doxxed, her dad got doxxed, her dead mom got doxxed, and the internet's really scary. Okay, you know what? Fair enough. All this stuff sucks. But Emily, you literally attacked Chugga out of the blue over nothing. You tried to destroy his life over an erotic foot fetish RP that you consented to.
It's any consolation, I think you're a truly awful person.
So, with that groundwork established, what did Chugga have to say about Lady Emily in his April 16th receipts doc? Let's take a peek. He starts off by saying that a mutual friend reached out to him and told him that Emily felt bad about their previous interactions. He immediately messaged her, apologized, and was shocked because she had consented, which, you know, any reasonable person would be. He was also told that this story wouldn't go public if he got help, which he did. He started going to therapy, but Lady Emily made it public anyway. Chugga outlines how crushing it feels that despite his efforts, his former friends all view him as irredeemable. Chugga then confirms that while yes, he's in defeat, we all figured it out, buddy, his kink doesn't define every aspect of his life. When he bought shoes for Emily, it's because she said hers were broken. It was her birthday, and he was a good friend. Moreover, not only was it consensual on behalf of Lady Emily, it was also two-sided. Chugga provided a conversation that Lady Emily left out, in which it was her who initiated the role-playing session. She actually posted a boot icon from Paper Mario, and said that it could be used against boss fights, which is clearly just some goofy video game humor. There's nothing sexual here, as far as I can tell. He's just got a weird thing about feet, and she's more than happy to reciprocate. Additionally, Chugga reveals that the whole Scotland thing, regarding where his girlfriend lives, that actually wasn't public knowledge before Lady Emily included it in her initial accusations, and that his girlfriend was actually really upset that her location had been leaked. It's everywhere now, the cat's out of the bag, but at the time this was at least some form of doxing, and including it served no real point in her accusations. Chugga ends the Emily section of his document by saying that he got consent from her. He checked in with her multiple times to ensure she was okay. He kept messaging her after she ghosted him because of his own issues and triggers, just as her issues and triggers prevented her from being more direct. When he discovered she was upset, he apologized to her. He told her he would get help and never do it again. And then he did both of those things. He got help and he didn't do it again. He was also told it wouldn't be made public, and then Lady Emily made it public months later anyway, basically on a whim. He finishes up by saying, "This isn't a case of, I only listened when I got caught. I did listen." Lady Emily put out her reply to this 5 days later, on April 21st, 2024. And oh boy, has she changed her fucking tune. She begins by saying that she wasn't going to talk about the situation anymore, but that the community has been so toxic towards her in the pursuit of accountability, and it's disgusting and upsetting. She talks again about how she was doxxed, her parents were doxxed, and that the backlash against her accusations has now become a harassment movement against her, which is, at least to me, fucking unhinged. She then posts examples of this so-called harassment. Let's take a peek. You murdered Chugga Conroy. Liars have even been promised cruel and eternal punishment. Dante, in his Inferno, hurled them into the 8th circle of hell, along with other falsifiers, putting them one moral step below violent offenders. Do an RP when you transition, Lamau. Why would you dox someone? What is wrong with you? Boo, with a bunch of tomato emojis. You lied about things, even pertaining to your mom. We know what you did. TikTok Emily, the horde is coming for you. Guys, does this count as a harassment movement? I get more fucking hate than this anytime I go on Arch's stream, you know? This is just the normal life of being a YouTuber. And Emily, you've got just as many subs as I do. We both know what this is like.
You're so weak. I don't.
Lady Emily then points out the drama streamers who have been farming her, who have been calling her evil, who've been saying that it's fine to be attracted to children's figures, and that it's morally fine for a 19-year-old to date and flirt with a 14-year-old. What the fuck? Okay, when I started reading this tweet, I was thinking she was pointing at Chud Logic or something. But what's the rest of this all about? As far as I can tell, nobody's saying any of this. Also, there's a real classy sleight of hand here. She ages Lolly down from 15 to 14, because in his document, Chugga misremembers Lolly as being 14 years old, while also not aging Chugga down from 19 to 18, because he also misremembered his own age in the same document. You just gotta widen the gap by that extra year. You gotta scramble for every little bit you can, huh? But look at the bullshit that Lady Emily spouts next. Literally every move I've made this past few months have been documented, shared, hyper-analyzed, and attacked by the very same crowd, trying to present an aura of positivity and anti-harassment and anti-cancel culture. Please leave me alone. This situation should be over. Nothing good will come of this. Everyone wants to move on. Yelling at me will benefit no one. You'll just be sending harassment towards an autistic trans woman online in the interest of accountability, whatever that means. Emily, do you not understand what's happening here? What you're describing is what you tried to do to Chugga Conroy. What you're currently experiencing, you wanted for him. You've opened this door, and now you're screeching at what's come through it. This is entirely on you. At the end, Emily says to Chugga, I'm genuinely so sorry for the mental distress caused by all of this, and I hope you can come out of this better and healthier than before. Look at the passive tone she's using here, guys. Like she didn't cause the fucking situation in the first place. Think back, my friends. Do you recall her motivation for doing this? Scrolling through Reddit and seeing dozens of comments calling the popular YouTuber who sexually harassed you for several months last year a wholesome bean. She got fucking triggered because a Reddit post she randomly came across was praising Chugga Conroy, a post that has since been edited to say, sub to Lady Emily, by the way, and it bugged her enough that she just had to go public by misrepresenting her private DMs with him as sexual harassment when she actually consented to everything happening. And she had already received an apology months before, and now she's saying, oh, I'm sorry how this whole thing turned out. You are the problem. Here is what seems to be the worst thing Lady Emily's ever done, at least when it comes to being a cancel pig on the internet. Everything else so far has been leading up to this. While the Chugga stuff was going down, and before he came back with receipts, the hashtag #WeStandWithChuggaConroy went viral among fans who thought the various allegations seemed a little bit fishy. A handful of small channels kept investigating, doing research streams. They began to deeply inspect all the logs and started to spin up conspiracy theories that they were faked, which Chugga himself would dispel when he returned.
The Discords were different. The Discord colors and the Discords themselves were different.
But nonetheless, some interesting stuff did come out of these Chugga Defense Force communities that began to spring up. Nintendo Capri Sun hopped on one of their streams on March 31st, on Burn the World 10's channel, and he dropped some more information. Two of the side allegations that piggybacked off of the main canceling attempt were from Ant Dude and Miss Fushi, both of whom vague posted about Chugga's misdeeds toward them after Misei came out with her allegation, and both of whom were also dating. Nintendo Capri Sun told Chugga's side of the story, since Chugga had no intention of officially addressing these specific allegations himself.
Is there any validity to Ant's claims?
Oh, that's the one that he wasn't going to address in the statement, which is why I might want to.
He wasn't? I was asking because.
But I can tell you what he's told me because I would like to tell the story if he's not going to.
As long as he's okay with stuff like that, yeah.
The messages. Even though Fushi said they could prove it, they never showed any evidence.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything either, but that's a long story. But if you got popcorn, I can tell you.
Yeah, go for it.
Before COVID, about I don't know how long before COVID, Emil and Ant were going to do a collaboration together. They were planning it out and everything, talking about it in Discord, and somehow, I don't know how the subject came up about it, but somehow the subject came up of her, of Fushi, coming to hang out with them while they did their collaboration. And then at some point, Ant told him, well, no, she can't come to hang out with us. And at that point, Emil stopped responding. So, but people stop responding to conversations for all kinds of different reasons, but it's probably Ant took that to mean that, well, if Emil stopped responding, that means he doesn't want to do the collaboration anymore because she can't come. So this led into a series of misunderstandings where they thought that Emil was into her.
Oh no.
And this just happened over and over again.
Oh no.
So COVID came and went, and eventually all three of them were at a convention together. So Emil started messaging Ant about the collaboration, hey, can we you want to maybe get back on this and try it again? Again, this is just what Emil told me, that Ant never replied to any of his messages. Until the con was over, at the last second, he replied while they were in the cab to the airport saying, oh, sorry, we're on the way to the airport now. So what he started doing was messaging her because he knew that she would actually answer her messages. So if he wanted to get in touch with Ant, he would message her. But they thought because he was messaging her and not him, that he was into her. It's kind of confirmation bias, but at the same time, it's kind of understandable why they would think that. So I don't know. So he started going to her streams and watching her a little bit. And I remember because I was sitting in the room for some of them. But I wasn't sitting in the room for this one, but he said that at one of the streams, she started talking about that she was curious about the science behind kinks and fetishes and stuff like that. And so after the stream was over, he sent her a link to a page all about it. But I guess they also interpreted that as him being into her because he sent her a page about fetishes, even though she said she was interested in it on the stream.
So it happened from a misunderstanding.
Yeah. And then, so what was the next one? There's two more. Okay, so then remember how Kirby passed away? At one of Fushi's streams, she was raising money for her cat because her cat was sick. And Emil donated to help out with that.
Did she get mad because he donated or something?
Actually, they did. They said he was simping.
Oh. Oh no.
But he was donating because he sympathized with her because he had lost his own cat. The last one was, at some point, me and Emil were talking about moving somewhere. And we had all these different places in mind: North Carolina, New York, Seattle, the UK, Canada. And we were going over all these different possibilities. And at some point, he started talking to a third party who I
I'm
will
asleep
not name.
now. It's 2:38 a.m. Yeah, get some
And,
sleep.
No Schiller's not involved in this at all, don't worry. But he was asking him, does he know anybody who lives in any of these areas? And that's when Yoshilla told him, well, Aunt and Fushi live in Seattle, so you could ask them what the living is like there, and maybe, if you were thinking about moving there. So when he asked them, what is it like in Seattle, I was thinking about moving there, they thought he was trying to move there to get with her. So it's like, this is just a series of misunderstandings that happened, and that's why they said that he made them uncomfortable.
This sounds a lot like Chugga just being autistic and oblivious, which he has had a tendency to do this whole story, and his former friends and colleagues have used that to throw him under the bus once the canceling kicked off. However, here's the craziest twist to come out of this small sub-community, and to be honest, this is something that most people haven't noticed. No one's talking about it, because, well, the person who was affected has no clout, no platform, no voice, and their Twitter account's gone. So, I'm gonna talk about it. When Lady Emily dropped that one Woe Is Me update back on March 24th, a Chugga Conroy fan named Mr. Dode quote-tweeted it with the following message. I don't celebrate this. I completely disavow the people who say this. I will continue to let information on the situation be known, and let Emily's actions and omissions be known, but harassment is never condonable and cannot be tolerated. Emily replied with, no, sorry, you can't disavow this, while still contributing to this overall culture of harassment and misinformation. You can't spread lies about me, call me evil, say I deserve to be called out, and then disavow me. Here's what Emily included in this tweet. Examples of stuff that Mr. Dode said, which means that he cannot disavow harassment. Hoping Emily gets a massive call-out, pointing out that Emily gave consent for the foot stuff, pointing out that Emily did this to a man who had already apologized and was working on his issues, and calling Emily a massive liar. All of this is true, Emily. It is completely reasonable and normal and good to criticize your shitty behavior, while nonetheless saying that you shouldn't be doxxed or harassed or stalked in public or anything else like that. This is the position that a normal person would hold. After this, there's a deleted post from a deleted account. Mr. Dode replied to the deleted post by saying, all I said is that what happened should not be condoned and should be disavowed, and I'm not going to stand down. One of Lady Emily's fans replied to this with, bro, do not act like you were being rational or fair. You accused her of lying and omitting info and got in the trenches of the drama. It was a joke, my ass. Dude had a pattern of it and asked her for fetish photos, pretending it was a birthday present. He wouldn't leave her alone about it. That's gross as fuck and scary too. And then there's a deleted post again. These deleted posts aren't on the Wayback Machine or on any other internet archive as far as I can tell. The only evidence of what was said here is on one of these We Stand with Chugga Conroy streams. So I will let these guys describe what's going on.
This is the person that Emily sent after the person I have censored. They go question mark. I do personally hope she gets a massive fallout, to be honest. Bro, do not act like you were going to be rational or fair, and you accused her of lying and omitting. Got into the trenches of the drama. It is a joke, my ass, dude. Had a pattern of it and asked her for fetish photos, pretending it was a birthday present, which is a lie already. But he wouldn't leave her alone about it. That's gross as fucking scary, too. The person goes scary. I wouldn't exactly be quaking in fear by the words blargin. Bro thinks sexual harassment isn't scary. Like, do you think sexual harassment is catcalls and being touched by strangers? You never experienced the sinister realization someone is using you, and then could you at least extend it some fucking empathy? Okay, this is before, okay? But it started when I was 5. According to my dad, I reminded him of my mom, causing him to come up with an idea to make money. Of course, he had his friends to help him. I didn't understand what was happening, and I was scared. But I was asked not to question authority. Mom found out, of course, but Dad was very smart and very careful. He was sly and clever enough to win custody. So for 10 years, grades dropped, friendships fell off, and I continued to help my dad make money with money problems, sharing myself to his friends.
That just sucks.
By 10 years old, I was able to go to the library for internet access. I met many people there. We made jokes, told stories, and I had an actual community. When I started to make jokes and ask questions I thought were normal, I got concerned comments. They helped me run away. My dad wasn't paying too much attention, so I skipped away, stole money, and fled quickly to a different state north. I had to make sure I wasn't known to the public. I had to completely change my wardrobe, my hair, and lose weight. My dad was guilty for sex trafficking and CP. Of course, Dad killed himself before he can get any jail time. I got adopted by someone who I hid with her
This
months,
real?
started attending school again, and graduated. So this person went through hell, right? Um, I was
The
a
worst kind of
CP
no
actor for my dad, and thanks to the stunt Emily just pulled, I'm considering closing up my account so I can hide better for those chasing after me, assuming they're not dead yet. Sympathy is for threatening my future. Fuck her and fuck you. Um, yes, Emily sent someone to harass someone who was a CP actor
Holy
for
shit.
their dad. It's just abhorrent that Emily wants to stop the harassment towards her, but will openly harass someone that's went through real world fucking awful
the worst of the
stuff.
worst.
I mean, this is the death threat. I hope one day you look back on this and it kills you because how much of a genuine waste of oxygen you actually are. Genuinely, fuck you. That's one of the death threats. And then this is what Dodster gave me as
That's right. I didn't get it at first.
Jesus.
this is what this SSB person said to Dodster. What frustrates me is that I have to keep moving away, changing my name, removing my records. I keep hiding myself. I can't use my own contacts without fearing the worst. I thought for a second, just for a second, maybe I can have a social life online. Maybe I can tell my story. Maybe I can inspire and
This
help
is true.
people
She
who
needs
have
to
been
go to
hurt, similar to
jail.
me, kids even. But no, I was noticed by someone important with a toxic fan base who wouldn't hesitate to silence people or make falsified evidence. I'm tired, mad, and grief-struck. There is nothing to be done. That's a statement from the person earlier.
If true, that is a pretty heavy story. Here's a look at those screen caps close up, if you want to read them for yourself. But basically, this is a woman whose father made child porn of her when she was younger, and rented her out to his friends in order to pay the bills. Now, you might ask, what does this have to do with Lady Emily? Well, this individual is currently in hiding, and when Emily posted those Mr. Dode screen caps, where he was talking to other Chugga Conroy fans, Emily's own followers began to harass and dig into the information of everyone in those screenshots, which included the CP victim. After this, she deleted her account and left the internet, because, according to her, some of her abusers are still out there and looking for her, and Lady Emily had inadvertently blasted a massive spotlight on her. Now, to be fair, there are a couple of problems here. One, we don't exactly have proof of this person's story either. We're taking her at her word that she was victimized by her dad. However, definitively proving her story requires either a look at her identity, along with some court documents or something, which I'm pretty sure she doesn't want to do, or seeing the CP, which I sure as fuck know I don't want to do. Problem 2, even assuming the story is true, while all of this is still pretty disgusting behavior on the part of Lady Emily's fans, Emily herself still isn't directly involved. But remember guys, these are very progressive communities we're talking about here. Every single time Chugga Conroy fans talk about what's going on, they make it very clear. Don't harass these people. Don't contact these people. They do their best to restrain their audiences. You obviously can't control everyone, but these are the ethics that progressive creators do their best to abide by, or at least they claim they do. They pride themselves on not being harassers like Kiwi farmers or 4chaners. They say they want their communities to be safe, open, and honest. They apparently want to foster a space where people can honestly and openly criticize, while not enabling harassment against those they are critiquing. The people in the We Stand with Chugga Conroy hashtag are mainly just the rank and file fans who have no clout of their own. And they do actually believe in these ethics, because they're also progressives themselves. That's why, even if their stream only has like 20 people watching, they still make it clear at every turn, don't harass anyone they're talking about.
I noticed that a lot of them have been getting harassed, and I would like to ask, please leave alone. None of them are bad people. It was a mistake.
But whenever Emily talks about this topic, or any topic frankly, she never even makes the attempt to restrain her audience. And when she was called out for this lack of care, her response was in that April 21st update. Let's go back and read it again. My doxing was turned into a story of me doxing someone because I didn't blur out the username of a user who had been yelling at me in my mentions for months. I genuinely hope that Jane Doe is doing well and safe, and I'm sorry for what happened to them. However, trying to turn this into a harassment movement against me, especially by sharing her personal details to do so, is shockingly disgusting. This is like outrage Olympics, guys. Both of these people are claiming the victim identity as hard as they can in order to discredit the other side, and then exclaiming this moral outrage that how dare this evil thing be done to me, a victim. But only one of these two has ever said, don't harass the people I'm talking about, and it's not Lady Emily. In case I haven't fully hammered it home yet, here is the TLDR. Lady Emily lied about her own victimization. We now have receipts that show this. We have no evidence that Jane Doe is lying about her own victimization. Every time Lady Emily's critics have spoken about her, they've always said, don't harass these people. Lady Emily does not do the same. And in fact, she is more than happy to shine her very large spotlight wherever she chooses. And now Lady Emily is taking the fact that one of the people she spotlighted, who was subsequently harassed by her community, also happened to be a child rape victim. And she's taking this as proof that there's harassment against her, because Emily is now receiving backlash for who she's targeted. Emily, if you simply apologized, a lot of this would go away. In all of these various threads you've posted on this topic over the past 4 months, none of them contain a single admission of wrongdoing from yourself. It's always, I'm sorry you're hurt, or I'm sorry this happened, but it's never, I'm sorry I did this. And additionally, there's never been a single direction to your audience to not harass the people you're talking about. Now, I personally don't care all that much. You run your community however you want, but these are your ethics here. You are being judged by your fellow progressives for not practicing what you preach.
You sit on a throne of lies.
It really does seem like Lady Emily will do anything to avoid copping to any wrongdoing at all. What she's replying to in that April 21st thread is an accusation of harassment and hate speech made by one of her fans against Astral Alchemist and her community. Who's Astral Alchemist? Well, she was on that Chugga Conroy Defense Force stream earlier. She's the Britbonger voice in there.
Do you think Emil could get a Scottish accent? I don't think that's how accents work. I don't think if I go to
I've heard his British accent.
I don't think I'll go to Germany for 1 month and I'll come back and I'll start having that strong German accent.
That'd be hilarious, though.
He can't do my. I've heard him try to do my accent, and it's amusing, let's say the least.
Mm-hmm. The thing is, she doesn't really have much of a community. That's not an insult against her or anything. I'm pointing out that this new claim that Emily's fan just has to speak up about is written as if Astral Alchemist can marshal some huge community to attack her detractors, when that's just not the case. She seems to be just an average Chugga Conroy fan. Oh my god, this fucking document is like 59 pages long. It's actually longer than the lolly one. Okay, let's see if there's anything interesting in here. I formally accuse Astral Alchemist of inciting harassment against me by her community. What the fuck, do you think you're in Phoenix Wright or some shit? A formal accusation? What does an informal one look like? Well, this idiot takes offense at Astral Alchemist supporting Chugga Conroy by retweeting and liking other Chugga defenders, by making tweets about it herself, and also by claiming that Lady Emily is lying about her story. Even though he credits her in the document with not actually attacking Emily, he still says that she's guilty of blatant hate speech and harassment encouragement of Lady Emily solely because she defends Chugga Conroy. He then claims to be the recipient of harassment simply for standing up to Astral Alchemist. Here's some of the examples he provides. Criticism is not harassment, you simp. You see someone getting put on blast and think it's morally correct to jump right into the fray without doing any further digging. This guy then says, you cannot debate that these messages are harassment of myself, especially since they're personal insults, instead of any form of persuasive argument. Oh my god, there's so fucking much of this nonsense. This isn't even anything important. It's dozens and dozens of pages of a Lady Emily fan formally accusing a Chugga Conroy fan of harassment, where the so-called harassment is quite literally just public disagreement, and not immediately sealing your lips to Emily's asshole every single time she says something online. This is not only retarded, it's entirely inconsequential. Why am I even reading this? Oh wait, I'm reading it because Lady Emily retweeted it. She attached it to her own claim and said, this document does a good job chronicling a lot of what I've had to experience the last few months and how toxic the overall community has been toward me in the interest of accountability. It's disgusting and upsetting. Emily, do you think random Google Docs about autistic internet fans, where the harshest condemnation within them is, I think you're wrong, is this toxic overflow of disgusting, upsetting harassment? I don't even know who any of these people are in the Chugga Defense Force. They just seem to be fans of the creators in this sphere. Who knows? Maybe they do have skeletons in their closet. But right now, their only crime appears to be, at best, being a bit too parasocial with their favorite creator, which has motivated them to investigate Lady Emily's claims in defense of their guy. They do have a reason to be biased against her, but the rest of us don't. And we all came to the same conclusion that they did, that Lady Emily is a liar. Her April 21st statement of "just please let me exist, guys, please leave me alone," without even an apology for anything she's done, just screams to me that she's a spiteful, vindictive bitch who gets a thrill out of claiming scalps on the internet. And she cries mercy only when she bites off more than she can chew. Here's your quick 1-minute recap if you want a clippable TLDR of the story. Lady Emily, a habitual liar, clout shark, and cancel pig, is scrolling on Reddit and stumbles upon a random comment where Chugga Conroy is described as a good guy. She's so triggered by this that she claims that Chugga is a sexual harasser on Twitter who tried to get her to engage in foot fetish roleplay. In order to prove this story, she leaks their personal DMs, omitting all of the parts that show her consenting to these interactions multiple times. When this story fails to take off, MyAnimeList, a longtime associate of Chugga's, comes out and says that she also felt creeped out by him, also omitting the fact that they dated for 10 years. Ant Dude and Miss Fushi pile on by claiming that Chugga's contact with them is also creepy, when it turns out that that was also just normal friendly stuff as well. And when all of that fails to destroy his reputation, Lolly comes out with these 15-year-old logs to try and paint Chugga as a pedophile, again omitting the parts where she admitted while she was underage, she desperately desired and tried to bait older men into having sex with her, and she actually thanked Chugga as an adult in 2021 for distancing himself from her back then. And how does Chugga Conroy react to all of this? Frankly, in my view, way too kind. Every time he posted a response, he apologized to the people trying to destroy him. He admitted some of his faults. He didn't shift the blame unduly to other people. He asked his audience not to harass anyone involved. He even privately messaged Jane Doe. Remember that no-name account with no followers or anything, who was forced by her dad to make CP, that Lady Emily inadvertently ran off the internet? Yeah, her. Chugga Conroy contacted her and offered his condolences. And what does he get for all this? People are just spitting in his face, man. His hardcore haters are focusing in on the bits where he admitted some wrongdoing, and they're using that to say that they were right all along, and he really is the worst interpretation of what everyone said about him. I would like you guys to watch a clip from Chugga Conroy's Mario Galaxy 2 playthrough, where he gives a short talk about how he views friendships.
Now, I said that I feel strongly about this level for two reasons, and one is that, yes, it does make me think of how bad I want Sunshine HD to happen someday, or for a new game in the vein of Sunshine to happen. But it also makes me think of a friend that is unfortunately no longer my friend. So, without going into this person's identity, because I do not advocate hunting people down and harassing them or whatever, things that they do, that's entirely their prerogative, and that's not what this is about at all. But there was a friend that I had a falling out with a few years ago, where we just mutually decided that it was best if we don't stay friends anymore. This person had they were legally blind, and they couldn't play, they could play video games, like they could see well enough to play most video games, but they had to be very up close to the screen. And because of games using pointer controls, they weren't able to play the Mario Galaxy games because you had to collect star bits and all that. And yeah, you could have a co-star with you to make that a little easier, but they were kind of lonely in real life. And so it's kind of like a nice gesture to them, because they were kind of lamenting the fact that Mario Galaxy was one of the highest rated games of all time and they couldn't play it. And Galaxy 2 was coming out and they were sure it was going to be another huge blockbuster of a game. As kind of a nice thing for them, I played through the entirety of Galaxy 2 and I let them just kind of direct me through my first playthrough of the game. Now, this person was kind of an instrumental reason why the Super Mario Sunshine Let's Play on my channel happened in the first place. That was kind of always a connection that the two of us had. When we got to this level for the first time completely blind, not knowing that it was going to be a thing, we freaked out. It was such a happy moment and is one of the first things I think of when I think of this person. And honestly, to this day, I still do feel sad a little bit whenever I see it again, even though it is beautiful and it represents something that I very much have wanted for years and something that is very important to me. I do also kind of shed a tear at it, I guess. It's certainly a level that I have feeling... There's certainly no other level like it that I have such differing feelings on. And I don't mean that it brings down the middle level at all. No, I mean everything I say when it's a fantastic level and that I love it and I look forward to playing through it. And it really does make me want to have a Sunshine HD happen sometime, or, you know, just Sunshine 2 at least. But, yeah, it's just kind of a weird case. It's one of those strange things that has a lot of happy, but also kind of some sad things associated with it for me. So, I dug up that person's... I really still thought the world of the time that we had together, and I blame myself for a lot of what didn't work out about that friendship. But after a while, I remember that I dug up this person's Twitter account. This was like a good year and a half after we had decided mutually to stop talking, and I thought we ended things off nicely. Well, one of the things that I didn't like about this person was they would get very angry and very heated about things I just didn't think were really that big of a deal. And when I went and found their Twitter account, which was like the way that I was thinking about maybe reaching out to them again and trying to make things work again because I just felt bad about some things, I find them on this random day, you know, for a very long time now, openly insulting me on their Twitter account when we haven't even spoken in a year and a half, like they have nothing better going on. That was kind of what did it for me. It made me not really want to talk to them again, and I found out that a lot of the other people in that group of friends that I felt like I had, you know, that I felt like wouldn't want me anymore if I wasn't friends with them, they ended up leaving them too because they just thought that, they just kind of thought that they were a very hateful person and didn't really want anything to do with them. I ended up not really feeling so bad anymore for what I had left behind, and you know, I still think greatly of the time that I spent with them. And basically what I'm trying to say is, even if you're not friends with somebody anymore, even if things aren't good between you and you anymore, even if you've grown apart, it doesn't mean you can't still cherish the good times that you had together. I certainly do, and this level is actual proof of that.
During the many, many long hours of researching this video, I have read a shit ton of Sugar Conroy's private messages with all sorts of people. I've looked over his public statements and convention appearances. I've watched a handful of his Let's Plays looking for anything relevant to the story. I didn't watch them all, so I might have missed something. There's just too much stuff to binge in the span of a couple of weeks, which is when I really began knuckling down on this topic. But I think I have a decent grasp of who he is. At least, as good as you can get, without actually spending any time with the guy offline. He is remarkably consistent in how he acts and reacts, and it was actually pretty easy to get a handle on him. Sugar Conroy seems to be a very kind-hearted, very soft, very innocent individual who is the victim of abuse, which has greatly shaped all aspects of his personality, from his sexuality, to his ability to form and maintain friendships, to his various triggers and bad habits, and who, despite his lengthy career as a YouTuber, is utterly unfit for the harsh scrutiny of the internet. When the canceling kicked off, when the backstabbing finally came, he absolutely crumpled like a piece of wet tissue paper. He was simply too weak to withstand the onslaught of harassment that came his way. That's not a condemnation of him, by the way, it's just an observation. Ultimately, everything is the fault of the vile people who targeted him with all of their bullshit allegations. In the end, Sugar Conroy made the same vital error that ProJared did. He waited too long to come out with his receipts. By the time he posted his Google Doc, the popular narrative had already been cemented. If it were me in his shoes, that's not a joke, I would be getting my ducks in a row and prepping to drop that document ASAP. That probably would have been better for him, but he just couldn't do it. Chugga's the victim here. He was absolutely destroyed. Remember, this guy was doxxed. His girlfriend was doxxed. He was getting ulcers. He was fucking institutionalized. All because everyone around him decided that now was the time to claim that scalp, to get that cred, for taking down a white guy in a position of influence on the internet. Sugar Conroy's career is in tatters. He doesn't even know if he wants to come back to making videos anymore, and who knows what'll happen if he does. And all of these people who have piled on him, they're not getting punished, except for Lady Emily, who is by far the worst offender here, so there's that at least. But everyone else? They're all still going to conventions, doing public appearances, appearing on large streams, posting content, collaborating with other big creators, laughing it up like they didn't just destroy one of their longtime friends over fucking nothing. They're never going to see any blowback from any of this. We all know what's going on here. It's the same thing that happened to Mike Z from the Skullgirl story. Progressives simply do not care about those who suffer from autism, especially if they're white men. Guys like these are weird. They might speak strangely or they have odd body language, but they're just like everyone else. However, these very lefty, very safe, spacey women get the ick, and suddenly they're gaslighting each other into thinking minor social missteps are actually rape attempts that need to be publicly called out. Creators need to be deplatformed. Careers need to be destroyed. Meanwhile, these guys are sitting in the ruins of their life. Friends are gone, girlfriends are gone, family and jobs are gone sometimes, wondering what they did wrong. When really, even if they did unintentionally cross some line, most of the time just having an honest conversation would solve the problem. Oh, but we can't do that because trauma and anxiety and depression and whatever else means that nobody can ever make a proactive fucking move anymore. Fuck Masae, fuck Ant Dude, fuck Miss Fushi, fuck Lolly. And you know what? Fuck Proton John too, for being too much of a cowardly little shit to actually stick by his friend. The only real bro Chugga had in the entire friend group was Nintendo Capri Sun, who has shown himself to be loyal through and through. And most of all, fuck Lady Emily, who is genuinely one of the most vile people I've ever come across doing drama videos, and who constantly manages to escape responsibility because she's trans and leftist, which means among progressives online, you have the license to do the most heinous shit imaginable and not be questioned for it because of power imbalances and privilege, and whatever other bullshit you use to justify your god-awful fucking behavior. Emily, the internet would be a better place if you were off it permanently.
Damn.
And we've reached the end of the video, guys. I do hope Chugga Conroy makes a triumphant return to the internet. He certainly deserves better than what he's been taking the past few months. I recall reading an offhand Reddit comment somewhere, where a fan claims to have bumped into him and his girlfriend at a convention recently. He wasn't appearing on a panel or recording collaborations or anything. He was just attending as a guest, like being on vacation. And he seemed to be doing better. I hope it's true. As always, thanks to Naomi, my girlfriend, and Dave, my editor, for doing some amazing voice work. And thanks to you guys for being so patient with me. I know I vanished for like a week and a half in order to finally knuckle down and get this thing done. So I appreciate you sticking by me. If you want to see more stuff like this, please consider supporting the channel on Patreon or Subscribestar. In any case, I'm getting out of here. I'll see you guys next time. Have a good one. I love you.
Stop.
What mark
Oh
can they
my
up?
god, the Discord sounds freaked me the fuck out. Alright, first, Super Mega. Okay. Ooh, okay.
This video is a treat for me more than anything else, after coming off the heels of the last one. This is a Let's Player drama video, guys. So if that kind of nonsense ain't your cup of tea, click off now. Otherwise, let's go. You know exactly how I feel about old YouTubers and Game Grumps and Ego Raptor. We don't gotta rehash that again. So here's some quick context. When John Tron and Ego Raptor realized that they needed an editor for Game Grumps, John suggested his high school friend Barry. After John left the channel, Barry stayed on, though he also eventually left. He was replaced by Kevin, who had applied for the editor job like a normal job, rather than simply being somebody's friend from before. Kevin eventually moved on to pursue an editing career in Hollywood, stating publicly that he was always more interested in the editing part of the job rather than the Let's Play part of the job. Kevin was replaced by Matt and Ryan of Super Mega. At this point, Super Mega wasn't really a big channel. Their initial growth came off the back of the Game Grumps Association. It was a pretty good deal for them. Ego Raptor let them record the Super Mega episodes in the Game Grumps office and using Game Grumps equipment and game library, as well as giving them a ton of cross-promotion. Once Super Mega became popular in its own right, Matt and Ryan quit the Game Grumps editor job and branched off to do their own thing. These two guys are cut from the same cloth as everybody else in this sphere. Edgy as fuck back during the mid-2010s, which made them appealing and helped them grow, but in 2023 they're hyper-progressive, shitting all over anybody who still likes edgy jokes and pulling up the ladder behind them. A classic case of troll's remorse. For example, back during the 2020 Summer of Love, while Ego Raptor was waffling over whether or not he should talk about Black Lives Matter with his platform because, well, he is a gaming channel, not a political one, while his fans strung him up for it because everything is political, Super Mega immediately jumped right into chant BLM along with everyone else. Anyway, we're here to talk about specifically the Super Mega sex pest allegation. Now, I've had my butt burned on topics like this before. I was wrong about the Pro Jared thing a few years back. He ended up being innocent. I was riding the hype train. It's always a bit cathartic to see a former edgy boy turned progressive get hit with allegations, but he was ultimately innocent. I was wrong to talk about it the way that I did. I even apologized to him, though I don't think he even knows who I am. But the point is, after the Pro Jared story, I made the decision to not cover shit like this until the hype died down. And well, it's been a couple weeks. The hype has died down. I know a common complaint about me is that I don't cover stories fast enough, but I like catching everything in one pass if possible. Also, real quick, I'm not going to go into super autistic detail responding to every single claim made in the various videos and streams today. There's hours of stuff to sift through. I'm just going to give you the overview of what went down. If you want somebody listening to and reacting to every single sentence of this drama, Chud Logic is your guy. He's spent like 12 hours on this shit. Okay, enough nonsense. Let's get going. There's an e-girl with the channel named Lex Updog who posted a 2-hour long video titled My Experience with Dawn Durr and Super Mega. Jesus Christ, these allegations are getting longer and longer every single time, aren't they? Remember back when Angry
2
Joe got
hours
slapped
long.
with a sex pest allegation? Back then, these were like twit-longers that took maybe 10 minutes to read through at the most. Now we're sitting here watching feature-length films about the drama of young California progressives. And it's got that zoomer editing too. Like, watch this bit.
For the past year and a half, almost 2 now, I've been keeping a secret that I didn't need to for someone else's sake, and that someone else was someone very close to me, as was the person who hurt me. At no point was I supported enough to even be incentivized to keep a secret for them, but I did out of loyalty that I didn't need to have because they didn't have any for me.
Look at how jittery it is. She's clearly cutting everything down rather than, you know, doing one solid take. Except that crying, gotta leave that in. Okay, let's listen to the allegation.
The first night, like, that I had met him as a boyfriend after all that, and, like, not really being that close with him. The first night that we, like, say goodnight to everyone else at Matt's house, I think it was just Matt at this point. Don, sexually assaulted me. He, like, physically was, like, forcing me, like, attempting to physically force me to give him oral. And the only reason why it didn't work was because I, like, physically, like, pushed him away multiple times. When you're in a long distance relationship with, I feel like I'm a pretty direct person, and aside from what this situation is, like, turned me into, I guess, but I feel like when this happened, I was like, especially this particular situation, I was like, no, I don't want to. I don't want to do this. And he kept telling me, like, just do it. And like multiple times while he was like trying to force my head down, and he's like way bigger than me. I don't know, I was really freaked out after that, so eventually he let me go, but I just kind of shut down and just went with like whatever else he wanted that night, and like for the rest of the trip I didn't know what to do in that situation.
So it sounds like Lex had an online only relationship for several years with Dawn, who's a German, and the artist for the Super Mega channel. They finally met up in real life at Matt's house, as she was also friends with Matt and Ryan, the Super Mega duo, and he was in America. Their first night together, she's claiming he tried to force her to do oral. She's kinda ambiguous on whether or not he successfully forced her to do it, but he was rough and did something that she didn't like, and that's sexual assault. Okay, understood. Before we get in too deep to this schizo ramble, here's what I think the wider context and timeline is, since this video is all over the place. Super Mega is in LA, Lex is in Nashville, Dawn's in Germany trying to come to the States full time to work for Super Mega. In November of 2021, Dawn and Lex are both visiting the Super Mega house, and that's when the alleged sexual assault took place. Despite this, they continue to associate and remain in a relationship until May of 2022. At that point, the Super Mega guys, Matt and Ryan, along with Lex and Dawn, attend Creator Clash in Tampa, where they share an Airbnb. It's during this trip that Lex ends the relationship with Dawn. Let's hear about Dawn's description of that night's events, because after this went viral, he wrote up his side of their relationship on Twitter. I want to start this off by apologizing to Lex for any trauma she may feel regarding our past relationship, and to anyone just finding out about this who feels they were being lied to or kept in the dark. In regards to what happened during November 2021, this is my side as to what happened. Lex and I were invited over by Matt to stay over at his place for a week. We had been intimate since day one, but on the third night, I asked her for oral. She at first said no because she had a cold sore. Later, I asked her again, and she said yes, but to be careful not to be too rough. During the act, I had pushed down on her head, after which she recoiled and told me I was being too rough. I then profusely apologized, and we ended up watching TV and going to bed after.
I just kind of shut down and just went with, like, whatever else he wanted that night.
Things were normal for the rest of the week until the trip was over and we went back home. During this time, I was under no impression that anything traumatizing had occurred. However, I realize now this is extremely upsetting for her. So to me, so far, calling this sexual assault isn't accurate. He clearly went too far, but he stopped when she objected. He apologized and they were both good. Anybody who's been in a relationship knows this is kind of common, where one person accidentally does something the other person doesn't like. There's no intention to hurt anybody there, they just stop and deal with it like adults. This is normal behavior. Awkward sexual experiences aren't assault. They don't need to be policed or brought to light in public. They're simply a part of having sex. Lex goes over what Dawn acted like after she informed him, making light of his reaction, calling it performative.
The way I told him was basically, I was basically like, hey, do you remember November when we first hung out? And he was like, yeah. I basically asked him questions that necessitated him saying yes or no to, because I wanted it to be easy for me, and I wanted it to be easy for him because I didn't want it to take too long. I didn't think it needed to for me to tell him the way I was gonna tell him. So I said, you remember the first night when you were like pushing my head down and I was telling you no? Yes, he says, basically. He like didn't dispute anything that I said, he was just saying yes. And I was like, you know that's sexual assault, right? Like, you can't do that to people. Like, that wasn't cool that you did that to me. I've been like really like messed up that you did that. I like have to like get better from this. This is something that I'm like having to recover from because it's making me not well. Like, it basically explained to him all but like a baby that sexual assault is bad and that what he did was that and that you can't do it. Because all it takes, all it would have taken is for me to have been like, no, I don't want to, and for him to stop, but he didn't. Nonetheless, so I say all this, and he says, so does that mean you're breaking up with me? And I was like, what? Yeah. To me, it was like, yeah, no. And that, out of everything I said, was both the shortest response I had to say, or like the shortest thing I had to say to him, and the most devastating. We're on a sidewalk, like we're walking, and I'm like, yeah, no, I don't want to be with you. And he stops directly under the streetlight and does this for like a minute in front of me. I don't know. It felt so performative.
Now remember, all of these people are super progressive, super woke, including Don. Imagine it from his point of view, if he genuinely believed in progressive values. He's being told that his girlfriend is dumping him and that he unknowingly committed sexual assault on her. This is how a person with those values would react. This is realistic to me. It's funny that Lex assumes that Dawn's reaction is performative, when even her miming it is more convincing than any of her own reactions in her video. Let's go back to Dawn's statement. Our relationship seemed to have not changed. We were talking on Discord almost daily and planning future trips together. However, a couple of months later, we met during Creator Clash. During the trip, me and Lex stayed together in an Airbnb, and I noticed that she was growing very distant towards me. I asked her about why she was distant and if everything was okay, but I was not given a straight answer. On the final day, she finally told me why she was so troubled. She told me I was too rough with her last time, and it reminded her of her ex's behavior. I tried to apologize and we talked a little bit after, but after the conversation had ended, she had broken up with me, and I left the Airbnb to stay with other friends. At this time, I had contacted Matt and told him what had just gone down. Matt had offered to fly me to LA to stay at his place to figure things out. At his house, I explained to him and Ryan what had happened and the details about the November trip, and what she had told me after Creator Clash. After that, I stayed over at his place for the next couple of weeks. Later, Matt told me that he had made some arrangements for his friends to sleep over at his place, moving me to stay at their office. A couple of days at the office had passed when Matt called me and said that Lex was on her way to the office. I was given no prior notice that she was going to be there or moving to LA. It was at this time I decided to leave and stay with other friends in the area. After a week I had flown back to Germany, I was then contacted by Super Mega that they were not going to be using my art anymore. After that, they cut contact with me, and I have not heard from them since. Following this, I decided to send Lex another apology via Discord, but I got no reply from her. At this time, I accepted that I was not going to hear back from Lex or Super Mega for the foreseeable future. See, this story sounds like Matt is helping out his friend, putting Dawn up at the Super Mega house until he has gone back to Germany. But after Lex shows up in LA, suddenly he's cut off. To me, it sounds like Lex probably convinced Super Mega to cut Dawn loose, and once he was out of the States, they probably figured it was time to sever ties. Lex all but confirms as much in her video.
So there was a chunk of time, I want to say around a week after I got there, that I just didn't do that much. That and like mentally recovering from Creator Clash. And as that span of time occurred, every time I'd look on my phone, I'd notice things were going on in LA. Like, why is Dawn in LA? I thought he was going back to Germany. Turns out Matt invited Dawn to stay with him after Creator Clash, after he was done staying in Florida and I think maybe somewhere else. It occurs to me that I'm gonna need to talk to more people about the Dawn thing, what happened with him, to give context to why I don't want to see him.
Well, would you look at that? Lex is bedridden back at home due to the trials and tribulations of her drama-filled life. She checks her phone and sees that Dawn went to LA to hang out with Super Mega, and she's thinking, shit, I gotta get to LA and talk to those guys, so they know not to hang out with them anymore. This is unironically despicable behavior. As I said before, Super Mega is run by progressives and watched by progressives. So if I had to guess, there was some ruthless utilitarian calculus involved here, in the optics of keeping on an artist who is being accused of sexual assault, regardless of the truth of the claims. This is the only claim with possible teeth in Lex's entire 2-hour video, that initial sexual assault claim from the November 2021 visit to the Super Mega house. Every other thing she brings up just isn't relevant. It's like she has a vendetta against Super Mega and is using Dawn's behavior as a way to take them down. So she ropes in every single other complaint she has and tries to make them look worse by attaching them to the sexual assault. Here's some examples. Dawn wanted to stay in the States to keep working on Super Mega. Everyone was friends and they were all cool, so they suggested that he marry Lex to get a green card as an option. Lex reacted in her video as if this was them selling her off or something.
For a while, Dawn had been trying to get a green card to live in the U.S., and since we were dating, he had for a while been hinting that, like, it would be easier if we just got married for him to come live in the U.S., and it had been going on for a bit now, and that day, Dawn he had been talking about it with me. He had been asking Super Mega about filing papers to get a green card. And Matt, at least I know Matt, I'm sure Brian too, Super Mega in general, had no interest in doing that for him. But they never, up until this point, never told him no straight out. Never was like, yeah, we're not doing that. They would just give reasons why it was really hard or really expensive to do that. So once again, he asked Matt, and him and I were walking up the stairs to Matt's living room, and Matt responded something along the lines of like, why don't you guys just get married? To which Dawn seemed like reciprocal to the idea.
Like, this ain't the Middle East, lady. You can just say no. Lex leaks some Discord messages from 2022, months after the alleged forced blowjob, and Dawn is here saying, I love you very much, and she's replying with, I love you too. This is completely normal relationship stuff, and Lex is trying to spin it like it's evidence of him manipulating her. The story's unreal, man. Lex mentions that she was on the Super Mega podcast with Dawn, where she was acting uncomfortable with his presence, and then says, go look it up if you want to see it yourself.
If you've watched that or listened to that podcast, there's a part in it where Dawn starts telling a story, context to do with me or something. There was a sentence where he starts to say something. From having known him on and off for like 4 years, I knew that he was gonna say something about us dating. And even though I had wanted that before this trip in November of 2021, I'd asked him multiple times, like, do you want to be public about this? Because we had been before, so I just didn't think of it as a big deal. And he didn't want to, would still draw me art, but only send it to me. So I got a really bad feeling when he started to bring it up. Mind you, I hadn't processed what he had done yet at all, really, besides the fact that I knew he did what I told him not to do, and it made me not feel good. So if I knew he was about to announce, or like not announce, or like casually mention that we were dating in a podcast, wouldn't I want him to mention that? Like of course I would, right? But instead, I interrupt him. I interrupted him, and I made him stop, and I told him, like, I just made a joke or something. I think I said, like, I'm gonna kill you. If you are somebody that likes their podcast or have watched it before, give a shit, you can go find it. There's a part where Dawn just stops talking. And with this context, if you listen back to it, I think it makes sense. I remember being so anxious. I feel like I was having like a mini panic attack or something.
I did go look it up, only to discover that the podcast had been deleted from the Super Mega channel. Don't worry though, the internet never forgets.
Both of you guys have been staying with me at my house for the last week or so.
You know why?
Why?
Should we tell everyone? Because
I'm gonna kill him.
Is there a secret?
Keep in mind, guys, this conversation is after the sexual assault. Does this sound like she's traumatized and doesn't want him to be there? Not to me. In fact, despite her earlier claim that he was being distant and manipulative, it sounds like he wants the relationship to be public, and she's the one cutting him off. I don't know why an OnlyFans model might want to keep a relationship a secret, though. That's just beyond my understanding. Lex talks about a sexual experience she had when she was underage with a 21-year-old man, which doesn't excuse it, it sounds like she wanted at the time, and how that experience massively traumatized her.
10 years ago this year, I had actually called someone out before. I did it a bit over a year after it happened because I also didn't process it, but it was also with an ex-boyfriend. I was 17 and he was 21, and I also told him no the whole time and he still kept going. So it felt like I was like reliving something I'd gone through before.
Lex draws parallels between the 21-year-old's behavior and Dawn's, although she never actually outlines how Dawn's behavior is abusive, beyond that one awkward experience that Dawn apologized for. She still ultimately calls him an abuser in her video. Lex talks about somebody in their friend circle named Leighton, who apparently was doing something with Game Grumps and their merch.
I didn't feel comfortable, so I called Leighton first. I didn't know him nearly as long at all, but I feel like he had gone through or has gone through enough that I've like him and I both like talked about that I know he would relate when I told him, or like understand and like believe me when I told him.
I don't know, I don't really care. It's entirely irrelevant. She probably brought him up because he believed her story unquestioningly. Lex also talks about how, after getting to the Super Mega House in LA, and Dawn is finally cast out of the friend group, she begins living there with her friend Rev. They're both trying to get on their feet and find a place to live in LA, and Matt and Ryan are graciously putting them up until they can get their own apartment. Lex is ambiguous about how long they stayed at the Super Mega House, but it seems to be quite a while, as eventually the guys simply offer to pay the first couple months' rent on a new place, just to get her out of there. But listen to how she recontextualizes that gift.
Matt offered to pay for me to live somewhere, like down payment plus several months, which if you're in LA, if you know anything about the housing market in LA, is an exorbitant amount of money. Jim's asleep next to us, just me and him in his living room, and he says this. Most freaked out I think I've ever been by him, aside from the phone call, obviously. I immediately said no. At this point, I didn't fully distrust him. I just had a gut feeling that no one gives you that amount of money for no reason without something to gain from it. It felt like a bribe. That's at least like, I don't know, the way he was saying it, that's at least like 10K. And like, regardless of how much it means to him or not, I didn't want it. I felt like weirded out that he did that. He was saying this so I could live alone in LA, like specifically apartment money for me to live alone. It was very weird. I turned him down, and you know, we ended whatever conversation we were having, and I went to sleep.
That's right. Rather than taking this as a clear sign she needs to move on, she considers it bribe money for covering up the Dawn sexual assault, and views it as the Super Mega crew pushing her to be isolated in LA. The rest of the video documents Lex's travels with Rev to Nevada, to Washington State, to North California, all the while living for free at the Super Mega House for months, and Matt and Ryan trying to politely push them into finding their own place to live. Lex characterizes these excursions simultaneously as vacations and work trips, because she would shoot a few OnlyFans pics on the road, something that she complained she couldn't do at the Super Mega House, because it's a studio for Let's Plays, not your e-thought stuff.
One of the things was that I noticed when we were gone is that we stopped getting asked as many questions. It was mostly just about where we were so they could know when we would be gone, or when we would be back to be gone fast, right? So, and when we were out, I would take pictures, and those pictures ended up surprisingly popping off and making me the money I was making last summer, because I couldn't at the Super Megaplex do regular work. Like, I can't set up a photo set station for myself and like take photos in clothes that I wouldn't feel comfortable wearing around the guys at the office, for example. So me getting like a desk or making a workspace just wasn't an option, and I didn't know that until after I got there.
So she's driving around the west half of America, going on trips, seeing her friends, blowing money left and right, tons of frivolous spending, by her own admission.
Me and Rav at this point had been going to meet realtors every however many other days, but we didn't have like most of our stuff to actually move in, and two, we were Ubering everywhere. So a lot of the money that could have went to actually securing a place to stay went to getting an Uber, to getting Ubers, like hundreds of dollars in Ubers, just living in LA.
Her stuff is apparently getting constantly stolen.
The day after this conversation takes place, we get robbed. I have no photos of that because as soon as I woke up and saw the car was empty of stuff, I just screamed as loud as possible, called the cops. No reason. They could not help. And then just cried a bunch, and then made a post about it, which apparently was laughed at by the guys at the office. That day that I got robbed and I posted about it, no one that I knew in LA messaged me.
Her extremely expensive car is constantly breaking down.
Didn't even include in those fingers buying the car. I think we spent 2 days on that, trying to find the car and then buying it, which I could have spent more time on it because I ended up getting a car that needed a $4,000 repair when I got back to LA. So I suffered because of having to rush from knowing I was going to be asked, instead of them just either giving me a date to leave by or asking me like, do you know when you can be gone by? Instead, they would just say, you guys on a vacation again?
And if she's so broke, so hard done by, why did she buy a fucking Jeep? If you just need to be getting around LA, why not buy a little city car? Jeeps are expensive. Basically, Lex seems to have tons of money, and rather than moving forward with trying to get on her own 2 feet in LA, she's living at the Super Mega house for free, leeching off of her friends and living the high life. When Matt and Ryan become a bit more insistent that Lex move the fuck out of their office, here's how she frames that situation.
When we get back in town, there's a group chat where essentially me, Rav, Matt, and Ryan are all going back and forth, and it's basically Matt and Ryan telling us all the things we did wrong that made them not want us there anymore. After both we got kind of kicked out, like nicely kicked out, and robbed and not contacted by them after, their next correspondence is like telling us we were dirty. We were dirty. The people that would spend hours cleaning up the office from when guys would order every single day often don't throw it away. They have a person come by, but it's only once a month, so you can imagine the mess that gets made between the time. And it was getting blamed on us.
We're still not even at the point where Super Mega's involved in the drama yet, guys. Don's their channel artist, but he's already been given the boot. You think that would be the end of the drama as far as Super Mega's concerned, but here is how Lex tries to rope them in.
It's just we're trying to get our lives together, and we've been nothing but generous to y'all during this time. I think the idea that there are grievances time and time again with our friendship when we've been helping you whenever we can is confusing. It's not a good feeling and overwhelming. Especially since this year has been nothing but drama since the jump. Literally nothing to do with me at all, or Rav. I don't care. No one's saying that to me. No one's saying I know you've dealt with a lot. Like they're saying they're only bringing it up as like we've dealt with you. Like Rav just is like, congrats about the bad thing that is good now. And when it gets brought up for us, it's about like, we've been helping you time and time again. And there's still grievances time and time again. It's only been one grievance. It was always the same grievance. It was the same thing that no one listened to me for. And when I tried to talk about it, no one wanted to talk about it. And now it's a problem. And I'm homeless, sitting in this creepy, weird sex trafficking room, getting told that like we're annoying basically. That like we have too many grievances. I got assaulted, man. Could you guys just like care? Like, why'd you switch up? What happened to keeping him accountable, Ryan? Like, this year's been nothing but drama since the jump. For you, I don't think they relate to anything bad that we've been through. I don't have to see Don anymore. What he did to me, I don't have to think about. But when someone is treating me actively different all the time in front of me, my only friends in LA that my only plan of like staying somewhere, my only like safe place, didn't want to help me, said they did nothing but helped me, and then gaslit me about it and made me homeless. Cause like, sure, maybe saying made me homeless is maybe extreme, but one, how else would you say that? Two, we could have talked. Literally all we had to do was do this. We tried doing it even after and they still didn't want to. So how do you get someone to talk to you when they refuse to? You just can't.
You heard that, right? Lex is pinning everything on Super Mega because the initial assault, that awkward sexual encounter with Dawn that apparently was tantamount to super rape, that happened at Matt's house during a party. What the fuck, man? What do you expect them to do? They already fired him, and now that they want you to stop partying and spending all your money while living rent-free in their studio, and they're getting tired with the whole, oh, I lost my phone, oh, my laptop got stolen stuff, and they want you gone, you're blaming them and saying they're not taking the Dawn assault story seriously enough. In fact, the end of this tale is that Lex had to move back home because she couldn't make it, and she blames that on Matt and Ryan.
I had so much stuff, I couldn't fit it all in one trip to go, so I had to drop off some of it at a storage unit. We moved to Airbnb in Hollywood in September, and September was the last month I stayed in LA until I was finally able to get back home. And you know what Matt did before Crater Clash? This year, he texted me, how's Tennessee? As if he's not the reason I'm there. And when I didn't respond, he took me off his Instagram close friends. Didn't unfollow me, he just like didn't want me to see the stuff he really has to say.
That's right. The reason Lex's big move to LA failed is because the people she was mooching off of finally kicked her out. Okay, here's that tiny nugget in here that got Super Mega's audience to turn on them. It's when Lex claims that Matt's response to her alleged sexual assault at the hands of Dawn was to say that he didn't want this drama to destroy Super Mega.
When someone says like, hey, your friend assaulted me, that friend happens to be a coworker, can I not see him? And you say, this job is my magnum opus. multiple times, there's like, you just like don't care about people. You just like care about yourself. Like you're like, you just don't see people as like real things anymore. And that definitely is like how I felt to him.
If true, that's obviously pretty shitty to say. That he's more worried about these allegations tanking his channel than he is about the allegation that one of his friends sexually assaulted another one of his friends. And then Lex alleges a second sexual assault by a different guy.
And okay, so my reference of Jim is that this is a silly guy. So when he like sits down on the couch next to me and then lays down and stretches out, I'm like, he's just being silly. So I tell him the whole story. I tell him everything that happened, you know, up until then. I'm pretty sure I even said about that Don was there at the office and all that, just because he came to me asking why I looked upset a lot. So of course that's all the reasons. When he heard my story, he was like, man, I'm so sorry. And then proceeded to like start flirting with me like right after. And like this is when I realized, because I was doing most of the talking, that after I was done with the story and he started talking, like he started saying flirty things and like he started putting me in a headlock, that I was like, oh, he's drunk. And like pretty much right after I realized that, he started kissing me. If you've ever seen a picture of Jim, he's a really tall guy. It was not even in my brain to be like, get this guy off of me, or like, not get this guy off of me. Yes, I didn't want to kiss him. Because to me, this guy I am not that close friends with. Like, we are just from the same place. And like, I thought he wanted to like get to know me better. Listens to my sexual assault story and then makes out with me. Like, at this rate, I'm just kind of stun locked. I had no idea what he's doing. I don't know if there's even any other people in the place. I think there was 2 other people. I think Matt and Rav were still there. So he like gets up at some point after like putting me in a chokehold a few more times and kissing. He only kissed me a couple times, but he put me in a chokehold for a while and it was very uncomfortable. He like gets up and then goes to the office and he's like, come here. I don't even remember thinking anything. I was literally just like confused. And because when he said that, he was in the office, but he was in the closet. And when I came over to him, because I was just fucking, I was like, why in my head I'm thinking, why is this guy just went to the office closet? Like the office where like everybody has their computers and there's like a coat closet and you just go in there and stand in the doorway and give me a kiss again. Like I didn't even have like a reaction. I just didn't know what the
Okay, I'm gonna end the stream here. My eyes are starting to hurt from all the sketching. I will be back in the evening. Today evening stream will be also sketching. Since Zen is gonna be busy and studying, so we'll just do that. Thanks everyone for watching once more. Thanks for letting me watch your videos on stream. And I'll be back in 3 hours? 4 hours? Bye everyone.
Let me show you how to keep the dice rolling when you're doing that thing over there, homie. Hey, let's go! Cause I'm feeling like I'm winning and I'm feeling like I gotta get away, but I know that I don't and I won't ever stop, cause you know I gotta win every day. See if you really wanna pop me, just know that you will never flop me. And I know that I can be a little cocky, you ain't never gonna stop me. Every time I come a nigga gotta set it, then I gotta go, and then I gotta get it, then I gotta blow, and then I gotta shut it. Any little thing a nigga think that he be doing, cause it doesn't matter, cause I'm gonna then I'm gonna murder everything and anything about a boom, about a thing. I gotta do a lot of things to make it clearer to a couple niggas that I always win, and then I gotta get it again and again and again. And I be doing it to death, and now I move a little foul, nigga better call up rapping. Everybody know my style, niggas know that I'm the best when it comes to doing this. And I be banging on my chest, and I bang in the east, and I bang it in the west, and I kinda give you more, and I will never give you less. You will hear it in the street, that you can read it in the press. Do you really wanna know what's next? Let's go. See the way we on it, and we all up in a race.